City Committee on Water, Agriculture, Rural Affairs come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman Perry,
Here.
Senator Sparks,
Here.
Senator Blanco, Senator Gutierrez, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Colkhorst, Senator Menendez.
Present.
4, you have a quorum.
4 present. There is a quorum. Chair Representative Senator Hinojosa is present. All right. Members, I appreciate the patience. Public, I appreciate the patience. Flying in the 21st century, you just never know. It's kind of a crapshoot. Just to FYI, I could have come in on Sunday, but I'd probably had to leave at 7:30 a.m. to make this hearing for today. So that's kind of the schedules of the day. So it is what it is. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. Members, Vice Chair Sparks moves to limit public testimony in today's hearing to 2 minutes. Are any objections? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Members, I've chosen not to limit time for invited testimony, but have asked witnesses to adhere to the general guidelines of 5 to 6 minutes for their testimony. We will ask questions, so you'll get longer than that, depending on how you lay it out. If you're that thorough, we won't need you're invited that long, but either way, we got time. Before we dive in, I want to acknowledge that there's been some changes to our committee membership since we last met a year ago. Additionally, although there has been no turnover in our office, several of our returning members have also experienced some staff changes. I'd like to give each member an opportunity to introduce themselves and the staff that will be covering our committee for during this interim, starting with our chair, Vice Chairman, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would like to introduce Garrett Blizzard, who's going to be staffing me for this hearing. And Garrett's been on my team now really since the start, and so really appreciate his work.
Any other changes in staff? Chair recognizes Senator Colkhorst is present. Senator Hinojosa.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I just want to introduce Chad McGill as my district liaison, former city councilman for City of Corpus Christi, served on the EDC, has a lot of extensive knowledge in governmental relations on the local level and EDCs, and he's going to be helping me on this particular committee for a lot of these solutions that we're working on. So glad to have him with us today.
Thank you.
Any
others?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well,
No, sir.
glad to be on the committee. New to me here, but the issues are not new. Look forward to working with you all. And staffing me on this committee is Alexandra Calv, and Alexandra has got a master's from UT, and so she's ready for the job.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the members before we get started?
Yep, me.
Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you.
Everybody knows you, and they know your staff. You're an institution. You're a force.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Mr. Chairman, great to be back in the interim. I'm going to have Michael Valley staffing this committee, among other things. And he was with us last session, and we're glad to have him returning and doing a great job. And I want to compliment you and your staff on the panels that you put together. I had some time over the weekend to do a lot of reading on this, and there could not be a more timely hearing than what is presented to us here today. And so I look forward to a good vetting. And I want to say this, Mr. Chairman, is you and I serve on a lot of committees together. We've had some tough ones in the last couple of weeks. But today is meant, that's what the interim's for, is to really ask some good questions that we're kind of cultivating policies for Texas, and a lot's happened since we left session. So to that, thank you to your staff for the panels they've put together, and we look forward to gathering this information and moving forward for our constituents.
There is an overflow room at E1.016. E1.016. With that, let's get started. Our first panel today will examine the practice by some municipalities of diverting water and sewer revenues to their general funds. The second panel will provide an update on New World Screwworm response. And finally, the third and fourth panels will review the state's various regulatory schemes applicable to marine and brackish desal. With that, we'll call up our first panel. Larry French, Perry Fowler, Brian Butscher, and Rick Ramirez. The interim charge was study the practice of large municipalities transferring revenues from water and wastewater utilities to general funds. assess the impact of such transfers on delays in projects, infrastructure, maintenance backlogs, and water loss mitigation, make recommendations to limit the percentage of utility revenues available for transfer, and ensure ratepayer funds are dedicated exclusively to the sustainability and security of our Texas water systems. I will have one caveat. The government code that kind of controls some of this stuff, and I will give you just an example. Lubbock, Texas. Stormwater runoff fees were challenged by a taxpayer, and ultimately the city won. The statute evidently is pretty generous in its interpretation and stuff like that, but what I want to hear from today is several things. So as you do your invited testimony, I'll probably follow up with some questions, but this is not a gotcha committee. This is not a we're upset with you committee. We want to know that the water and sewer tap fees, the sewer fees, the stormwater runoff fees, those things are unique to water specifically, be it sewer or supply or others, are legitimately going to that. Also with that caveat, a lot of this is funded with revenue bonds. So when you talk about transfers, I want to make sure we're separate and apart, kind of that is already dedicated to a revenue bond is not something we're targeting, because you have gotten a revenue bond out there to support that infrastructure. So not quite as transparent as probably what it should be, but we're looking for opportunities to make sure our water infrastructure doesn't continue to fall way behind where it needs to be by lack of funding that was not spent the way it probably should have been. So with that, let's go Perry first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I didn't know I was going to kick off today, but appreciate y'all having me. My name is Perry Fowler. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Water Infrastructure Network, and I'm here in that capacity today testifying on the charge related to the call here. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of TexWin. TexWin's Texas Water Infrastructure Network is a 501c6 association representing companies that construct and deliver the infrastructure securing Texas's water infrastructure. Our members include leading Texas-based national and local construction firms that are building all the great water infrastructure that we all depend on here in the state of Texas. Again, I appreciate being here. I want to be clear today at the outset that our perspective is coming from the infrastructure delivery side of the equation. Our members' role working in and around these systems is not from a municipal finance or rating agency standpoint, but we did contact a lot of folks and did our homework today to make sure we knew what we were going to talk about. And in preparing our testimony today, we relied heavily on publicly available financial analysis for context, but our focus is trying to ascertain how these dynamics impact the construction market as it relates to funding capacity, project delivery costs, and competition in the field. Across Texas, municipal water and wastewater and stormwater systems are typically operated as enterprise funds, supported primarily by ratepayer revenue. In some cities, a portion of these revenues is in fact transferred to support a broader range of municipal functions. And these transfers are often described as general fund transfers, payments in lieu of taxes, or franchise right-of-way charges. As it relates to the charge today, we've learned that these transfers generally are structured and tied to legitimate municipal cost recoveries and not arbitrary diversions. Cities must meet operating costs, debt obligations, and other financial requirements before transfers occur. And in many cases, these payments reflect costs that a private utility would also incur if they were to do business with the municipality, having to do with public right-of-way, things of that nature. Obviously, finance, legal, and administrative support and the debt service, as you mentioned earlier, which is an important aspect of this. Through some limited research, we did identify a few instances where some transfer occurred that are somewhat noteworthy, but as a general practice, this doesn't seem to be a widespread issue, at least in larger municipalities. So, and again, through our research, we identified several examples, which some of those I've cited in our written testimony. I won't get into those now. You've got the cities here today that can visit about some of these things. But, from a contractor and infrastructure delivery perspective, we looked at how these obligations function within the broader financial picture of a utility, because publicly available rating agency information and analysis indicates that transfers are generally treated as ongoing financial obligations. meaning that they're part of a utility's overall cost structure and are considered when evaluating financial capacity and flexibility. And we talk to Fitch and we talk to Moody's because these things are certainly considered as they look at bond ratings and credit ratings and things of that nature. But at the same time, they do suggest that transfers that are in isolation are not typically viewed as a primary driver of credit risk, but we know that those are looked at by a city, and that does have an impact in terms of the overall capacity to be able to deliver infrastructure projects. What we're seeing right now across industry, and what's consistent with the information we were able to see and our Texas Water Capital Needs Survey, is that utilities are facing rising operating costs, increasing capital demands, and supply constraints, which we're all very much aware of in this room. And these pressures are being driven by infrastructure replacement needs, regulatory requirements, population growth, and can place pressure on utility margins over time, particularly if affordability concerns and political climates limit the ability to raise rates. Now, from a delivery standpoint, all this translates into tighter project funding environments and increased competition for limited capital. And even without transfers, many systems are already financially constrained. And again, according to our 2024 Texas Water Capital Needs Survey, only 57% of systems reported that their rates were sufficient to fund their current and future capital needs, while 43% reported that they are not, which is somewhat troubling, but it's generally accepted knowledge that water rates have generally lagged behind actual operating costs and affirmative asset management practices. In that context, transfers may be justified and manageable, but in isolation, they still represent a technical diversion on utility revenues in a system where financial capacity is already stretched. This is particularly important for smaller systems, which have fewer ratepayers, less financial capabilities, and higher per customer infrastructure costs. And even modest financial obligations can result in higher rates, deferred maintenance, or increased reliance on debt, or waiting for free money in the form of grants. When local revenues are insufficient to meet infrastructure needs, the funding requirement does not disappear, it shifts. Increasingly, that burden moves to the state financial assistance programs, including those administered by the Texas Water Development Board, which we all know lack capacity to meet demand. This creates a greater demand on limited state resources and increases competition for funding, potentially affecting communities with the least financial capabilities. It's also important to distinguish this issue from other significant drivers of rising infrastructure costs. From our experience in the field, one of the most meaningful contributors to cost escalation is risk allocation in public construction contracts and the increasing cost of project inputs. In particular, provisions such as no damages for owner-caused delay clauses, which shift risk onto contractors even when delays are outside of their control, can lead to increased bid pricing, reduced competition, and procurement challenges, especially in larger municipalities. Contractors either price that risk or they choose not to pursue projects, both of which drive project costs higher. There is no clear evidence that general fund revenue transfers are a primary driver of project cost escalation or delays. However, the broader financial environment, including how revenues are allocated and how risks are structured in contracts, procurement processes, material costs, and supply chain issues more directly affect the cost and timing and delivery of infrastructure projects. Our perspective is that utility revenues should be used primarily for utility purposes, and that transfers should be transparent, justified, and appropriately structured. At the same time, if the goal is to improve affordability and accelerate infrastructure delivery, policymakers should also consider factors such as rate adequacy, construction cost escalation, procurement methodologies, and fair risk allocation in public contracting. We're all woefully aware that Texas faces a significant and growing water infrastructure demand, and ensuring that ratepayer dollars are used as effectively as possible while also addressing broader cost drivers is critical to maintaining affordability and system reliability. At the end of the day, I just want to be very clear, we do agree that water dollars should be used to administer our water systems and used in a transparent way to meet their financial obligations and fund water systems. And when they don't, Texans are going to pay for it one way or the other. I appreciate your time and consideration of our views today, and happy to take any questions you may have.
We're going to reserve questions till the panel's kind of gotten through. That way, maybe get some of your answers on the way. Let's go with Larry French next. Skipping around a little bit.
Good enough. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Perry, Vice Chairman Sparks, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Larry French. I'm with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. formerly with the Water Development Board as the Director of the Groundwater Resource Division. Today I'm going to be addressing how water loss and revenue decisions are affecting large Texas municipal utilities and water suppliers. The issue isn't just leaking pipes, but it's also how the financial policies affect the utilities' ability to maintain their infrastructure. So I provided some handouts that will supplement some of the remarks I'll be making this morning. To set the context for water loss, there's three different kinds of drains on water utility finances. First are the real losses, the physical loss of water from leaks and breaks, apparent losses from water delivered but unbilled, and then third, the transfer of some water revenues to cities' general funds, general fund transfers. These transfers can be called payments in lieu of taxes, sometimes called PILOT, the acronym, franchise fees, street rental fees, other charges. In summary, water utilities lose money not only from the leaks, but also from policy choices that divert utility revenue. Every year, the largest water suppliers in the state report their statewide water loss, both real and apparent, and that totals usually over 500,000 acre-feet per year, or about 3% of the water that's used in the state. To put that in context, it's probably about twice as much as the city of Houston uses every year. So it's a good quantity of water. When you look at the top 10 water losers in the state, those losses add up to about 253,000 acre-feet from their system. So it's about 1/2 of all water losses from the top 10 water losers. So this means that Texas water losses are heavily concentrated in the large systems. Makes sense, they're the biggest, they have the most pipes and so forth. And it's not evenly spread out, which means the problem is not diffuse, it's a manageable problem. The estimated annual financial impact due to water loss and general fund transfers from these 10 utilities together add up to over $355 million every year. The general fund transfers alone are about half that, $179 million. General fund transfers represent a little more than half of the loss. Real water loss total, the financial impact is about 35%, and the apparent water loss is about 14%. That means that cities are extracting as much money from water utility budgets through their transfers as they are in losing water through leaks and billing inefficiencies. So for these 10 utilities, considering the project costs for water loss control and mitigation that have been included in the approved 2026 regional water plans, altogether these proposed projects, which are eligible for state financing, they total $3.6 billion for the 10 utilities. But for 7 of the 10 utilities, their annual financial loss from water loss and general fund transfers is more than or about the same as the costs of their proposed projects to mitigate the water loss. So the point is, the money to fix some of the water loss problems largely already exists. Comparing the magnitude of these three drains to the future $1 billion annual input to the Texas Water Fund, the cost of the water loss is substantial, about 35% every year. General fund transfers alone represent about 17% of that $1 billion, which potentially reduces the capacity of the state to invest in water supply projects if some of that state financing is consumed by funding or financing water loss mitigation and control projects. So a better alignment of water finance, utility finances with the utility's needs would stretch those existing dollars and extend the reach of the Texas Water Fund. Furthermore, general fund transfers can create kind of a disincentive to mitigate water loss if the cities treat water utilities as revenue sources rather than as critical infrastructure. Investments in water loss reduction or control could be discouraged by effectively taxing efficiency gains that would otherwise go to fixing infrastructure. Limiting even a portion of the general fund transfers could fund substantial improvements, such as faster pipe replacement, better meters, active leak detection, and so forth. Fortunately, these large water utilities do engage in water loss mitigation programs. Not surprisingly, larger utilities spend more on water loss mitigation, but most utilities don't label mitigation spending as water loss reduction. It's sort of embedded in a variety of capital programs and so forth that address pipe replacement, meter replacement, and water pressure management. The result is kind of uneven investment and it's limited transparency and oversight. So in conclusion, the cost of water loss in Texas is significant. It's driven both by the operations and the policy. Since about half of the water loss in Texas is concentrated in the 10 large utilities, it potentially facilitates the effective oversight of water mitigation efforts. The more, if we can keep more of the water revenues in water utilities, that'll strengthen the resilience and is more cost-effective than only building new water supplies. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Let's go, Brian. You,
Good morning.
morning.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you
I'm
for
a bit
being here.
nervous, good morning, and thank you, Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, and the members of the committee for inviting me to testify today. My name is Brian Butscher. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Sugar Land. I have the responsibility of overseeing the utility there in Sugar Land. I've been in the municipal industry for about 22 years, some time as a design engineer, but the last 16 in local government. And over the last 10, I've had the pleasure of serving over the City of Sugar Land's water utility. I'm here to testify today about how we specifically at the City of Sugar Land use transfers from our water and wastewater utility to our general fund through a cost allocation model. I'm going to focus on explaining how these transfers really enable us at the city to maximize our resources and ultimately provide the best services to our customers. Okay, so we utilize a cost allocation model to calculate costs of actual services provided to the utility by the general fund. The model maximizes and uses a mix of industry standards and practices, as well as, where available, actual work measured to calculate the proper cost recovery for those services. For example, the portion allocated for legal services is allocated based off total number of legal requests. For 311, it's based off the total number of calls they answer for us. For engineering, it's based off the total number of projects that they manage. And then, to that kind of industry best practices for divisions like HR and IT, it's based off the total number of FTE that they support for us. This methodology ensures that allocations are fair, defensible, and consistent across the city. For the City of Sugar Land, this model is not unique to utilities. These same calculations and ratios are applied in the same consistent way to all enterprise funds, including our airport, solid waste, and even our 4A and 4B corporations as an example. Our policies that are adopted by our council require us to evaluate these annually to make sure that they are, in fact, fairly representative of the costs that we are receiving at the utility. These transfers now enable us as a city to take advantage of true economies of scale, which provides greater benefit to our residents. Without these partnerships between the utility and the general fund, we'd be required to establish our own HR, our own IT department, our own payroll, finance, engineering, fleet, facilities, and on and on. Really, we would have to establish those our own in utilities. Looking at IT alone, right? If we had to stand up our own servers, our own cybersecurity experts, pay for our own enterprise licenses for the big softwares, that is a burden that would come directly off of our ability to better serve our residents and provide them water and wastewater services. The same could be said for establishing our own HR department or our own finance department and on, even our own payroll team. I want to be very clear, though, these transfers are not intended to prop up the general fund at all. They are to transparently ensure cost recovery for services provided, promote equity, strengthen financial sustainability, comply with best practices, and support rate-setting decisions by accurately reflecting true costs of service delivered to the utility. Again, I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in the discussion and provide insights on how we at the City of Sugar Land's utility calculates these transfers. I want to be available to you as a resource as often as needed, so please continue to include us when discussing this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have to the best of my ability, and I want to thank the committee for their willingness to accommodate my schedule today.
Oh, that's good. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Chairman Perry and members of the committee. Good morning. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. Our goal is to provide information, data, and context to assist the committee in its work. We're here to help illustrate, number one, how cities approach general fund transfers, how those decisions are made, and how cities work to ensure that those practices are carried out in a responsible and transparent manner, always with the goal of delivering safe, reliable, and affordable water services to their residents. As a starting point, it may be helpful to describe the different ways that cities structure the general fund transfers. I'm going to be using the GFT, general fund transfer, throughout my testimony, just to make sure that y'all are aware. While the terminology may be very different from city to city, they're not necessarily defined categories in statute, and cities generally describe these transfers in a few different ways. Many cities, like the City of Sugar Land, include cost allocation or shared services components, which reimburse the general fund for services provided to the utility system, such as finance, legal, human resources, and administrative support. Another commonly described franchise GFT is called a franchise fee GFT. That's associated with the use of the public rights-of-way. So if it was a private utility, they would have to pay to be able to use the public right-of-way. In a franchise fee GFT, that's that recognition of that. One category is often referred to as payment in lieu of taxes, or pilot. And this reflects the idea that municipally owned utilities do not pay property taxes, and the transfer serves as a way to account for that within the broader municipal structure. In practice, these structures are often combined or tailored to fit local circumstances, so it's not uncommon for one city to have one or more GFT depending on their needs. The authorization and approval of these transfers is structured. Utility rates and transfers operate within broader legal and regulatory frameworks that include bond covenants, judicial review, and ratepayer challenges mechanisms. Under state law and bond requirements, cities must first satisfy optimal operational, maintenance, and debt service and other required obligations before transferring utility revenues to the general fund. They have to do that before they can consider a GFT. Cities typically establish and approve transfers through formal mechanisms such as city charters, ordinances, adopted financial policies, and the annual budget process. For the committee's reference, I provided a couple of handouts for you. I have a general fund transfer one-pager that we did for you, and it had to do with a study that we did with a sample of 22 cities of over 50,000. And then I have another white paper that we did for the committee, talking a little bit about case law and statutes and regulatory history. Based on those responses that we had in the sample of 22 cities, the survey that we did, transfers are most commonly authorized through policy and financial guidelines. That's about half of them. The remaining cities authorize GFTs by ordinance, that's 36%, and or by city charter, that's about 9%. Cities reported a range of calculation methods, including percentage-based, cost allocation, and fixed amount. About half calculate GFT with a hybrid of those. Importantly, we also asked cities about infrastructure planning and project delivery. 95% of cities reported maintaining a current capital improvement plan, a CIP, for water and wastewater systems, and only 10% reported having identified infrastructure needs or backlogs over the next 5 years. Importantly, the survey also asked cities about factors contributing to project delays or infrastructure challenges. Responding cities more commonly identified factors such as rising construction cost, supply chain and contractor availability issues, financing constraints, and affordability considerations rather than general fund transfers. Those are also challenges we are continuing hearing about more broadly from water infrastructure stakeholders and utility operators across Texas. We also asked directly whether general fund transfers contributed to project delays or water loss mitigation challenges. No responding cities indicated that the transfers were a contributing factor. All responding cities indicated that they were not. While this survey is not intended to be statistically definitive, it also provides, it does provide a snapshot of how cities are structuring these types of transfers and managing their systems across the state. As the committee evaluates this issue, an important related question is how cities ensure that water and wastewater systems are adequately maintained and that long-term infrastructure needs are addressed. Most cities maintain multi-year capital improvement plans that identify and prioritize infrastructure needs, including system maintenance, replacement of aging assets, and expansion to meet growth and demand. Cities also utilize rate-setting practices designed to ensure that utilities generate sufficient revenue to meet operational costs, capital needs, and debt obligations. Many cities finance major infrastructure investment through revenue bonds, which require adherence to financial metrics such as debt service coverage. Cities are continuing to invest in system accountability, long-term infrastructure planning, and water loss mitigation efforts. In addition, the legislature has recently looked to improve monitoring and accountability through measures such as HB 29, adopted in 2025 and authored by Chairman Perry, which requires large municipally owned utilities to conduct validated water audits and develop water loss mitigation plans with defined timelines and enforcement mechanism. That legislation reflected growing statewide attention to water conservation and infrastructure performance. This is also a long-standing municipal finance practice that has been considered in prior legislative discussions and operates within an established legal and financial framework. Chairman Perry and members of the committee, we appreciate the committee's focus on this issue and the opportunity to provide this information. We are continuing to gather data from our member cities and stand ready to provide additional context, information, or analysis to the work of this committee. And I thank you and will answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Rick. I have a few questions and I'll turn it loose for the panel, for members. Rick, does it matter if it's a home rule versus a general city as far as how they do their fee structures? Is it pretty much uniform across the board?
No, actually, we asked the question, to the 22 cities. It varies between, general law, home rule city. They all do it different ways. The bigger thing that you'll see as far as how they structure it is, what are the operational needs that they have? What is the size of the system that they have? The way that the ordinance is set up as a charter or the way it's done in their budget process. So it doesn't really have to do with the type of city. It's more of how the city has structured it.
So there's no best practices out there from a TML perspective that cities that are struggling or trying to figure out how to do these allocations or those kind of things, there's not a guidelines out there. Now, I agree with the cost accounting personally, just because that's the most direct, indirect cost you can capture is by that allocation. I assume there's timesheets or those kind of processes in place, but there's nothing really from a TML umbrella, here's what we recommend perspective.
Well, what we've noticed is, as far as like a guideline is concerned, is that under state law, you have the government code 1502-057, local government code, and case law. So in the packet that I gave you, I kind of gave you the process of how cities have to do it. And there's 3 priorities that cities have to meet after setting your rate and making sure that your rate covers the operation. You first have to be able to pay O&M. Cities have to pay the operation and maintenance costs, salaries, repairs, materials, interest. Second, they have to pay debt service. Third, they have to meet bond conditions. If they can do all those 3, then they can do a general fund transfer. And then as far as being able to challenge those transfers, case law is allowed so that citizens can challenge that, or if you're outside of the GF of the city, you can go to the PUC and do a petition to be able to challenge it as well. So there's that as well.
So I'm looking at hybrid. Explain the franchise fee concept, because if I was going to pick one I would call potentially not very direct, and maybe that's incorrect to educate me, but
Sure.
I understand right away. But if this was a municipally owned property and those kind of conversations about, eminent domain or right of ways and stuff, is franchise the one that's a little fuzzy?
So franchise fee, GFTs, a lot of the times you'll see it in a municipality that either has, a separate board that does their water, wastewater, that sort of thing. You can also do it in recognition that you have a utility that's going to be in the public right-of-way. It has to have access to it. And just like we would charge any private utility to be able to utilize the public right-of-way, we have to be able to make sure that that's done equally throughout. And so that franchise fee GFT is in recognition of that, and it's to make the general fund whole.
So to be clear, it would be something that I'm trying to get my thoughts. I know what franchise fees are for utility easements and things like that. So is it a franchise fee assessed to the provider that's, if it's not it's municipal owned? I don't know why you need a franchise fee in municipal owns is what I'm trying to get my head around. Even though that's what the private sector, this is not a private sector cost.
Yeah,
That's
so,
being recouped.
yeah, like I said, there are certain types of situations where you have a utility that is not directly run by the city. It's kind of quasi-governmental.
I get that. Okay.
And so they have a different board and that sort of things. And so they have to be able to use the public right-of-way in order, just like any other user of the public right-of-way. And in that case, you would charge a franchise fee GFT to be able to recover that cost.
Okay. All right. Perry, real quick. You mentioned risk. The risk factor is adding contracting cost. I've said it 100 times. When our infrastructure gets to the point that the working poor, and I qualify working poor because those are the people that get up and go to work every day, can no longer afford the infrastructure, we have a problem. And I think we're pretty close to that. And I would qualify working poor as a $100,000 household with 2 people, a mortgage, 2 cars, 2 kids. I think 83,000 is the median household income for nationwide. In Texas, it's 66. You're not living really, really well at 66,000. So I've had people come to me and talk about alternative materials, to me about alternative processes. And so is the industry, and I'll give you the one example that came up just a couple weeks ago, fiberglass instead of concrete. Longer life, cheaper cost, but it's not what the industry's used to doing. So where do you see, and is that a viable path out of solving the real problem? Because all we're doing is talking about the symptom.
Right.
We have higher costs because of X, but we're not doing anything to the underlying foundation.
I mean, I think that the answer to that is that there are different sectors of industry that have preferences because it probably meets their model that they have. And oftentimes when you hear people promoting a certain type of delivery methodology or product, it's because that's what they're selling and they want people to use. Sometimes those things are specified, sometimes they're not. TCEQ specifies certain materials that may be used for pipe, for instance, and there probably is room to have more flexibility there. I don't know that that's necessarily contributing to the costs that we're seeing right now. There's different types of materials, for instance, that may have longer lifespans, at least it's purported to do so, but there are different risks that are associated with those as well. I think that generally what we're seeing is that cost of construction is continuing to increase, and that's because that's what's happening in the world right now. And people are used to not paying a lot for their water, but that's starting to change when you start seeing the bills come due and you have large infrastructure projects that haven't been done over years. And there is an issue with a lot of municipalities in the state of Texas where they have just outright not done what they needed to do to address their infrastructure needs. A lot of communities have been responsible doing that. They've taken those costs into account, but a lot of them are really behind the 8 ball on this, and I think it's a particularly big issue. It's not unique to large or small. It's everywhere. And so if those rates haven't kept up, then what's going to happen? Well, eventually you're going to have system failures. It's going to be more expensive, and we can see prices increasing in a matter of months when projects are delayed, because that's the world we're living in right now. When we submit a bid or proposal on a project and we're trying to hold a price with those suppliers that we're utilizing, we may have a matter of 6 weeks where we're told we're not going to hold this price for any longer than that. Well, it may take 7 weeks to get a notice to proceed from a city. Then you have issues with permitting, Water Development Board or TCEQ, or Parks and Wildlife, and then take in procurement processes. I mean, there's all these different moving parts, right? But at the end of the day, we know it's getting more expensive. We know that process really does matter, and to the extent that flexibility helps, perhaps, but also form and function do matter. That's inconsistency. And I think that what it really boils down to at the end of the day is acknowledging that we are in an increased cost environment. The likelihood of that ever going down is pretty slim. And so either municipalities and water authorities are going to have to raise rates, or they're going to have to come to the state of Texas to be able to accomplish their infrastructure goals, because it's not really something you can't do. It's something that you have to do because it's a public safety issue, right? So what's been happening at the legislature and under your leadership and others, and acknowledging that this is a cost that is significant, that we need to invest in, and that the state has a role in doing so for our overall economic viability is an important thing. I think that trying to establish what that balance is and where the responsibilities are locally and what the state should do are something that we need to continue to talk about, and how those funds are managed and utilized. But we're in this environment where I don't think these costs are going to change. And again, everyone may have a different perspective. Back to your original question about, would this methodology or would this type of equipment or would this make things different? It may have a small difference.
What's your contingency, average contingency built into a contract now?
Well, it depends. If you have those owner damages for delays clauses like I spoke to earlier, there's going to be more significant contingency because the contractor is going to assume that something's going to happen that's outside of their control. So I don't know. Contingency is worked into some contracts. We've been seeing shifts anywhere from 5-10%.
Are the contingencies usually met? Do you have any data that would support if you put a 20%, 15% contingency?
It depends on. It depends. That's the answer.
So,
it depends. It depends on.
So
how
you know
well
where I'm
projects
going.
go. Yes, sir.
Right.
Is it necessary to do that? Is it a justifiable cost?
Because I think that we're going to have a shift in mentality that you bid it, that is it. There is some risk sharing in that, on both sides.
Right.
And then with some exception, if it's absolutely something that raised
Right.
the cost. So
Absolutely.
we've got to change how we do business, I think, because we can't keep looking at the taxpayer to say, well, we're sorry. It's just the cost of what X
Right.
has driven that. So something's going to have to break because, and I'm going to say this, members, and it's my soapbox real quick. We're going to have a conversation next session, big conversation, continuing of some other things that we've already done. The taxpayer's going to pay for this stuff one way or the other, be it property tax or be it fees, or be it an insurance cost increase, whatever it is. There's no free lunch here, or they don't, and we end up with a third world state. I mean, that's really our options, right? We can be better at it. I think you raised some valid points, but as we have these conversations, either you have viable infrastructure, which is the best economic engine you can have, or you don't. But somewhere in here, we got to find a balance between the materials users and so forth. I'm good with where we're at. We won't solve it today. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's a good
Perhaps.
day.
And again, I think it does boil down to
so-
really cost
so
and risk. We place
Y'all are municipal owned. That's what the hearing is about today. The private sector guys go through rate process at PUC, and I think they have an admin fee built into that. And I would be interested to know, they're not here today, but I would like to know how PUC's rating and private sector admin fees, which would include a lot of the cost allocations and things, and see. I don't think you're out of line. I mean, 27%, that's kind of consistent with companies in general. I have no idea to base that on from a utilities perspective, but I would like to know if it kind of lines up. So we'll have a PUC one day on that. Real quick, last thing I've got is Mr. French, page 4. I want members to understand a couple of things about this sheet. First of all, this just didn't happen overnight, did it? It took a lot of work to put this together, and I appreciate the effort it's taken to get it in this format that's pretty telling. At the same time, it's easy to understand. So, in a word, there's cost of mitigation projects at the state water planning process, about $3.6 billion, I'm guessing. Is that what you're telling us down there?
Correct.
And so the mitigation projects, and some of these entities that are our worst loss and other real loss data, 1 year of general fund transfer would cover the cost of their mitigation.
Right, for about 7 out of the 10 listed.
Yeah, that's
close.
just kind of crazy, members, that, we hear all the time, and I'll caveat, I'll never miss this window. You said it, and I appreciate you saying it, and anybody that testifies in here needs to remind us. We have a lot of conversation about water infrastructure. One of them's supply, one of them's flood, and one of them is lost water. Leaky pipes is what we call it. It's only 3%, members. It's 3% we shouldn't lose of the 17 million acre feet we need. But I remind people, we're about 10 to 12 million acre feet short of the 17 that we're going to need over the next 50 years. So we do have to prioritize finite dollars. And this was a big conversation for the last 4 years. So if I have to pick spending all of my dollars on leaky pipes or all of my dollars on supply, I'll pick supply every day. Somewhere there's a balance. But the point is, these folks are losing the value in dollars less than what if they just go fix it once. Now, flip side is, Water Development Board's got to have $3.6 billion to put in the system, or the taxpayers have to put it. So that's the challenge. But we shouldn't be leaking pipes, but at the same time, a lot of that goes back into the groundwater supply. If you're in Harris County, it's probably solving subsidence inadvertently, right? So it's not quite as tragic as it seems, but we don't have that many dollars. We're behind in supply more than we'd want to ever be able to admit. At the same time, these folks can fix this probably with existing revenues almost, with a little tweak here and there. So with that, members, questions? Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Rick and Brian. It's more about transparency. These pilot payment in lieu of taxes, are those, and maybe it's more for Rick, Brian, you could probably shed light on Sugar Land, but those negotiations, are those in the public budgeting process? For TML, what's the percentage of our municipalities that have a public access or where people can actually see this negotiation happening, whether it's during negotiations or during the public budget process? Can you walk us through that?
Sure, yeah. The majority, I mean, pretty much every single city that has a pilot or any of these kind of GFTs, it's either in their city charter, which is publicly available. Their budget practices are also available as well. They're adopted at city council meetings. All of that is public as well. Probably some of the most transparent fees that you'll see is going to be any of these GFTs that are coming from, what you do, a payment in lieu of taxes would be some of those entities that have a governmental or quasi-governmental board that does the water utility and then has their own board separate from city council, but it's also part of the city. And so all of that is public information that you would be able to look for in all the public documents.
So you can see that in their budgets when they're
Yes, sir.
discussing their going through their budget process. Brian?
Sure. I can speak specifically to Sugar Land. From a policy perspective, our council has what's called a financial management policy statement. It's an adopted policy from them that lays out everything financial, how long our projections have to be, how we'll go about calculating sales tax, all of those things. Within that is a statement about actually doing this cost allocation model. It requires that we do it. It requires that it be representative of services provided, and it requires that it be updated every year. So from a policy perspective, that's where this lives. In practice, every year, both us at the utilities, but every director who represents an enterprise fund that's part of this gets with the budget department and walks through how their ideas, their thoughts, how the calculation was worked, and then ultimately, yes, it is adopted through our budget process. The transfers outlive on our income statements in the adopted budget, completely transparent. We share all of that, and we show it very clearly as a standalone item in our budget.
Thank you. As it relates to the negotiation aspect, I represent a lot of small rural communities. Those councils are voluntary, folks are volunteering to do that stuff. walk me through the negotiation power of these small communities. Is it imbalanced from a TML perspective? Are they running into situations where they don't have lawyers and the backup to for these negotiations?
I'm sorry, can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these rural communities are small. They're voluntary city councils. Do they have the negotiation power with some of these utilities?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much of a negotiation. It's within the city. It's developed by the city councils and city staff to be able to develop financial management policies. And so there is kind of a calculus that's done by people like, public works directors. And like I said, they have to meet those 4 priorities in order to be able to consider a general fund transfer. So it's something that is done within staff of these utilities. They decide how, what amount they can transfer, what that's going to be utilized for. They have to make sure that they're meeting their bond covenants. They have to make sure that they meet O&M and all of that. So there's not much of a negotiation between those. It's all within the city, and they're all determining how they want to make the general fund whole for those things. It's really to make sure that those utility funds or enterprise funds that utilize city resources to be able to make them whole. They utilize IT, they utilize finance, they utilize all those different departments, but those utility costs don't necessarily cover it unless they're doing a general fund transfer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Colcourse.
Thank you. Thank you all for your questions. I'm going to follow up with a few of those, and then I had generated a few as I read through your presentations. I wore blue today because we were talking about water, but maybe I should have worn green because we're talking about money. And when we talk about MOUs, municipally owned utilities, and for me, just point of reference as I ask these questions, I view that as the taxpayers own this utility, right? I mean, this is municipally owned, and the city is, when we talk about transfer of payment in lieu of taxes, the citizens already own that land. They shouldn't be paying taxes on it. So I'm going to ask a few questions here. To follow up with Chairman Perry's questions about bidding, I think, Perry, that was to you, and I thought your presentation was very well done about procurement processes. So you subtly kind of said, hey, perhaps we should look at this procurement process because it's expensive. I get that pipe is more expensive today than it was potentially 10 years ago, right? Labor, different things. But when you look at some of the new processes of how they're being bid, similar to highways, we kind of went through a phase, design build, nobody could really see in it. It was kind of a black box. Talk to me a little bit more about that and the bidding process.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that one today, but I appreciate it because it's an active conversation in our industry, and I did not ask to be asked this question. I want to be very clear.
You always give good preferences before you
thank you. My
good
caveats.
preference.
There are distinctly different procurement methodologies that are available under the government code, and some are more appropriate for some types of projects than others. Some are using qualifications-based selections processes where we are looking at a combination of price and qualifications to make the determination on who is awarded these projects.
And that's somewhat subjective, I would say.
It is, but it also allows you to look at different types of aspects that are important to consider, like past performance and things of that nature, safety records. You want to know who you're hiring. The cost consideration is also significant, right? And then in the traditional world that we have, we're looking at low bid type contracts. That's the preference at TxDOT, for instance. We have hybrids of that, like competitive seal proposals, where you're looking at a cost and then the qualifications, and you measure those and you weigh those, and you make your decision to award based on that. So then you have more complex vehicles like CM at risk or design build, or you have concurrent processes once you get into the actual project. But from the standpoint of the procurement process at the beginning of this, that does matter because that's dictating what the world looks like. That's dictating what the risk profile looks like. That's dictating process. And so when that is established in a way which is more fair and risk allocation from the outset is fair, you're going to get a competitive environment where the bids are going to come in at a better, I think at a better, more reasonable rate, and they're going to be probably more consistent. But you have to consider this. You know, when we're developing budgets for projects, we're talking about months, maybe even years out. We're trying to adjust our budgets for that as we move into it. We talk about contingencies. Well, we're also going to have cost escalation factors that are going to happen there. And literally, if you have a good process and you get into the project, everything works great, there's still this clock that's ticking on things. So the process really, truly does matter. And it depends. I mean, some municipalities do it better than others. We have some members that prefer to work for certain government entities because they know they're going to be treated fairly, that the processes are going to go well, and they can expect to be paid on time and all those types of things. But when it comes down to it, I think that whatever is most suitable for a project is generally what people can select to do. And there are varying degrees of sophistication of public owners and contractors that are able to do some of these things. So from a cost perspective, you know, if you want absolute cost certainty and you want to go out and just hard bid a project, and people are looking at things that are more about quantities and time, you might be able to put more of a pin on that. But if you're building $1 billion wastewater plant, let's say, which we're doing those right now, and it's got more moving parts, you have to expect that you're going to probably have a more qualifications-based, iterative type of approach to getting that project done. And so you have to make considerations for things like escalation for time and all those types of things. And frankly, it's very complicated, and not a lot of people understand that. But what it all boils down to at the end is that, again, these processes matter from front to end, and they do have cost implications.
So, quick question on that. If Elon Musk was bidding a big wastewater project, and potentially some big announcements coming up soon, would he give all those contingencies, or would he just... And what I'm trying to get to here is we treat government so differently than private sector. And, you know, like engineers, for example, and I'll be an equal opportunity offender today, is, you know, in government, we don't make them bid. I happen to own parts of 3 companies, and we make them bid, right? And certainly we're going to ask for their qualifications. I mean, we have enough.
Right.
We're sophisticated enough to say, gosh, that's a startup engineering company. Perhaps we don't want to use them. Their bid was so much lower that they're cutting some corners. What we do here is we bid on these curves, and it's a guarantee, and we do all these qualifications with the sophistication of Texas, and that we're not some backwoods state or anything anymore. And, you know, with AI and everything that's coming on, isn't it perhaps time to actually bid projects and like get a true number at the end, and to say, I know we always said, oh, we can't do that because an engineering company might cut corners on that highway, or might cut corners. They're going to be sued from here to kingdom come. They have every incentive in the world to not cut corners. And I just don't understand why we treat government so differently than maybe perhaps an ammonia plant. That would be a safety issue. If it blows up, that's a pretty big safety issue, but we don't make them not bid their projects.
Right. Well, I think that part of that has to do
Mr. Fowler, this is going to be really good.
I know it's going to be great. I'm
preface it
trying the best
and
I
do all
can.
kind of stuff here.
I'm not going to get into indemnification and things of that nature, because that is significant probably to this conversation, as you alluded to before. I think that when you talk about cost escalation and you talk about contingency, the most ideal situation is where you have a shared contingency, where if things actually do increase in cost, then that's going to be owned by whoever incurred that cost. Because that does happen and it's legitimate. And that may not be a force majeure type of a situation, right? but it could be a decision in design change and scope, or any number of things. I mean, really, truly, like during the pandemic, we started to see a big shift in what's happening. So again, like we're all trying to guess, like what is the real cost of these things? How do we account for that? And you can lock somebody into a cost, and you can do that. But if the risk profile is not correct, as I mentioned earlier, you're going to assume that you're going to incur those costs, and those are a cost of doing business and the cost of the project, and that's going to be reflected in the pricing that you get. So the answer is it's complicated. I think that if there's more accountability at the government level and things are fair from the business community, and you have the ability to negotiate these things, you're going to see better pricing. And there are some vehicles that are more amenable to doing that than others. And all of those vehicles, in one way, shape, or form, cities and water authorities have the ability to choose whether or not they want to go into a negotiated procurement or they want to go into a hard bid environment. And that's a personal choice. And so if you, like post-pan, like right afterwards, right, we saw people getting really anxious about the cost of projects. And they thought, well, you know, we're going to hard bid this thing. We're just going to have this design. We're going to say, well, this is out on the table, and we're going to have industry respond to that. Well, people get real anxious about that because they don't know what the real costs are, because things are moving around a lot, right? And so what happens is you have fewer people responding to a project like that. You have higher costs because they're trying to account for what the actual cost may be at the end of the day. Again, it's
I
complicated.
hear you. I think perhaps, Mr. Chairman, it's time for us to look at every aspect of this and to say, why does government do it so differently than private companies? And private companies seem to be doing fairly well. I'm going to move to TPPF real quickly. I echo the chairman's points about a well put together proposal. Did y'all rank who has the highest water rates on your chart on page 4?
Talking about individual water rates?
Yeah, like who has the highest rates? Like if I look at Austin, they seem to do the highest, what TML would call is GFTs at 54.8 million. Like, do they have some of the highest rates in the state, or do we know that? Is that something we need to work on?
We didn't dig into that level of individual rates by cities, but we
Okay.
could certainly look into that.
So on your chart, last night I was kind of working on that, and I was wondering on a couple of definitions, just so, and again, this is great information to have, making sure that we understand, if I can find this in here. Here we go. Apparent water loss, okay, which is just, is that leaks? I want to make sure that.
No, that would be physical, that would be real water loss. Apparent water loss is water that goes into the system. The cities have obtained the water, they've treated it, they're delivering it, but somehow they, through billing inefficiencies or maybe meter inaccuracies, they don't recover the cost from the customers. So it's basically a,
What happens with that? I mean, just.
could be poor metering, it could be
Okay.
other inefficiencies. There's a whole lot of reasons that could account for that.
I didn't see in your presentation kind of a definition of that, but I was trying to line up your definition. So get that to our office. I mean, some of the things that y'all think that could lead to. And then obviously real water loss is leaks, things like that, right? And so when you look at these transfers, my other question would be is, were y'all able to see, and Mr. Ramirez, good to see you again, 2 Sugar Land people up here, good to see y'all. Has anybody looked at these GFTs accelerating in recent years? And can you answer that?
Yeah, so we asked that question in our survey to the sample of 22 cities. These do not, we haven't seen that they have been increasing over the years. That, again, they're done by financial management policy statements and different city ordinances and charters. So they remain relatively flat.
I'm going to agree with you, but I want to see that with my own eyes, because since 2019 was when SB2 passed, and it took the cap from 8% to 3.5% in our cities on property taxes. And what we've seen in some other areas is now we have things called, what are they called? Impact fees. Impact fees. Wow. just to get to build on a piece of property, your convenience store, you get to pay $250,000 or some crazy number like that for the right to build on your own land. I mean, like, these are brand new, okay? And they're popping up everywhere, and I know there's consulting firms that consult to do this. And when I say this, this is real money. It's not like a little tap fee of $4,000 or $5,000. I mean, we're talking 6-digit numbers, deal busters out there. I mean, deal busters for the common, everyday small business owner, right? So what I think that we potentially have done with our 3.5% revenue cap is, which is kind of out in the public and everybody gets their property tax bill and you can see it, is we've gone to more opaque ways of funding government, which nobody can have anger and angst at, which includes these GFTs, which goes to Senator Blanco's point of negotiating. And I really want to challenge all of us to look at that, like general obligation bonds. How much have they gone up in recent years and why? And as we move forward in that, again, I'm all for it. I voted for SB 2. I'm all for taxing people less. But what I fear is that we've gone to a more opaque way of taxing the general public, the people. I mean, and again, municipally owned utility. Now, the definition of that, and Mr. Chairman, maybe you perhaps want to change that, is the people own the utility. And I hear there's boards and stuff, but really, when you look at a payment in lieu of taxes, Mr. Ramirez, I cannot go there. I mean, like, I cannot imagine that the taxpayer has bought that land, has bought that right. The taxpayer, that is an ABC company. The taxpayer bought that land. The taxpayer put the pipes in that right of way. The taxpayer put the wastewater pipes and the water pipes and whatever else. They own it. And now you're going to tax them again on property that they already bought and owned. Does anybody think that's right? I don't know. See me after the hearing and tell me how that's a good idea. Anybody?
Yeah, we'd love to sit down and talk to you how that works and the reason why
I know
goes
how
through.
it works, but I'm saying, is that right, that the taxpayer is taxed all the time, all the way down the line? Now, to Sugar Land, I think, I agree. Maybe IT, the portion that you've got on IT, maybe your HR, you've got people out there. Okay, well, they're city employees. They're not like you suggested, one of you suggested that, we'd have to create this whole new entity. I think when the taxpayer writes their check, most of us on January 31st, or it comes in your mortgage payment and you're, paying monthly, that you assume that all of that's happening. And so what I want us to really work toward is making sure what Senator Blanco said is, how transparent is this? Do the general public understand, okay, I'm being taxed on land that I actually already own, but like I'm paying myself? Like it does not, and I get what you're saying there, in that you'd be happy to explain it to me.
Sure.
But I just think that to the point, there's a breaking point, like Senator Perry says. You're meeting them coming and going. And do we know where these transfer fees are going? And are they, like, to the city of Sugar Land? I read your letter, appreciate your points. But if I look at Austin, I hate to be picking on Austin, but $58 million being transferred, I don't know if they can, use accounting principles to justify that. So to TPPF's point is, wow, we're leaking money, we're leaking water, and we're leaking money, and we're not reinvesting in the infrastructure that this committee has worked so hard on. So anybody want to speak to that?
I'll take a stab at it. So you're absolutely right, and in interest of time, I won't go into. We have specific projects dedicated to both real and apparent loss going on, in addition to our asset management just as a whole. What I can tell you is that, first of all, from a taxing perspective, The utility gets zero tax dollars to maintain that. Our utility is wholly funded by the fees that we charge. We do not use any tax dollars to maintain water lines, water plants, sewer plants. It's all built into the fee. So you pay your water bill, that's the money that we use. We do not take tax dollars away.
So to clarify,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you can do general fund transfer, you go into that, but nothing from the general fund ever goes to turn on the tap water.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly correct.
So there's not a
Yes.
two-way street here.
No, there's not. And what I would say to
And I'm not sure the general public always, I'm right, you write your property, fire, all that stuff we expect, turn on the tap, it should be there.
It is all municipally owned, like you said, but the maintenance and operations, as well as the debt for large capital improvements, are all funded wholly by the fees charged in your water bill.
And one more follow-up to Senator Blanco's, the sophistication of negotiating. So you're really negotiating with yourself when you do all of that. And that was kind of one of y'all's point.
We are negotiating with ourselves, but there are checks and balances internally, right? I am focused on maintaining a system that provides water and wastewater to our customers, and I want that service to be the best possible service I can provide at the cost that we're able to charge through the fees. The general fund wants to be able to similarly provide us the best legal services and the best IT services. So it is a negotiation internally where we make sure that we are properly compensating them, and they make sure that they are properly recovering the cost. But to kind of build on that just a little bit, without a doubt, at least for Sugar Land, I'll speak to Sugar Land specifically, if the revenue we made this year from our water fees was the same as we make next year, but we're now responsible for our own IT and our own HR and all that, that is going to be more expensive for us on the utility side, and it's going to lead to either a reduction in service because I'm now responsible for all these new tasks, or an increase in the utility fees as a whole. This transfer is not getting in the way of us maintaining our assets. It's actually very much enhancing our ability to maintain our assets.
So to Mr. French, is it Dr. French or is it just Mr. French?
Just a mister.
Chairman Perry asked if there was 1 year of, and I want to make sure, I'm not sure I understood what you said, or heard it correctly. He was talking about mitigation and 1 year, what was that statement?
I think we were looking at the amount of money that was lost through either
Walk
leaks.
me, is that page 4 of your presentation?
I believe so. It was a
Page
chart.
4. And so
7
that-
out of the 10 could cover their cost of mitigation planning that they have turned into the water plan with 1 year's of GT,
Right,
one
these-
year's transfers. You could fix your problem if you didn't transfer it one time to the GR. You could fix it. Now, arguably, there's components of that transfer that needs to be in the GR. But if you put a plan together, you could put a 30-year, if you about debt, and say that transfer, we're going to break it down into 30-year segments, take out what is absolutely a true cost reimbursement, and fund the project, and you don't have to come to the board to use that money. It's already being there.
And
So
part of
that would be the column that says transfer to the general fund.
So I want to be clear because I think, I'm sorry, I'm going to interject real quick. It's important, I think. Senator Blanco and you both have kind of, here's the deal. To Rick's perspective, there are 3 or 4 statutory barriers or metrics you meet before you do a transfer, so to speak. And they're the minimum, right? They're the base. You got to get that covered. Anything above that is challengeable. Is that?
That is correct.
And so challengeable would be, let's just say my cost allocation, my payment in lieu of taxes, all that was $4 million. That's what I could verify. I've got debt service. Everything's covered at $4 million. But I moved $6 million to the GR. So it's the $2 million that is either supported with shared services or other things that is challengeable by the state, by the taxpayers. Here's what I want to remind people is 70% of city budgets and probably county budgets are public service, public responders and police officers.
Yeah.
So yeah, it went to the general fund, but it didn't go to buy ice cream.
Yeah. That's correct.
And so my point, I guess, is in the big picture, they are possibly funding GR activities with water fees, possibly. And you can argue cost allocations and all that all day long. But it went to a service that we expect from city and county. So I mean, that's the dilemma, right? They didn't waste it.
We hope. We
think,
I mean,
and we're getting data. I'm getting that data for this property tax conversation from the cities and the counties. I'm getting all of their budgets. And I don't even have to look at them to tell you that probably 65 to 70% of both city and county is either going to be related to fire, police, and jail. And then the remaining 30 is fixing roads and garbage. It's going to be there. I don't even have to see it, but I want something to verify. So my point is, yes, it's a transfer. It's not transparent. And yes, we're cheating water infrastructure, I think. But it's the excess above the maintenance that we're arguing about, if you will, not arguing, that we're concerned about is not being spent for what? Because I'm looking at the water side. I know where we're at. We're at $500 billion if you take grid, water, roads, and then throw in some IT infrastructure to meet workforce needs as a state.
Well, and I think, Mr. Chairman, and I know, Mr. Ramirez, we didn't get this till this morning, so that would have maybe lightened up some of my...
I had sent that over last week, but it didn't get to you. I'm sorry about that.
I didn't. I keep asking everybody, did we see this before this morning? So I'll be studying that. But I think what the point is, Mr. Chairman, is that when you look at these transfers, and I don't know if we should give, should I call Mayor Whitmire today and give him a gold star, because that says zero.
I question that.
Okay, I question.
I love Mayor Whitmire, but that number one, the water loss piece of that doesn't add up with the math that I was given.
I question that too. I had a good chuckle yesterday when I was reading through this. But the other point, and I love how the 60 to 70%. I know that there's waste in every budget. Okay, I mean, I looked at one budget and they have, I don't know how much money they're spending on art for City Hall and things like that. That does happen. Okay, so we're talking about cutting, especially in the larger cities, but making sure that the transfer that maybe is not where you're looking at, and I think somebody referenced the Government Finance Officers Association principles, the GFOA kind of principles. Maybe if it's beyond that, your point being, let's invest it in water infrastructure. And what I have to say is, as we look through all of this, there's not much more that the taxpayer can burden out there. Okay, I mean, guys. In some of my rural water supplies, which is a totally different issue, and they come to me and tell me, well, we don't have the backing of a city like MOUs. We're focusing on MOUs today, but everyone is suffering out there, and they want to know at the end of the day where all their money is going for the government services. So whether it's the bidding process so that our projects are lower, more efficient, sharpening their pencils, which I don't think government policy makes. I think they sharpen their pencil for the private sector. They're going to be sharpening their pencil for Terrafab. They're going to be sharpening their pencil for these big projects, but they don't sharpen them. I don't think the pencil sharpener's as sharp there. I don't even want to hear it, Mr. Fowler. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it because I've been in this building a long time. Yeah. So having said that is, I'm here for the common person that's trying to live their life. And Senator Perry and I have been in the Senate together for a long time, and he is very worried about the future of these infrastructure projects and whether they come from the state government or some fee or the taxpayer. It's all from the taxpayer. I don't care, whether it's opaque or transparent. And I think as it becomes more transparent, then people can sit up, say, hey, I don't agree with you, Mayor. I don't agree with you, City Councilman. We're going to replace you, and we're going to replace the people that are working in City Hall or working in state government or one of us up here because we can't pay any more for it. And that's kind of the bottom line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. French, I want to see if I understand this correctly. On your page 4, because I heard the testimony. You said 7 out of the 10 could pay from, let's say column 4 is the transfers, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if I look at column 4 and then I look at the last column, the cost of mitigation, if the column 4 is bigger than the cost of mitigation, that's being able to pay their transfer?
Correct. In a
So
1 year.
I just went down and I could only find 3 where column 4 was bigger than the cost of mitigation.
Some of them were close, like, for example, Dallas was close, for example.
Correct.
I used the word about, I believe.
I see. Okay, so that would make us 4. All right. So I was just wanting to get to that. Members, the other thing I was going to say for TML and for the gentleman from Sugar Land, on your apparent water loss, as I go through and I did a little bit of research, customer meter is some of the largest key factors: customer meter inaccuracies, unauthorized consumption theft, data handling or billing errors, unbilled authorized consumption, which could be fire hydrant flushing, firefighting, street cleaning, different things, or system calibration issues. Y'all need to get that under control. Y'all need to figure out exactly what it is that's leading to this apparent water loss, because this conversation reminds me, I'm not going to even say the date. Long time ago, city council, having a similar conversation about, and you kicked it off, you called it enterprise funds. So you have a process at the city that actually generates money. And so like trash pickup was the one we're having the debate over. And so some people are saying we should have it all be private sector. I said, all right, perfect. Let's do a comparison. Let's do exact same size, apples to apples, private sector, public sector, have a competition, city crews versus private sector, and see what happens. So it ended up being that the city crews got it done, higher satisfaction rates, cheaper, and still gave money back to the citizens than the private. So my point is that y'all need to go back and look at, y'all should know exactly who's paying how much for water, especially TML. You should know that every city, whether they're MOU or they're investor-owned utilities, how much is the city paying for water, like we do at electrics. We know what the electric rates are, and so you need to know so that you can compare. You can say, like we do with electric utilities, El Paso and San Antonio have the lowest rates. Why? Because they're municipally owned utilities. Lowest rates in the state. Okay. At the end of the day, add on what else do you guys do? In San Antonio, municipally owned utility, they help people replace their toilets to low flow for free. You need a low flow water toilet and you can't afford it? Here you go. Shower heads, things. So over the last 40 or 50 years, we've been per capita one of the lowest water consumption cities in the nation because we couldn't afford to pay more. We're kind of a poor city. So the other thing we did is we did tiered rate structures. So going to your working poor, single fixed income senior citizen, you only use exactly this amount, you pay a lower rate. You've got a humongous pool and a 5-acre tract of land and you want to make sure your grass is pretty and green in a drought condition and you don't care, like we have a lot of users, you pay a higher rate because you don't care. You want everything to be green. Y'all need to get on top of this and make sure that when we have these debates, you can explain exactly what's going on. We need to be able to have answers to this because at the end of the day, we all represent, each of us, 1 million constituents. And we've got to answer why rates are getting higher, why things are going on, and why we're losing water. Because I do agree with the chairman and everybody up here, we have to get a control of this real water loss. That is inexcusable, especially as we move forward, because if we can't have the water we need to grow, we're not going to grow as a state. So I hope that you guys can help us get this together. I hope this is a wake-up call for real session, because when session comes around, we're going to have a real serious conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any others? I'm going to sum it up. Oh, you're down there. I didn't see your light for a whole time. You've been awfully quiet.
Yeah, I know. My turn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. French, just looking at your spreadsheet here, you've done a good job here looking at costs, water loss. Has there been a study on our larger volume industrial users to see, water loss with regard to them and how, we could potentially help in ways of mitigating that water loss for our larger volume users while still balancing, what is trying to be achieved through, job creation and, economic prosperity. Has anything like that been studied specifically?
Well, we did not study industrial users for this particularly, but I've got to believe that there are, most of these large industrial firms will have water conservation plans and are definitely tracking it because it represents a financial burden to them if they're losing water as well. So I'm sure there are studies out there that individual companies and industrial firms have done. I didn't have that as part of this presentation. But,
So that's not reflective in these.
Correct.
Okay. And I've heard, and obviously I haven't verified this yet, but you're talking about some of these can have several hundred steam leaks, and each leak potentially could cost anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. But you add up in several of these hundred leaks, it could yield real significant savings for areas that are prone to drought, like our area in Corpus Christi. That could estimates anywhere from 2 to 3 million gallons a day potentially on those. If those were to have some sort of fixes, I wonder if that's worth us looking into from the state to say, hey, how can we help out in that way? Because that could save yield some real cost savings, and more importantly, even some real water.
Right. Well, there's plenty of room for improvement in terms of our real water loss. That's always going to be a battle, just aging conditions and climate and so forth. But I think we can do a better job of managing the real water loss. But we have to realize you're never going to get it down to zero. I mean, that's probably impossible.
Sure. And then I guess to a gentleman here from the city. And maybe TML also, with regard to Madam Chair's question about the rates, also in individual cities, though, is that correct, though, that I'd have to actually dive down because each city, potentially those rates, some of them have water supply, but then also wastewater involved in that same rate. So you kind of need to, if you're comparing rates per city, you would really need to identify each of those separately because some are joined. I'm just asking, is that true? Is that, I want to also get that straight.
I believe that's true, but I'll let
Yeah,
Brian.
so you're absolutely right. An apples to apples comparison, it's not only just the things they serve, but regionally, in Fort Bend County, we have subsidence districts, so we have large capital projects devoted to controlling subsidence that impact our rate differently than someone who doesn't. In certain parts of the state, there's predominantly groundwater versus surface water, which is much more expensive to treat. The water and wastewater technologies vary differently. So not only is it in some cities you'll see a water, wastewater, maybe some sort of regulatory portion of it, but even regionally the water supply itself can change how the water bill is calculated.
Right, what type of, if it has a higher TDS and needs a reverse osmosis or just it can be treated with chlorine or...
Surface water is more expensive to treat than groundwater.
Right.
In an area that only has surface water available, it stands to reason it's going to cost them more to treat that water. Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Senator Koch-Course.
Can I follow up on that? The subsidence district.
Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all have to tell me how that works?
The subsidence district as a whole. In the 80s, the Fort Bend subsidence district was formed primarily centered around measuring and trying to reduce subsidence in that area. As of today, 30% of our water has to come from what's called an alternative source, meaning historically it was all groundwater. We are required to provide alternative water in the form of wastewater reuse or surface water, or even conservation can count toward that. But all of our water can no longer come from groundwater, or else you have to pay a significant disincentive fee. So in 2013, we built a surface water treatment plant. Although our city was always served completely by groundwater, we now have a portion of our water coming from the Brazos River through Oyster Creek to offset groundwater withdrawals.
So how's the subsidence district paid?
We have to pay them a fee for water pumped out of the ground. There's a subsidence district fee.
And so that's a part of the rates that you charge
Correct.
citizens of Sugar Land. do the citizens themselves have to pay a fee to the subsidence district?
No, they are ratepayers to us. We manage and maintain that. But you do see it separately on your water bill. You know, you see the water, the wastewater, then you see the surface water fee, portion of the fee, because we have customers that don't take wastewater from us, for example, or aren't even on the utilities who are part of our overall conversion plan that have to pay that. So surface water fees collected for surface water can't be used to maintain sewer plants or water plants. They can only be used for maintaining surface water related assets.
And also, and just because I'm from Sugar Land, also Sugar Land, they overconvert on behalf of well owners that are surrounding the city of Sugar Land. So those well owners, instead of having to do their own surface water treatment plants or anything like that, the city of Sugar Land overconverts on their behalf so that they can continue pumping out of the ground. And so they are charged it's called a GRP fee, a groundwater reduction program fee. They are charged that as well outside of the city.
Correct.
So if I get a monthly bill from the city of Sugar Land, and I represent the city of Sugar Land, not wholly, but mostly, is that bill going to break out all of these different
Yes, it does.
charges?
Yes, it does. Our on your water bill for the city of Sugar Land, you will see what you paid. There's actually two water lines. One's a base fee and one's a volumetric fee. So you pay a base fee plus some amount based off the volume you use. On the wastewater side, you see your wastewater fee. You see your surface water fee. You also see your stormwater fee and your solid waste, your trash. All that.
And can all of those fees be transferred to the general fund at some portion?
All of the enterprise funds within the city, which includes water and wastewater, solid waste, like I said, our 4A, 4B corporations, our airport, any enterprise fund that's receiving services from the general fund is included in our calculation at the same ratios. They're all using the same ratios.
So that was a big answer to say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just making things pretty simple on this Monday. To Mr. French, when y'all looked at, I want to make sure that, we've referenced page 4 a lot, but there's a lot of other good pages in here. On page 4, did y'all consider the subsidence fee, all those different fees, like the complication of a Sugar Land? You don't have Sugar Land in this chart, but did y'all look at all those different things? I know San Antonio SAW's very complicated system. Did y'all include all of that?
As best we could. Sometimes it was challenging to figure out exactly what those general transfer fees were. Sometimes it was clearly labeled. Other times you had several categories to look at. So it kind of depended on what utility you're looking at.
And then last question is, on this page, which would be page 6, the annual drain, I want to make sure what that means versus the Texas Water Fund annual.
So that was just looking at a 1 year. Basically, that number for the annual drain is looking at those 3 different components, which is the real water loss, apparent water loss, and general fee transfers, that on page 4 are added up to $355 million.
Okay.
That, just kind of for clarity, it's just a graph showing how that money on an annual basis compares to what will in the future be, in the near future, the $1 billion that is going to be transferred from the general sales tax into the Texas Water Fund. So just to illustrate that it's a fairly significant component.
Yeah,
Relatively
a
speaking.
third,
Yeah.
for sure. And the other thing on that, there was one page I wanted to make sure was an annual number. Are all of these numbers annual? I've got
They should be pretty much all annual numbers.
like page 4 is. My question last night was, is this an annual number? That is an annual
Yes.
number, so we can base off of that.
Correct.
Thank you for those follow-ups. Good job.
Thank you. So I'm going to summarize, members, what we kind of heard today. We have 90% of municipals with an actual plan, capital budget, if you will. 10% don't plan at all. 57% are telling that they have enough funding, they think. And those are comprehensive plans, I would assume, 30-year looks, 40-year looks. The other 43% knows that they don't have the money. I I would question that probably 10% without a plan is a large part of the 40 some odd percent that doesn't know. But I say all that to say is I think the 57% that says they have enough money, that's probably unfortunately a misnomer. I mean, I think they have a good idea based on today's cost and what they need to do. But the political climate we're in today, and I'm not picking on Corpus at all. Just have a mayor or a council come to their citizens and say, we need to fund $5 more a month for the next 20 years so that you have water 20 years from now. If you took a shower today, somebody 30 years ago committed to making sure water was in that pipe today. And that's the reality. So we can either discount it's this or that, it's all of it. I think Senator Colcourse, Madam Chair, said it best. It's kind of everything all in. We've got to look at what we're doing and how we do business again. If I had the wealth of an Elon Musk, I'd come up with an ulterior material that can do better for cheaper tomorrow. I know we say that that's not really the huge driver. It is. Concrete's 3 times what it was 5 years ago, and it wears out. And I think that we have composite material along today that's longer term and probably cheaper to install because it's not as heavy. But I'm just saying we got to start looking at all of this, and we're big enough to do it, and we're smart enough to do it. And then we got to change the way we think. And then we've just got to, as a city, get back to the basics. And I know that 90% of your budget probably reflects basics. But, and I'm not picking on dog parks. Everybody that loves dogs, they're going to call me now. But I will tell you that if the city has options to do some of the fun stuff, and that's what I call quality of life fun stuff versus doing basics, they got to do basics. State's got to get back to doing basics. We do a lot of great stuff. But if we're really honest, we do a lot of stuff above basics. And then we can get everything covered on the basic side and the jobs will come. So you only fix this, one, by reducing the cost or increasing the wage base. We have a lot of poor people that aren't going to be able to live in Texas much longer if we don't figure this out. And there needs to be a sense of urgency about it. Status quo's got to break. We can't keep doing this anymore. So I tell you, I was expecting something great from this panel, and I got great. You guys did a good job today lining up, and I don't want anybody to leave here feeling beat up. I don't think any of you were. But our taxpayers are not going to tolerate it anymore. We're seeing it play out every council. And they haven't even really been honest with what the need really is. So we got to figure out how to address it better, cheaper, faster. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank the City of Sugar Land for coming today. You weren't on this chart, so I don't know how you got picked.
They were best of class,
But-
honestly.
Yeah. So, and you know, when I read those reports, I really appreciate it. And Mr. Ramirez, you know, of the 22 cities y'all surveyed, do you think that how many cities we have in Texas? Do you know?
There's around 1,200 cities. Above 50,000, there's about 65, 70s around there.
So is that a big enough sample? If I was looking at a polling number, I mean, it's plus or minus 3%.
We acknowledge that in my testimony. It's not it's a sample. It's not to be definitive or anything like that. We're continuing to gather data, and we can share it with the committee as we continue to gather data.
Yeah, and again, some of our policies have created the ability, the need for cities to run out and kind of get money in different ways. I think impact fees have got to be looked at in this next session. Those are hidden fees. The hidden fees are prevent the general public from really petitioning their government because they don't even know what's happening to them. And I think as much as building out the infrastructure, I think if you're just honest with the general public, and I know TPPF did their best shot to say, hey, this is going on. Thank you for, I think they are the gold standard, the City of Sugar Land. But we have to figure out that the general public understands that nothing's for free and they're being met coming, going. We need to work on the costs as well as, both sides of the ledger to the CPA in the room. Both sides of the ledger.
Well, I just say, when I started in 11, it was about efficient government, and we thought government had too much money, and I think arguably I could make the call either way, but we've kind of moved to a no-cost government, and there's no such animal. Thank you guys for being here. Chair calls up Safeguarding the Texas Livestock Industry, Dr. Philip Kaufman, Dr. David Yoskowitz, Dr. Louis Bud Dingus, and Dr. T.R. Langsford and Dudley Hoskins. Examine the state's preparedness and response to strategies regarding the new World Screwworm, NWS. Evaluate the effectiveness of current surveillance, monitoring, and control efforts by the Texas Animal Commission and partner agencies to prevent reintroduction of NWS into Texas. Make recommendations to strengthen biosecurity protocols, improve coordination with federal and international partners, and ensure the long-term protection of Texas livestock industry and wildlife. I'm gonna set the stage real quick, members. Screwworm was once, quote, eradicated, and as always, it's human nature, we find other things to go fund and not taken care of, and then it came back. I can name boll weevil. I can't tell you how many conversations I have about boll weevil eradication in Texas. Every other session or two, it pops up, usually with a new member. Why are we doing that? It's because if we don't do that and we have one good hurricane, we have boll weevils again. So that's why we continue to do it. So this is not going to be a one-off, but we are seeing the results of letting our guard down, I think. So with that, I'm going to start over here to my left and come across. You take us up to 6 minutes. We didn't limit you, but if you need more than that, we'll move forward. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Is that better? Okay. Thank you, Chairman Perry, Vice Chairman Sparks, members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear before you today and provide an overview on the U.S. Department of Agriculture's, USDA, our work to accelerate our domestic readiness and modernize our new World Screwworm response capabilities. I also just want to take a personal point of privilege here and thank the chairman and the committee staff, Jana and Andrew. Appreciate the flexibility and just the accommodation today with some of the sequencing and logistics. So thank you for that. I'm Dudley Hoskins. I serve as the Undersecretary for the Marketing and Regulatory Programs at USDA. And I'm always grateful when I get to be back here in my home state of Texas. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of a joint House hearing on screwworm last December. And I can tell you, the only person I fear receiving questions about screwworm more than Secretary Rollins is her mother, Representative Helen Kerwin from the Fighting 58. So, in my current capacity, I oversee the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, commonly referred to as APHIS. APHIS has been leading the federal response on screwworm for the last 2+ years. And I'm joined here today by Rear Admiral Michael Schmoyer, who Secretary Rollins selected to stand up and lead the APHIS New World Screwworm Directorate in August 2025. So, Admiral Schmoyer, just so you know, he hadn't slept in 2 years, and we're grateful for that. Under Secretary Rollins' leadership, USDA, APHIS, Admiral Schmoyer, and the Directorate have been working 24/7 and coordinating with our interagency partners to bring a whole-of-government approach to leverage every available resource, subject matter expert, and state, industry, academia partners, several of those are my fellow panelists here today, to help modernize our toolbox and expedite our preparedness and response efforts. Why are we doing this? As you all know, the New World Screwworm is a parasitic fly that can have devastating impacts on its host if it's not identified and treated in a timely manner. When the screwworm larvae burrow into the flesh of a living animal, they can cause serious, and if not treated, often deadly damage to its host. The screwworm can infest any warm-blooded animal, livestock, pests, wildlife, occasionally birds, and in rare cases people. While we are working around the clock to keep this parasitic pest from our borders, I also want to be clear about what the screwworm is not. The screwworm is not contagious. It does not spread directly from animals to people or from person to person, and the screwworm does not pose a food safety risk. It only spreads when the fly lays its eggs in a wound. It does not transmit through meat, poultry, or dairy products. And you'll hear me talk a little bit here about the screwworm.gov website. That is our whole of government resource. That is the information that we stand behind that is verifiable, and would point anybody to that page to learn more from the Food Safety Inspection Service on the food safety assessment and protocols that would go into place if this were ever a question. Screwworm is, however, a serious concern for USDA, our state partners, and our livestock producers because of the damage and disruption it would cause to the U.S. livestock industry if not quickly identified and treated if it ever does come back to the U.S. This is why Secretary Rollins developed and activated USDA's 5-pronged plan to detect, control, and combat New World Screwworm. And every single day, USDA and APHIS, we use this plan as our guide for our actions in defending the U.S. against the screwworm. When Mexico reported confirmed cases in Chiapas in November 2024, nearly every predictive model that we were aware of at the time indicated the screwworm would likely reach the United States within a matter of months. And most of them projected the arrival by fall 2025 as almost unavoidable. Obviously, today, sitting here, that has not yet occurred. The fact that those predictive models did not come true is a credit to Secretary Rollins, USDA, our interagency partners across the federal government, our state partners here with the Texas Animal Health Commission and Texas Parks and Wildlife, our industry partners across the board, and the targeted science-based actions USDA has implemented to refine our sterile insect fly release strategies. The fact that those predictive models have not yet come to fruition does not mean we are patting ourselves on the back or taking our foot off the gas in any way, shape, or form. We are clear-eyed on the multitude of pathways and transmission risks the fly can move on. That is why we are also hyper-focused on our collaboration and engagement with our counterparts in Seneca, that's the APHIS equivalent in Mexico, to help strengthen their animal health infrastructure, improve their detection and response capabilities, support their efforts in enhancing surveillance, trapping, data collection, movement controls. All of those are incredibly essential to mitigating the movement of the fly. In short, we've been fighting this threat at its source. USDA's sustained engagement has delayed the pest northward movement for longer than the projections suggested was possible. And our efforts gave us something critical, which is time. Time to bolster our preparedness, strengthen our response capabilities, and today we are in a far stronger position than we were a year ago. We're better prepared, we've developed plans, we have strategies, and we know how to eradicate the screwworm should it ever come to the U.S. again. We've worked closely with our state partners to deploy specific screwworm traps in every single border state, including 8 different counties in Texas. We have over 8,000 general insect traps that are capable of not just fruit fly, but screwworm as well. We've sampled over 55,000 different flies that we've sent to our National Veterinary Services laboratory and confirmed they are not New World Screwworm. We're conducting wildlife management every single day. We've inspected over 18,000 different individual animals across 89 different species in high-risk border states, and we've distributed more than 600 sampling kits to field staff and partner agencies. Since November 2025, the APHIS Cattle Fever Tick Eradication Program has inspected about 900 deer, nilgai, and other wild and feral animals for screwworm. Secretary Rollins has prioritized the hiring and onboarding of additional mounted patrol inspectors that will serve along the Texas border. And I can tell you from my personal observations, she is a huge fan of the tick riders and what they do. We connect weekly with our Texas Screwworm Coalition partners, including Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association, Texas Farm Bureau, Livestock Marketing Association of Texas, Texas Wildlife Association, and candidly, if I tried to name the whole list, we'd be here for a lot longer. I know I'm already over time. But in addition to that coalition call, we talk regularly with our partners, Dr. Bud Dinges and Dr. T.R. Lansford, who have been indispensable partners with us every step of the way, as well as our partners at the Texas Parks and Wildlife. And we're grateful for everybody and everybody's engagement on this panel. In addition to our partners here in the state, we also want to recognize Governor Abbott's leadership and his decisive declaration to prioritize New World Screwworm preparedness and response activities here in Texas. We also convene monthly briefing calls with all states, tribes, interested stakeholders, and we conduct a monthly briefing call for Congress and their staff. Ultimately, education outreach is one of the most important tools we have. The only thing worse than no information is misinformation, and we want to be a resource to all our partners involved. That's why we've launched a whole-of-government website, screwworm.gov. It contains resources, obviously from USDA, but also EPA, the Food and Drug Administration, Department of Interior, Department of Homeland Security, the list goes on. We encourage everybody to use that as a resource if you have questions about data, reporting, information, tools, or just general questions that you want to submit for consideration. It also has a map of the most recent detections within 400 miles of the U.S.-Mexican border and a list of FDA's emergency use authorizations for screwworm preventives and treatments. When it comes to taking the fight to the screwworm, we continue to utilize the proven, scientifically validated tools such as sterile insect techniques. We're producing about 100 million sterile flies a week at our COPEG facility in Panama. And I just want to note, I was there about 3 weeks ago, and our team in Panama, both the USDA team, the Panamanian Ministry of Agriculture, and our COPEG colleagues, under the leadership of Christina Lowe's, they are going 24/7, and they are producing 100 million sterile flies a week, and they're doing it, and it's just remarkable, and we're grateful to them. But the bottom line is we need more flies. That's why on March 9th, Secretary Rollins, in partnership with the Army Corps, announced a new contract with Mortensen Construction to build a new sterile fly production facility here at Moore Air Base in Texas. We've expedited the permitting of that project. We've cut about 4 or 5 years off of what would normally be a government project at that facility. And as of right now, we're expecting 100 million sterile flies to come out of that facility by November 2027, with up to 300 million total by the end of 2028. We're doing that while we're also helping Mexico retrofit their facility in Matapa, the construction should be completed later this summer. Once the construction is completed, we'll build the brood, and Mexico's reported we should have about 100 million sterile flies coming out of that facility by the end of the year. I mention all this because the sum total of those facilities and that sterile fly production will give us about 500 sterile flies per week, which is the number we needed in 1966 when we declared ourselves free of screwworm. There's a lot more to talk about. I want to recognize I'm way over time. I apologize for that. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, the committee, for your time, your interest in this, and most importantly, our partnership here in Texas.
David.
Chairman Perry, committee members, for the record, my name is David Yoskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. We appreciate the legislature's past support and assistance of our agency in being able to come today to speak with you about New World Screwworm efforts within the department and with our partners. The department continues to work with the Texas Animal Health Commission, the United States Department of Agriculture, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to refine our response to a potential New World Screwworm infestation in Texas. This includes weekly calls with Animal Health Commission leadership to discuss New World Screwworm updates and to make sure our agencies are staying coordinated with each other on the issues of joint response. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Department stands ready to respond to New World Screwworm should it arrive in Texas. The department's communication team has weekly coordination calls with Animal Health Communications team to build consistent messaging between the two agencies. Parks and Wildlife communication staff also take part in the state agency communication calls and industry group communication calls hosted by Animal Health Commission. The department has also recently met with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and leadership from Arizona and New Mexico state wildlife agencies to discuss state readiness and response plans. These are opportunities to share information on each other's response plans and best practices, strengthening all of our responses to potential New World Screwworm infestations. As we prepare for a potential New World Screwworm on Texas, it's important that we continue our outreach and communication to stakeholders. So far in 2026, our team has sent e-newsletters to 1.3 million subscribers, provided press release to the public, and maintains a social media presence with posts and videos educating the public on New World Screwworm. Our staff continues to provide outreach and presentation to landowners and stakeholder groups where and when requested. On January 9th, the staff hosted a New World Screwworm response update webinar for wildlife-centric stakeholders, and we supported a New World Screwworm Task Force for Zoos meeting on January 20th. A bilingual New World Screwworm workshop in South Texas on February 28th, and a webinar with wildlife rehabbers in March 30th of this year. We are in the process of finalizing a video that provides guidance on how to inspect harvested game for New World Screwworm. We're also completing guidance documents regarding New World Screwworm safety in state parks and hunter landowner guidance on wildlife carcass management and disposal. In March, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission amended rules governing the authorization of take of native wildlife. The changes broaden the scope of authorization to encompass a variety of wildlife health and disease-related reasons for out-of-season take, such as New World Screwworm. The adopted changes allow for the necessary flexibility to address different disease-related issues where take by landowner is necessary. If New World Screwworm enters Texas, the department will provide personnel to serve in incident command positions and unified command with the Texas Animal Health Commission and USDA as part of emergency response. Parks and Wildlife staff will coordinate wildlife surveillance efforts, including working with landowners to organize active wildlife surveillance on the properties and inspection of hunter-harvested and road-killed wildlife. And as necessary, we will also engage on the inspection of wildlife handled as part of routine agency duties and reports from wildlife rehabbers, private practice veterinarians, law enforcement, game processors, and the public. The department will enforce live animal movement requirements that apply to native wildlife, with inspections and treatment required prior to movement of animals within and from infestation zones. We will communicate directly with affected producers and permit holders impacted to make sure they are aware of these requirements. Additionally, we will monitor wildlife populations in areas affected by New World Screwworm and collaborate with local landowners to manage these populations appropriately. Texas Parks and Wildlife is prepared to respond to infestations with current resources for a limited period. However, a long-term, sustained agency response to combat a multi-area infestation will require additional resources. These resources would reduce the challenges associated with long-term deployments and enhance our capacity to respond effectively, minimizing impacts on landowners, permittees, and the public. Resources needs include temporary field and support personnel, as well as vehicles, equipment, supplies, and operating funds to sustain effective long-term engagement. The department will continue to work with our state and federal agencies in Texas in response to this New World Screwworm infestation should it arrive. We will also continue to be a resource for information transfer to landowners, ranch managers, and hunters in the state. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Philip Kaufman. I'm a professor and the department head for the Department of Entomology at Texas A&M University. I also serve as the chair of the Texas A&M AgriLife Task Force on New World Screwworm. I commend the committee for the panel that they brought together. All of us have worked closely together since this fly moving into Mexico became what we now see as more and more advancing. And I'd like to share some slides that I think may drive home the point of what all of this is about with the committee. Let's see. There we go. All right, so just a bit of background. It goes back to the boll weevil. It's a very different pest
in that boll weevil has a native population that exists in northern Mexico that allows reinfestation of South Texas. On the other hand, New World Screwworm is also a native pest to the Americas. It was here when the conquistadors arrived. It had been here for many millions of years before then, and we had taken advantage of some scientific discoveries to eradicate this very terrible pest from North America and Central America. And through some challenges that had happened, it escaped the quarantine area that we had it in eastern Panama and has come back with a vengeance. The maps I put up here are taken from either USDA or Seneca websites, but essentially the fly escaped quarantine in 2022 and rapidly recolonized all of the Central American countries, crossing into Mexico in November of 2024, when our efforts very much picked up, although we were aware of this happening earlier than that. Some more recent events: after it crossed into Chiapas, the fly rapidly colonized 4 other states in southern Mexico, and from there progressed further northward. In about a year ago, it moved into Veracruz and Oaxaca states, and at that time, predictions were that this fly was going to rapidly move north. It's important to understand that this fly it's not the monarch butterfly that is on a migration every year trying to get further and further north. This fly moves because humans load animals onto trailers or vehicles and drive them many hundreds of miles. That's why we traditionally had this fly get into the Midwestern states, the Great Plains states, was humans moved animals to those areas during the summertime. The fly does very well in the summer conditions, but in essence, this is a tropical fly that makes incursions into temperate areas. Unfortunately, southern part of Texas is considered semi-tropical, and so it can survive in southern Texas even during our winters. When the fly crossed into Chiapas, the distance that it moved across Central America, it took it about 2 years. When we did the eradication program with 500 to 700 million flies per week, it took us 17 years to eradicate that pest in that distance. And that was with more flies than we're currently projected to have, although we're grateful for every single fly that APHIS is able to produce. We simply currently don't have enough flies. But we are in this battle for, my prediction is, decades. It is going to take time in order to return this fly to the quarantine, but I'm optimistic in that we do have technologies available to us now that we may well choose to finally eradicate this fly altogether. You've seen the timeline up above. There was opportunities when the U.S. border was closed to Mexican cattle moving in at the risk of bringing infested flies either into the U.S. or creating a situation where there was a vacuum of cattle in northern Mexico that would have created the economic incentive for southern Mexican cattle that perhaps were infested to move into northern Mexico. This gives you an idea of the number of cases that appeared in Central America. Within a 2-year period, Central America has experienced over 50,000 cases. I have not seen any updated numbers because, quite frankly, I think Central America is done counting, but that's my personal opinion. And you can see that beef cattle, followed by dogs, are the number 1 and number 2 most frequently encountered animals with screwworm infestations. Part of that is probably a sampling bias in that cattle are high value, canines live very closely with humans, and so you're likely to see infestations on those animals, but they are very heavily parasitized by this fly. All right, this is a picture from the Seneca website I took off of yesterday. And what you're seeing are the red dots are the current infestations with the numbers of infestations in those areas.
And you can see there are some red dots that are getting fairly close to Texas. In looking at this, these are where USDA APHIS is doing a great job because, quite frankly, if they had not implemented the efforts that they've currently done, those red dots would be sitting on or across our border at this point. This is an image from the screwworm.gov website that the Undersecretary mentioned. And just to point out, that shaded teal green area is where the current sterile flies are being released. And that polygon is what they call it, is adjusted as necessary when new cases are found. And this is the most recent adjustment. And you can see that there are flies being released in southern Texas as a preventative. There are no New World screwworms. Wild New World screwworms have been found in Texas, and we hope to keep it that way for as long as we can. And it is through these efforts that really are keeping it down there. Now we're going to talk in a little bit about sterile insect technique. This is how it's released. So some of you may remember screwworm releases when you were a child perhaps, and the boxes were cast out of the airplanes. Those boxes contained pupae at the time with little holes in them. The flies would emerge inside the box and crawl out. We've advanced technology here, and now the flies are sterilized in Panama. They're flown up to areas that are much closer to the release zone because once the fly is an adult, it's a very fragile organism, and we need to move it up as quickly as we can, let them emerge as adult flies, and then we load them in these silver boxes, chill the fly down, which kind of puts them to sleep, lets them last longer, put those into airplanes, fly grid patterns where they know where the cases are in the suitable habitat, and those augers auger the flies out. It's all computer controlled, very, very effective to get the flies at the right place at the right time in the right numbers. And they do this continuously. That's what those 110 million isn't 110 million that show up on Saturday. Every day they're producing flies, and those flies are distributed as they bring them up. It's a very complex system. The reason we care so much, besides that this is a nasty, nasty fly, probably one of the worst in the world, is that it has very serious problems for us in cost of production, animal health, all of the things you see listed here. It is predicted that it will cost the Texas economy, just with beef cattle, or just with cattle, $1.8 billion, and that does not account for the wildlife industry, particularly in South Texas, which is over a $10 billion industry in of itself. Right, so I am cautiously optimistic, and what we talk to producers constantly about, and AgriLife is in the education business, is to be proactive rather than reactive. Ranchers have management plans for hurricanes if you live in the coastal bend. If you're in the panhandle, you have wildfire emergency plans. Develop a screwworm emergency plan. What are you going to do if and when it shows up? You don't want to be Friday night, find an infestation, and Tractor Supply is closed and your veterinarian can't get access to pesticides. You want to know what you need to have on hand and be prepared for it when it shows up. We have some very good chemistries that are available now that were not available back in the 1960s and 70s when this pest was here. We have the ability to manage this pest, and what we are trying to do is manage the pest until APHIS has the flies available that we can finally suppress and get rid of this fly again. I put this into my talks because there are some graphic slides. I apologize for those, but this is a graphic pest. We manage it with IPM, Integrated Pest Management. We do as much to control the population without using pesticides as you can, and use the pesticides at the end to drive the pest out of your problem area. But again, this is not a management issue. This is an eradication issue. The goal is to get rid of this fly out of the United States. And we do that with several tactics that include the sterile insect technique. I do these presentations all over the state, and I'm commonly questioned by producers, why can't we use this product that we used to use when I was a kid? Well, there's some very good reasons, but almost every one of those products has been canceled by the EPA or the FDA.
Many of these products are registered before we had an EPA. Many of these products are things that needed to be removed from our animal systems. But we have many better products. We have the macrocyclic lactones. We have the isoxazoline products that are now gaining registrations by FDA, which has been and EPA, which have been very cooperative with us, and we meet with them on a regular basis. When we talk, I'd like to point out, we will survive and we are going to get rid of this fly again, but Brazil has never gotten rid of this fly, and Brazil is one of the largest beef producers in the world. And so when we talk with our colleagues from Latin America, if they tell us that if you manage your animals well, you have fewer screwworm problems. We take those messages and try and convert them into what our producers are able and willing to do. Right? When you find this fly, you treat it promptly. If you leave that animal with an infestation, it will die within 5 to 7 days, particularly if that infestation is in a sensitive area like the newborn calf navel area or dehorned areas, right? But we have other issues now that we didn't have 50, 60 years ago. We have a thriving wildlife population, particularly in South Texas. The white-tailed deer population in the 60s was probably at about 1.5 million or so. Across the state, we're over 6 million white-tailed deer now. We have huge numbers of feral hogs. We have all these exotics. All of those are hosts that will only amplify the number of flies in the environment, and all of those animals are next to impossible to capture and treat. And so they are going to be a source of fly populations that the livestock producers are going to be dealing with the impacts of. Right? We also can't just treat these wildlife and these exotics because they do not have pesticide registrations. Right? We fall under FDA and EPA, two very different federal agencies, and what a veterinarian is allowed to use off-label falls typically under FDA, whereas EPA is more strict in what can and can't be used. So we have to be very careful in what we allow producers or wildlife groups to use in consultation with these two federal agencies. I want to touch on sterile insect technique because there's some confusion about it. Sterile insect technique works because, in this case, it doesn't work in boll weevil because boll weevil mates more than one time, is that sterile insect technique works because the female fly will mate one and only one time. When she mates with a male, she stores the semen from that male and uses it throughout her lifetime to fertilize the eggs. If we can release enough male flies in the environment, and they're competitive with that wild female to mate with, once she mates with one of our sterile males, she is still alive, but she is reproductively dead. She'll lay eggs, but those eggs will never hatch. They're like the eggs you buy in the grocery store. When I was a kid, every once in a while you'd get a surprise. We don't get that anymore, right? They're all unfertilized eggs. This works because that female fly is out there. She'll never lay fertile eggs, and we decrease the number of offspring that those flies have. And by constantly releasing these sterile flies, you essentially drive that population into extinction. And that's why we have to have a continuous and large supply. Right now, the big issue is you have to release at a certain rate per, say, square mile. And if this outbreak gets big enough, we lose the ability to treat vast areas of, say, Texas with sterile flies. We just don't produce enough. And they have them wall to wall at the Copeg facility right now. There's just some pictures from Copeg. You can see the scale with which they're rearing these flies. It is fly production on an industrial scale. The bottom picture is of the release sites that they used in the Florida Keys, and I was a professor in Florida when that happened. This is done when you have more local infestations where the pupae are put in those green containers and they just emerge. You can't put them on the ground because we have the fire ant. Fire ants love fly pupae, and you'd just be feeding your fire ants. The fire ant may end up being a friend of ours in this battle. It wasn't here the last time we had screwworms. Not that anyone wants more fire ants. All right, so part of the thing I believe Animal Health Commission will talk about is we have to have cooperation from the clientele in Texas. We have to have people tell us if you have screwworms, because as soon as you tell us, APHIS will move in and they will start sterile fly releases in that area and hopefully crush that fly population very quickly. If we don't get told that, then that population gets bigger and these flies will move several miles, and then we end up with too large of a response in Texas and not enough flies to suppress that. I'll let the others talk about the response plan, and I know I'm well over time. And we do meet with our federal agencies to try and identify new pesticides. They are bringing new ones on constantly, and new ways of applying these products. We are anticipating several more before the end of the month, and hopefully we will be hand in hand with them in getting that information out. AgriLife has produced a great many public information documents. They're all available for free on our websites. We also have recorded some of our webinars that folks are can certainly watch. And again, tell us if you have cases. The Florida Keys outbreak happened because there were some individuals who were mandatory reporters who failed to report the initial screwworm infestations that were found in dogs on that key. And it was 3 to 4 months later, when the white-tailed deer shed the velvet on their antlers, that those flies that were in residence attacked them, and that blew up that population. And then we ended up dealing with it for many, many months, and it cost, in total with Florida and APHIS's contributions, it cost over $10 million to solve that on an island that's a third the size of Uvalde County. So where are our knowledge gaps? We have some challenges, right? This is a foreign animal disease pest. We cannot have it in this country without very strict regulations. We have largely done very little research on this pest in the last 50 years. ARS, which is the research arm of USDA, has a agreement with COPEG. They have one scientist down there at a time conducting research, and that, quite frankly, for a pest of this significance is insufficient. We need to have research spaces in this country where we can work with this pest, and we are absolutely grateful that the Secretary has authorized and funded the construction of the Mission plant in Moore Air Base. That is what we need right now in order to push this fly back. But we need to take the learning lesson. Florida was a wake-up call, and this is the response that we are dealing with now, is that we didn't pay enough attention to that. We need to put our efforts fully behind this. And I will say that as opposed to Florida in 2016, where it happened and we had to respond kind of on the fly, we have had time to prepare for this one. And the group in front of you have done everything in our power to bring this together. And we are as prepared as you can be for such an outbreak. And thank you for your time. And I'm happy to answer any questions when you're ready.
Dingus.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Perry, Vice Chairman Sparks, and members of the committee. My name is Bud Dingus. I'm the State Veterinarian and Executive Director of the Texas Animal Health Commission. The Texas Animal Health Commission has been monitoring the progression of New World screwworms through Central America, then Mexico, and advocating for federal monitoring and involvement since early 2024. In March 2024, Texas Animal Health Commission began developing plans, coordinating response, and training staff to respond to this threat. Active planning efforts for state response, including partnering with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, began shortly thereafter. We testified before this committee during the 89th legislative session about this potential threat. The 89th legislature funded the Texas Animal Health Commission's exceptional item request to procure additional equipment and personnel to increase surveillance capabilities for foreign pests, including New World screwworms, throughout Texas by establishing a TAHC ectoparasite field identification laboratory. When New World screwworms reached Mexico in November 2024, THC and TPWD began educating the public on this growing threat. THC and TPWD have continue to provide training and education for agency personnel, members of the public, veterinarians, and stakeholders. TAHC and Texas Parks and Wildlife, AgriLife Extension, and other valuable partners work together to compile and coordinate current accurate information on New World screwworms and steps Texans can take to be prepared on our websites, social media, and for physical locations. TAHC has participated in 294 speaking engagements addressing industry groups, local state government officials and groups, and the public to spread awareness of New World screwworms. Additionally, TAHC provided continuing education to the veterinary community on New World screwworms on the national, state, and local levels. Currently, we have staff setting up New World screwworm information booths in English and Spanish at livestock markets to reach that segment of the industry. On June 25th of 25, Governor Abbott formalized the Texas response by creation of the New World Screwworm Response Team, led by Texas Animal Health Commission and Texas Parks and Wildlife. The response team's intended purpose is to amplify New World screwworm preparedness in Texas and serve as a central hub for coordinating information, aligning strategies, and delivering resources to support prevention, detection, control, and eradication efforts. While formalization of efforts hadn't yet been announced, by the end of 2024, all TAHC livestock inspectors had training on New World screwworm larvae sample collection, submission, and wound treatment. In April of 25, TAHC sent 4 staff to participate in the USDA APHIS Veterinary Services New World Screwworm Strike Team training. They learned how to ID both New World screwworm larvae and New World screwworm adult flies. They learned how to manage New World specific sticky traps and to manage New World screwworm ground release chambers. These staff then developed a training program for fly identification, fly trapping, and ground surveillance to fully train all field personnel on New World screwworm larvae sample collection, submission, and wound treatment. TAHC field inspectors, veterinary staff, compliance investigators, emergency management staff, administrative team members, and beyond are all now prepared to facilitate an effective and efficient New World screwworm response at a moment's notice. Since the summer of 2025, TAHC has conducted numerous multi-day field response and tactical level trainings with TAHC, Texas Parks and Wildlife, USDA, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, and the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association staff. These trainings thoroughly prepared response staff to conduct surveillance, conduct preliminary identification, perform public outreach, and effectively respond to a New World screwworm outbreak. TAHC works hand in hand with USDA APHIS Veterinary Services on surveillance along the Texas-Mexico border, but working with landowners to deploy New World screwworm specific surveillance traps. The placement of these traps is based on factors such as environmental conditions, habitat suitability, and risk modeling, and is adjusted to changes in sterile fly distribution. TAHC staff are actively managing 53 traps in 11 South Texas counties. In all, there are 72 New World screwworm specific traps currently deployed in 14 South Texas counties. Staff have identified over 51,000 suspicious flies on these traps that have all been identified by the National Veterinary Services Lab as not New World screwworm flies. TAHC has been working closely with USDA in New World screwworm response preparation. In early August of 25, we hosted USDA at our offices to develop the national playbook, brought in Texas industry groups for both agencies to get response plan feedback, and continue to engage with the federal team as to stay coordinated to develop a thorough and effective state and federal plan. TAHC staff participate in multi-state working groups on a weekly basis to ensure national coordination and cooperation continues. TAHC has also participated in national workshops and exercises with the USDA, Department of Homeland Security, and Office of Health Security. We are aware that this is not a problem that can be solved by the state or federal governments alone, so we have worked very closely with members of the public and industry stakeholders to ensure that planning operations will allow for continuity of business. Since the end of last year, we continue to engage with smaller industry groups to go over what response efforts will look like and address each group's comments and concerns with the USDA playbook and the Texas Animal Health Commission's response plan. It remains possible that New World screwworms will never reach Texas. However, given the expanding New World screwworm fly population in Mexico and the severe threat it poses to Texas livestock and wildlife industries, we must prepare that as if it will. Texas boasts more ranch land than any other state and has one of the richest wildlife populations in the country. It also leads the nation in cattle inventory, and the ranching and livestock industry is a cornerstone of both the Texas and United States economies. As such, a unified state and federal response and communication plan is essential to prevent the spread of New World Screwworm, to ensure consistent public messaging, swift mobilization of response resources, and implementation of enhanced management processes to protect Texas's livestock, wildlife, and associated agriculture industries. The Texas Response Plan follows the guidance of the National Playbook and has three key components, which we refer to as a three-legged stool approach to combat New World Screwworms. The first leg is treatment, which includes sterile fly production and dispersal, as well as systemic treatments and topical treatments for individual animals. The second leg is movement controls. Quarantine and movement controls. With the establishment of an infested zone, animals can move out of the zone when they have been inspected, treated, and identified. The third leg deals with surveillance and reporting, which is critical to understanding the scope of the infestation and then determine where to deploy resources. So what exactly does the response look like? First, upon notification of confirmation of New World Screwworms in Texas, TAHC will mobilize an incident command team to establish an incident command post near the infestation and begin response activities. Next, TAHC and USDA will employ scientific assessments and situational data to define an infested zone around a confirmed case or cases. At the same time, we would begin surveillance and epidemiology by performing active animal and fly trap surveillance in the infested zone and adjacent areas, educating producers in the area, and gathering information to assess the extent of an infestation. We would use the information we gather to perform epidemiological evaluations. Additional surveillance will be done through fly trap surveillance to monitor fly populations and measure sterile fly dispersal effectiveness. We will then deploy movement control of the infested zone by setting up road stops for animal monitoring and regulating safe animal movement from an infested zone. We will establish procedures within the infested zone for inspection, treatment, and identification of animals to allow for safe New World Screwworm-free movement outside of an infested zone. These efforts will go hand in hand with sterile fly dispersal, which will be coordinated with the USDA to determine sterile fly release patterns in and around an infested zone. During an active response, public outreach and communication are going to be critical. TAHC will collaborate with response partners to coordinate digital and in-person outreach by establishing a joint information center to unify messaging across livestock, wildlife, and human health sectors. Use in local resources to amplify messaging to producers in the infested zone to provide situation-specific guidance and education materials. If a New World Screwworm makes its way to Texas, the goal is mitigation and control until sterile fly population or production is adequate to complete eradication in Texas and into Mexico. From our perspective, as long as New World Screwworms are in Mexico, Texas is going to be on high alert for infestation. Texas Animal Health Commission and its response partners are prepared to respond to an outbreak with current resources. To have a sustained and continued response, additional resources would better prepare the state to combat multi-area infestations in Texas. These resources would prevent personnel burnout and help scale response efforts to reduce the impact on producers and the public. To maintain a robust response to New World Screwworm infestations over large portions of the state, additional field staff need to be deployable to assist members of the public with surveillance, inspections, treatment, and movement control. For TAHC, this includes additional livestock inspectors, ectoparasite inspection supervisors, livestock shipment enforcement investigators, and animal emergency specialists. TAHC would equip these field positions with field vehicles for traveling across the state, equipment to handle large animals such as squeeze chutes and livestock panels, sample collection equipment, insecticide, and FDA-approved New World Screwworm treatment, both topical and systemic. TAHC would increase New World Screwworm fly identification capacity in the TAHC ectoparasite lab by hiring additional entomologists, lab technicians, administrative assistants, additional equipment such as microscopes and field scopes. To help support New World Screwworm Incident Command, TAHC would hire additional mapping specialists, administrative assistants, customer service representatives, and other support positions. To support New World Screwworm field positions, THC would hire appropriate support positions such as staff services officers and systemic administrators to ensure all the field needs are met. To boost outreach and education to the community, TAHC would add additional information specialists and a local government liaison to continue to ensure local communities and members of the public receive accurate information on ways to best protect Texas livestock, wildlife, and agriculture industries. Thank you.
You're just a resource. All right. Real quick, no wildlife has been located in Texas with screwworm.
That's correct.
You made a comment, Dr. Kaufman, I believe it is. We have a decision to eradicate or not. I'm confused. Why would we not eradicate?
Oh, no, we absolutely need to eradicate.
So you made a conversation that we have a decision down the road as to whether we will eradicate or not. And then you refer to a quarantine area. So I assume we've had a quarantine area for decades.
Right. So there is no question it needs to be eradicated.
Okay.
There's not a management of this pest where we try and keep it a
So
low.
what is standing in the way of complete eradication as a policy or decision or political? What is standing in the way? Anything on a policy, political or other, federal or state, that we should not eradicate this?
So is my understanding in talking with my elders, people that were involved in the program many years ago, was as we, to eradicate Mexico required the U.S. government to come to an agreement with Mexico as to how it was going to happen, who was going to pay for what, and how it worked. And that was all back in the 70s and 80s. As they approached Central America, the original goal was to eradicate it down to the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, so that narrow area above the Yucatan, because that was the narrowest area of Mexico. And as they approached that, I believe what was discussed was, why not eradicate the rest of Mexico? Well, as you get further and further south, it becomes more and more tropical, more jungle, more challenging, and ARS and APHIS went to Puerto Rico and demonstrated that they could do that in a tropical environment such as Puerto Rico, and it gave them the incentive to move forward. And then there had to be, I don't know if you'd call it a treaty, negotiated with each country in Central America as to how.
So in a nutshell, and I'm shocked, it's money.
It was partly money because they built new plants as they moved further south. So there was a plant in Mexico, then they built a plant in Nicaragua, and eventually COPEG, which the U.S. supports much of the cost of. But when you got to Panama, then South America gets wider, and the cost to eradicate all of South America became probably fiscally unpalatable at the time. And so the decision was made to stop at the Darien Gap, which at the time was an impenetrable jungle with very little livestock in there. And so the wild population of flies wasn't going to be very large, and they could do releases in there and suppress it and protect the rest of North America.
What's the range of a fly? I mean, I heard we have 72 traps that were under regulation, so that's not many traps for the area we're covered.
Right.
So obviously they don't fly far.
In the literature, the fly is said to fly 6 to 12 miles a day, but the female is going to go as far as she needs to go to find an animal with a wound. She's going to drop 200 or 300 eggs and then go hang out in a canopy protected area while she develops her next batch of eggs, in which case she then goes out and searches for another host. So they're not trying to fly as far as they can each time. They go as far as they need to in order to lay their next.
What's their life expectancy?
Oh, geez.
21 days.
Yeah.
15 to 30 days.
15 to 30
Yeah,
days.
it's always, what's the life expectancy
Sure,
of a
but
human?
they're not like a year or 6
No,
months.
no, no. I mean, I think if you kept them in a cage, you can keep them alive longer, but in the wild, they're going to get exposed to a lot of things.
And last question, we're spending $800 million, I think, to rebuild that facility down in the valley. I appreciate the federal response, Secretary Rollins and Governor Abbott and all of those things. The question becomes, and it kind of goes to the theme we've had all day as far as taxpayer benefit, is that a multi-use facility for once we kind of get this issue back under control and alleviate? Is it something we're going to be able to keep going for different reasons? I heard we're going to be in this for decades, but is it multi-purpose at some point or some level, or is it just such a big job we're not going to even worry about it?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. So short answer, yes. There are multiple uses that facility could be deployed for after our work on screwworm is one day complete, including fruit flies here in southern Texas.
And tick fever, I heard earlier, the tick riders. So I didn't know if that would be an asset somewhere in the mix. But
Yes, sir. Tick riders definitely dual purpose right now. I'm sure they would love to have more riders and more horses. They got plenty of work to do. I want to, as a non-PhD, I want to challenge Dr. Kaufman a little bit on his forecasting of decades. I hope that's not the case. That's not acceptable for USDA, for Secretary Rollins. One thing I skipped over a little bit in my opening remarks is just some of the other innovations we're working on with our federal partners, including EPA, on a Novo fly. And this is effectively a gene-edited fly that would produce more males instead of just males and females. Our partners at USDA, Dr. Scott Hutchins, who's the Undersecretary for Research, Education, Economics, and the Ag Research Service, working with our academia partners, they are fast-tracking that work with EPA. They're doing all the science. They're not cutting any corners on integrity, review, and scrutiny, but all the other places where we get stuck historically on reviews, those are out of the way. So we're hoping bringing that technology on expeditiously will give us more flies, when all the facilities are ramped up, we'll have more flies to put out in the environment, and to do it in a more strategic way than we were able to do in the 1960s, because we have better tools for modeling and predictability today than we did then.
Well, I really appreciate that added information. And I know you do have a flight to catch, so when you feel like you have to leave, feel free to leave. Members, questions? Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. And Secretary Hoskins, thank you so much again for your response from the federal government. Admiral Schmoyer, all the work you've been doing on all this, in our regards also to Secretary Rollins. I participated in a ribbon cutting not too long ago. You saw you guys down in Edinburg. And can you talk a little bit about that ribbon cutting and what was happening there? You were dyeing the flies so we can identify them, but we're still shipping them down to Panama, correct?
Senator, it is good to see you again. And thank you for being there for that event. I know it meant a lot to the Secretary and just reinforces that we're all in this together, federal, state, industry. So that facility is a dispersal facility. That came online at the end of January. And that gives us the ability to more quickly disperse sterile flies here in southern Texas. The sterile flies that we're dispersing are still coming all from Panama. They're all coming from Copeg. So that's our only sterile fly production facility. And that's putting out about 100 million sterile flies a week. And they are working 24/7 overtime to do it.
And that ramped down, right? Because in the past, didn't they used to have more sterilization facilities there in Panama? And now we're down to
yes, sir.
That, or they did more of them.
No, sir. You're absolutely right. To the Darien Gap component that Dr. Kaufman was just speaking to, we only needed about 20 million sterile flies a week to have certainty in our coverage to prevent the fly from breaking that gap. So that facility has been producing about 20 million sterile flies for decades. Now that the fly broke through, now we're at 100 million. And we are at max capacity there.
And so, yeah, that's 100 million. And at the Moore air-based facility, we are planning to start doing sterilization there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you share the distance? I've heard that there's different ways to do that, and I've heard about the cobalt method and then versus the X-ray or E-beam. Is there advantages, disadvantages to either one? Are they both just as effective? And could you speak a little bit on that?
Yeah, thank you. And I might see if Admiral Schmoyer wants to add on to this or correct anything I might mischaracterize. But all of our sterile fly techniques right now are done through cobalt-60 irradiation. We'd use that because we know it works, and it has like a 99% efficacy. There are other technologies, E-beam, X-ray, that have found some success with other species that we are interested in working with our partners to explore. And wherever we can get to a place where it's a validated sterilization, we want to figure out how we can build our toolbox, modernize it, and put as many sterile flies out there as we can. But right now, our impediment is the validation part of anything that's other than cobalt. But
And then you mentioned when that does get stood up there in Edinburg, we are trying to, and that's what'll take another couple years. You're saying maybe the end of 2027 before we're actually sterilizing the flies at the Moore Air Base.
That's correct, Senator. Right now, the contract for Moore Air Base has a November 27 deadline for 100 million sterile flies per week. And then within about a year after that, we're looking at another 200 million sterile flies per week. So by the end of 2028, under that facility and that agreement, we should be having 300 million sterile flies per week.
And then you talked about Mexico and working with them, and I may have just missed it as I was thinking through that. And so their facility, what are you anticipating from them again?
So that's the Matapa facility, which is, I just skip over some of this because we talk about it every day internally. But Matapa is about as southwest as you can get in Mexico on the Guatemala border, and that's currently a fruit fly facility that Mexico is retrofitting into a screwworm sterilization facility. Construction should be complete sometime this summer, and then as construction's completed, we build the brood there. And hopefully within a couple months after that, we're going to have another 100 million sterile flies per week out of Matapa.
Okay. And then as far as the date, November 27, I know you guys are working as fast as you can. You've been responsive. You've been great to work with. Is that, though, still that time frame out? Is that because of the retrofitting of the building to the biosecurity level standards, or is it because of the cobalt 60 radiation technology, or what is it? What is the hang up in terms of the time frame there?
Yeah, I might ask if the Admiral wants to pull that back a little bit. I will say on the Moore Air Base facility, one of the key parts of that structure is it has to be a biosecure level 2 facility, and that is definitely a complicating factor in the design and the construction and all the fun things that go with that. But Admiral, do you want to add on to that?
State your name, who you with?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman, and the other members of the committee. Sir, to answer your question, a couple of different things. Oh, my apologies. I'm with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and so I am the Associate Administrator in APHIS, one of them.
And name?
Michael Schmoyer.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. Sir, to answer your question, a few different things to consider. So when we're talking about this place at Moore Air Base, it's roughly, if you look at a production facility, it's roughly the size of 2 Costco's. Mm-hmm. So this is a very large facility. And so really what we're looking for is the capability to be able to produce at scale. And so to be able to have that large number, again, 2 Costco's for about 100 million, and then we're looking after 2027 and 2028, an additional 200 million for a total of 300 million. So with 300 million, we're talking about a very, very sizable facility that is already contiguous to other USDA components that are already there. And so as we look at that particular facility coming online, the Secretary has worked very closely with the White House to expedite every single process, every single lever that could be pulled to make sure that there are no hangups. Mm-hmm. And so when we asked, were there additional authorities that we could use? Were there additional things that could make it go faster? Every single stop was pulled out to be able to do it as fast as possible. As far as U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, at this time, they're saying this is one of the fastest times that they've ever moved. And so we've been very pleased because our role at USDA has been that synchronizer for screwworm across the federal government, and we've been able to work together to leverage all of the different authorities that are out there, whether it's EPA, FDA, Department of War, or USDA. We're able to make it go much faster than historically it ever has.
No, I think that was great. Like I said, you guys have been wonderful to work with, and you've been just very, very responsive. And it's not, anything of what you have not responded. I guess the question is just the realistic time frame to get that on board. Is that because of the security level standards, or is it because of the technology itself, or what part of that is making that a little bit longer?
It's a good question, sir. Thank you for that. And so there's a few things to consider. Number one, there is that biosecurity level 2+ area that does make it more than just a warehouse, right? Or just a normal type of facility that you would normally expect. Number two, that scale that I mentioned, being able to build it at that scale and all of the infrastructure that is necessary, a lot of water, a lot of power, those types of things. Number three, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has already said that we are well ahead of schedule than originally projected. And so as far as how long it takes, it's actually much faster than we were expecting. It's much faster than U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was expecting. And again, a lot of that was because of those different levers being pulled, and any types of barriers that were in front of us, we were able to abolish.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Next question to Dr. Kaufman. Well, just some comments there. You mentioned the economic impact, potentially $1.5 billion to the cattle industry. Of course, Mr. Yoskowitz, we've been in presentations together where we've seen, we know there's $10 billion wildlife industry here, and what the potential cost would be if it does enter into Texas. And we are the front line here, right? Basically coming up, and it would just decimate our industry. But I also, and maybe either one of you could speak to this. I mean, I've been told that we're actually right now, though, experiencing a pretty hard economic impact to the tune of $2 to $3 million daily in economic activity loss because of the closed border to live animal trade and the number of cattle not being put back onto the ranches for the fear of the screwworm issue. And so every day that we can beat this and bring back that confidence, and then lift restrictions on the closed border to live animal trade, that's gonna put dollars back into the Texas economy that we are currently losing. And I don't know if any of y'all have can verify those numbers or not, but that's kind of where I'm.
So the numbers I can't verify. I'm not an economist, but I think it was 1.2 billion, and that was the estimated cost to the cattle industry in Texas for 2024. I don't believe that. And I think some of those numbers were from USDA. We had our own internal person run similar numbers or come up with similar numbers. And I'm not versed well enough in what the closed border is doing to the feedlot groups, but I do know they have very deep concerns about that border being closed. And again, I think, in going back to the Undersecretary's comment about my comment about decades, right, it's not going to be decades to get rid of it in Texas. That's going to happen very quickly. It's to return it to the quarantine zone based on historical efforts. But of course, we have so many new technologies, and the NovoFly may well be a game changer because it essentially allows us to double the production of these flies. All the numbers they've been saying, double that. If that fly is approved and turns out to be as effective as we hope it will be, it is a complete game changer. And, in reality, this is way outside my box, but they could decide to eradicate it from both directions and meet in the middle somewhere. And, but that having those flies, that's the currency to solving this problem, because it is the sterile insect technique that will get us to the end zone and finish this off. But there is a diminishing return on the number of sterile flies you drop in an area. Eventually, it loses its effectiveness because it's a biological organism that has to go through cycles of its life cycle in order to extinguish it from an area. And it doesn't matter how many flies there's certainly a relationship up to a point, and then it kind of flatlines. And so if you produce so many more, you can't just dump more of them in an area and make it happen faster. It's not a one-to-one relationship.
Got it. And Mr. Yoskowitz, great to hear. At least we're doing something from the state of Texas with regard to, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Texas Animal Health Commission, and you, obviously weren't probably not prepared for this question, but do you happen to know how much we're spending with response to the New World Screwworm from the state currently?
From the agriculture side, from
Yes, sir.
From wildlife side, I don't have that figure. I can tell you what we're spending in the department, and so we have right now a task force within the department that is about 10 individuals, yet we're pulling in biologists and game wardens, especially in the South Texas area, as part of a response team to continue to engage with stakeholders, landowners, ranch owners, and continue on that training. So those FTEs probably have about 20 FTEs currently that we're engaging in the effort right now. There's also, you asked about the economic impact on white-tailed deer, and so about $9.8 billion total economic impact for the entire state. I would say about a third of that happens in South Texas. At least a third of that happens in South Texas. So if it was to show up in South Texas, if it was to begin to impact white-tailed deer, hunting opportunities, impact to landowners and ranch owners, it could be significant if not controlled quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I just think, members, that, from a state perspective, being that we are the front lines in how much economic devastation could occur in our state, I think we really should be looking at a Texas state response, whether it's supplementing any of these or our own response to this. One last thing, just real quick, I forgot to ask Secretary Hoskins, you're still issuing out money from the grant challenge, the Grand Challenge grant?
Yes, Senator Hinojosa, we have another thing I kind of skipped over in my opening remarks. In January, Secretary Rollins put out a call for a grand challenge, and basically she put up $100 million and said, everybody out there, give us your ideas, your innovations, your technologies. What have we not thought of? What are we missing? How do we do better? That period for submissions ended end of February.
Right.
I think we had about 200 submissions total with about 650 million street value. So we're currently going through all those right now. We're hoping to get our review of those submissions out the door mid-late summer.
Great. I have some constituents that actually submitted for that grant. Could I just get with your office just to find out maybe where that application is in that particular case? Or just a reference
yes, Senator,
point?
I can tell you sitting here, it is under review with APHIS.
Okay.
There are a number of different projects that we are still vetting, that we're trying to figure out, does this work? What are the needs? What are the costs? How does it go together? I can't speak to any individual status of whether it will be approved, funded or not, but that is on a list that is under review at the department.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kaufman, we've been hearing the numbers. I think you just recently said 1.2 billion economic impact to the cattle industry. We heard 9.8 or 10 billion economic impact to wildlife. You had a slide in your presentation that said that the highest number of cases that were reported first were in the bovine and then followed second by the canine. And I think in your explanation you said, well, the bovine is a very expensive and obviously watched animal, and the canine is maybe mostly people's pets. The concern that I have, and the question as I listen to Senator Hinojosa, and I happen to agree that we have to figure out what can we do as a state to sort of enhance the response. The concern that I have is many of our communities have large stray dog and cat populations. So one of the questions that I have is, in Florida, when they were going through this, or thoughts on the possibility of using our animal care services with our local governments, because if you own your pet, you're more than likely you're already giving them flea and tick preventative, these monthly pills, and I know I've heard these are actually effective with this new World Screwworm. I was wondering if we could be working with local municipalities, especially along the border, to provide through their animal care facilities to these stray animals something that would be a preventative that might kill it so that we don't spread it. Any comments on this?
No, thank you very much. In fact, on Wednesday, I'm doing a presentation to the animal control officer group to help bring them, educate that group on this issue, because it really are the stray or the feral animals that are probably going to be a cryptic holder of these flies, because this fly attacks people too. It's over 244 people in Mexico, 17 or 1,800 people across Central America have had infestations as well. So our unhomed population is also likely at risk. But getting to your point with the stray dogs, that's the one thing we do have is we have a much larger number of products that are registered for use on dogs than we do on livestock. But unfortunately, many of those products are fairly expensive to use, but there's pluses and minuses. The plus is that several of those products can last a month or even 3 months in all likelihood. But if it costs, and I'm just guessing based on what I think it would have cost me to treat my own, $60 to treat an animal once for 3 months, there probably aren't a lot of shelters that are able to support that.
Correct. But we just heard the Secretary talk about the $100 million idea plan. So maybe if we could add up the number of shelters across the border where the most likely connection with this New World NWS screwworm, maybe we could find out a way to get them supplemented.
Well, and that's an excellent point. I mean, what he's talking about is research funding for specific projects that are written to answer a question. But in speaking with our commodity groups, many of the ranchers have expressed, is there going to be a government support system to provide medications, right? If a ranch in this county has screwworm, but nobody in that area can move the animals out without receiving a treatment, well, if I don't have screwworm on my ranch, yet I'm expected to pay to treat my animals to move them out, that's a concern that many of the commodity groups have. And and it's outside my bounds, but is there going to be a federal or a state pool of money that's available to, as you mentioned, shelters or ranchers to draw from to pay for some of these fairly expensive pesticides in order to keep business moving in the state? And that's not my basket, so I'm going to stop there.
Well, we need to have someone help us with that response. What can we do? Like you mentioned, we have to figure out how to help people who are unhoused and unsheltered and probably in many cases in need of other medication as well, so that we need to figure out how to help them as well.
And that's where, as AgriLife, our jobs, research, education, and extension is part of that education. So we're reaching out to, when you get into some parts of Texas, healthcare is scarce.
Right.
And how do we get to where's the first place someone's going to go is probably an urgent care facility. Are those people aware of what they should be looking for? Because although we talked about animal infestations routing to the National Veterinary Service Laboratory, if it's in a human, it doesn't route to them. It routes to the CDC, which falls under HIPAA regulations for protecting people's privacy. And a lot of times, not a lot, there have been times when that information has been very slow to be released. Well, time is of the essence with this fly. We have to know if there are cases in an area so that they can come in and do the job that they're best at in helping suppress these populations. And through some of these reporting structures that currently exist, I think it's a weakness in the system that needs to be addressed, and it's not unknown to those involved.
So this map that's been put out by the USDA that shows where the cases are, and obviously their cases are creeping up. We've got 359 in the state of Tamaulipas, which borders South Texas, 31 in Nuevo Leon, and 4 in Coahuila. Obviously, the fly is in states bordering Texas, so this is an urgent situation, and we need to figure out ways so maybe ways with the Secretary could work with to maybe do a suspension on HIPAA on this issue in order to find out where this is going on. If someone presents with this New World Screwworm, that we need to be able to report it. It needs to be reported, at least for case management.
Senator, thank you for that. And one of the things we continue to lean on with our friends at CDC is the human health, human risk factor part of that. And we were at the COPEG Commission meeting in Panama, and I know your photographs were pretty graphic, Dr. Kaufman. This one showed an individual that walked into a clinic that had a hole in her head, and it was a screwworm. Mm-hmm. And this person was from a country in South America, very impoverished, not part of the society, no cell phones, no roads, but it's real, and it's a threat, and it's a risk for the transmission. So we work closely with CDC when we look at those sort of risk vectors. Also, your point on just the companion animal piece, that is incredibly, that is real as well. You've got cats and dogs and people that are good stewards, good owners. They're going to inspect their animals. They'll treat them. They're in good hands. There's also feral dogs and feral cats all over Texas, Mexico, you name it. The screwworm doesn't care if the pet's loved or not or cared for. It's a good host. So how do we better identify if a feral animal has an infection? That is something we work every day with our partners at TCEQ on in Mexico. We see an increased number of canine detections being reported. That's good in some ways. It means we're looking for it, we're reporting it. It's also reflective of the concern we have on the ground in Mexico. It's not just about the legal movement of live cattle through appropriate checkpoints and appropriate treating protocols. It's also how do we get visibility into wildlife and feral animals in Mexico that could be potential vectors.
Yeah, because you could do everything right with the livestock, and it could still the fly could transmit this through the wildlife and canines.
Yep.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is Secretary Hoskins. So are we currently importing any beef from Mexico?
So, sir, currently no live animal imports for cattle, bison, or equines.
Okay. Happened to be down in Mexico a few months ago with some friends. They had canine pets, had to be inspected before they could come back to the States. So if we can do that with pets, can we not do that with bovine? I mean, I represent the Panhandle of Texas, or most of the Panhandle of Texas. We've got feedlots up there, that are, they're bleeding out because there's not enough animals. And so can we not, maybe this is a question of the whole panel, is there not a way for us to identify that, yes, these are safe animals to go ahead and import so that we can take care of our cattle industry?
Yeah, Senator, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for that. It's such an important question. I want to respond to it in two parts, and I promise I'll answer it directly. But Secretary Rollins challenges us every single day to say, what are we doing to help our rural communities, our processors, our feedlots, our producers? She's clear-eyed that our cattle system, especially in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, we have one system with Mexico. We're moving animals back and forth. This is all pre-screwworm.
Yes.
We have one system that worked efficiently, effectively. Some states in Mexico have incredibly high standards on their health certificates, on their animal husbandry, on their risk management protocols. And when the ports shut down, and I stand by that, the Secretary stands by it, there were ramifications for us domestically at those ports of entry in our rural communities in Texas, in New Mexico, and Arizona. The communities that live and are supported by the port, the feedlots where those animals would go to, that infrastructure, those jobs, those companies, they are all negatively impacted. We are well aware of the stress on that system. We know there's people in this room today that have been at the tip of the spear of the pain point, and many of them are in your district. We're we do not look at a port reopening in a vacuum. It's just to say, if we can move live cattle through one checkpoint and do it legally and cleanly, we can reopen ports. The risk factors that we're challenged with every day by the Secretary is to say, how do we keep the fly from moving in Mexico? Because whether it's Tamaulipas or Baja, the risk is there. And it could be wildlife, it could be human movement, it could be feral dogs, it could be humans. So we are working with our partners at Seneca to help identify weaknesses in places where we feel like we need more data, better visibility, better response time, better detection. We've seen places where Seneca has made vast improvements over the last year. We've seen places where there's been some gaps, and Seneca has acknowledged that, and they're working with us to rectify it. What we have to look at is a system-wide risk assessment in Mexico, and if we're opening one venue for animals to move out, the flood of animals within Mexico from the south to the north could be a huge vector for bringing the fly at even a greater rate than it's moving currently. So that's the assessment we're trying to make every day. It's not easy. We know our people are being hurt, but we have to protect the U.S. from the screwworm.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But I mean, you brought up people. You know, we've had flights coming in from Mexico every day. I'm assuming we're not inspecting people as they're coming in from Mexico. My point is, and have you guys talked about, okay, at what point do we get where we feel comfortable that we can start importing livestock again?
Great question, Senator. And we have an action plan with Seneca, and right now there's about 24 critical action items on there where we would like to see some immediate improvements in their system. Some of it is about data reporting. Some of it is about wildlife surveillance in parts of their country that candidly is difficult to do. But we need to see some of those deltas closed to give us a better read on how we can assess the risk that we think is happening on the ground in Mexico.
Do you believe that that your counterparts in Mexico are actively taking steps to try and correct those deficiencies?
And yes, sir. Well, first of all, yes. When we work with Seneca weekly, if not daily, we know they are invested in a positive outcome on the screwworm just the way we are. They have been good, strong partners. The reality is it's not necessarily about weaknesses or deficiencies. It's about just helping modernize some of those systems, and where the modernization is still a work in progress, we still have some deltas. So I don't want to portray it as a deficiency in their system as much as a place where we would like to see better visibility.
But right now, there's really no timeline expectation of when we might see imports again.
Sitting here today, Senator, I could not give a date certain. I know it's a question that the Secretary challenges with daily, but until we can get to a yes, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you. I'll follow up with that question. So what countries are we quarantining and not shipping animals? Just Mexico?
Yes, ma'am. Well, there's no live cattle imports permitted from any screwworm affected countries, including Mexico. Yeah.
Good. We've seen a little bit of a trend here. I think it was on April I was looking this up, April 25th, Florida just did an emergency rule that does not ban all Texas cattle imports, but it does ban cattle imports from the high-risk South Texas counties, Zapata, Jim Hogg, Star, Hidalgo, Webb, Brooks. Are we seeing any other states do that, or is that just Florida?
I can answer that, Senator. So Florida, we've been involved with the New World Screwworm Working Group with the NASAHO organization for over a year now. Florida's not been willing to accept any risk as far as New World Screwworm are concerned. And I think the emergency rule that they put out was requiring a shortened time period on the certificate of veterinary inspection for those animals to be inspected within 7 days of the issuance of that certificate for those animals to move into Florida.
So we see that we're talking about economic impacts. Could other states start doing that, and could that have an economic impact for our Texas cattle?
They certainly could, but that's what we've been trying to have these meetings and prevent that from happening.
Okay. I remember when that happened. I was just looking it up. I knew it was fairly recent, and I was a little surprised by it. I want to kind of go back in time, if we could, to the panel. 1960s, it's on somebody's timeline here, mid-1960s, the last big breakout?
1966, I think.
Okay.
It was eradicated from the U.S. in '66, but they continued to be present in Mexico, so we had infestations throughout the '70s here in Texas. In 1972, we had 90,000 cases in the state of Texas. Every county except for 10 in southeast Texas were affected by New World screwworms. And there was, New World screwworms were present in New Mexico, Arizona, up into Oklahoma, and Arkansas at that time.
So it had gotten that far?
Yes, ma'am, and that's because they were not doing anything to control movement of animals. We had 200 million sterile flies being produced at our southern border at that time, but there was not.
How many?
200 million sterile flies. The facility at Copeg was up and running at that time in South Texas.
So the question is, and it was interesting, I ran into an old timer. I guess I'm in that category because I was alive during then. And he was talking about how his family would, with calves being born, you'd immediately treat them. But we started talking about wildlife. I was actually a taxidermist. Big hunter, like it. I was checking out some wood ducks we just had mounted. And the statement, and Dr. Yoskowitz, I don't know if it was you or someone on the panel, said there were about 1.5 million whitetail in the 1960s. And we're up to over 6 million now?
More or less, yes.
Yeah, it's a lot, which is great. I love that. But I was looking at the presentation of the affected species. Now, there's a timeline here of July 23rd, 2023 to July the 12th, 2025, and it goes bovine is the 85% of the affected species. Canine, we've talked about that at 6%, it goes all the way down. And it shows that only one deer had been infected. So I'm wondering, because this old timer that I was talking to at the taxidermist talked about how it really did impact the whitetail deer population. So I guess it's a twofold question here. How greatly was the whitetail population impacted in the 60s, bleeding into the 70s, but I think the 60s? And then why do I only see one affected in this time period that was presented?
I'm gonna answer part of that, but I'm gonna let Dr. Kaufman start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the reporting you saw on the slide is what these groups are actually reporting, and reporting is very biased based on what you're looking at, right? If you never look at cats, you would never know that they could attack cats because maybe you don't care about cats. And finding wildlife, right? Central America doesn't, say, hunt their wildlife the way that we do in the U.S., and so you may be very unlikely to find a deer that has an infestation. We do know historically it's been reported that 80% of the fawn crop every year in the state of Texas died from New World screwworm infestations.
Can I have that again?
80% of the newborn fawns every year when screwworm was present in Texas died from New World screwworm infestations. The navel of a newborn mammal is incredibly attractive to screwworms. And so it doesn't matter if it's a cow, a horse, or a dog or a deer. They're going to attack it very readily, and it's in a very sensitive area. So if you got this fly that's eating that tissue, it doesn't take very much levels of tissue to get to the gut, and now you have a gut infestation, and you're not going to recover from that. So when we say that the animals die from New World screwworm infestations, it's not typical that the fly itself is killing the animal. It's that the fly eats only the living tissue and leaves behind this horrendous wound that just gets infected with bacteria, and you end up with a bacterial septicemia that gets into their blood and essentially kills those animals. It's a horrible, horrible death.
And so it takes a period of time for them to perish.
Yeah, about 5 to 7 days is when you tend to see the mortality skyrocket. And that's why we talk about getting to an infestation early to save the animal.
So you see that in fawns of the whitetail, also with our bucks, our male population. So
Yeah.
they drop their horns, their antlers rather.
Yeah.
They're really antlers. They drop those, they shed them. And so then there's an open wound there. And then when they begin to grow those antlers back, so it would. What kind of percentage does it attack the buck population?
I'm not sure what the mortality of the bucks were, but I can speak to what happened in the Florida Keys, which was the Florida key deer, which is a little tiny white-tailed deer. That's
I know it.
kind of like when you go on the animal safari ranches in Texas that you can feed them. And that population hit those bucks when they were shedding their velvet, and there it happens in August and early September. And so you've got that bloody wound is what they attacked, and it was right next to the cranial cavity, and that's why you had these zombie deer and then the nasty pictures I had. And they lost at least 30% of the bucks on that island died from the infestation. So I'm certain that in Texas you would experience something like that in the fall, but when they drop their antlers, you certainly have a wound for a few days, but that I would expect, and you can answer that more, is that's typically going to happen probably in late January, February in South Texas, and when the fly numbers are probably at their lowest, so perhaps the impact on the bucks at that point might be less than you might expect from an open
Fair.
wound.
And fawns drop typically April, May.
Yeah.
They can, in South Texas, go into June, which the fly population is greater. So what say you, and what happened in the 1960s?
Yeah, Senator, so Dr. Kaufman has painted an interesting picture for us to look at. The challenge, you can imagine, 80% fawn crop loss year over year. It doesn't take long for a population decline of significance to happen. You add on top of that, as you just mentioned, and as Dr. Kaufman talked about, impact on shed antlers and also shedding of velvet and the impact that the fly's going to have there. So at the end of this time when we were beginning to start to rebound, as was mentioned, about 500 to 1 million deer at that point was the lowest back in the 60s. And then
What was that number?
500,000 to 1 million deer.
500.
Yeah.
Okay.
More or less. And as to your point, we're about 5.5 to 6 million deer today. But 80% mortality is critical.
Year over year.
Yeah, not sustainable.
And so did I hear it right when we said the bovine cattle industry is how many billion versus the wildlife? I mean, did I get those inverted, or is that 1.2 billion to 9 billion? Or?
Yeah, so the numbers that our economists pulled out were that the value of the screwworm impact on Texas cattle industry would be about $1.2 billion, whereas the value of the hunting industry in Texas overall is about 10. Not that the screwworm would kill every wildlife animal. And just to step back and correct, Dr. Dinges was very accurate in his description. So Texas was considered eradicated in 1966, but there were still repeated cases because the fly still existed in northern Mexico and would come into Texas every year. And there were a few hundred to a few thousand cases every year through the 70s. 1972, there were about 90,000 cases. And then again in 76, there were, I think, about 29,000 cases in Texas. And that doesn't count the ones that went up into Oklahoma and whatnot. The last, what we call the last wild infested screwworm cases in Texas were in 1982. So there is not
That long.
yes, so about 44 years that we have not had screwworm transmitted in Texas. And since then, we've been screwworm free, but that happened because APHIS and Mexico worked to eradicate the fly further and further south in Mexico. And that's why we did that whole program and why they kept the plant open in Copeg, was to protect everyone by treating a much smaller area. I will say that we talked about the Novo fly. There's other technologies that we can leverage now. We have missed the genetic revolution with the New World Screwworm. They did the work with a professor from North Carolina State University, a brilliant man, came up with the Novo fly. But there are other technologies we have now, a system called Gene Drive, where perhaps we can create non-sterile flies that we release, that when the males mate with the females, it triggers the female to only produce male flies. And so you could release those flies into the environment and effectively eradicate the screwworm from all of South America. We could then move into Hispaniola, Jamaica, and if we got the agreements correct, Cuba, because it exists on those islands as well, and perhaps we can fully eradicate this fly. But that work is going to take decades for the genetically engineered organisms to be developed, tested, proven safe. And, we have researchers at A&M that are looking into these sorts of things. And not only can we drive this into the population, right, but we've all seen the sci-fi movies where things go horribly wrong. We need to be able to remove that from that population. And I have experts in my department that actively do that with their research, right? That we put this in, it didn't work. All right, now let's remove it from the population. And that's the age that we're in now. We have these technologies and these tools that are going to be game changers for this whole eradication effort. And then we maybe can apply it to other insects that are pests.
To Senator Hinojosa's point about the timing, and I think we're kind of looking at, I keep going back to my iPad and looking at these maps that you provided, and quite honestly, when you tell people how close it is to the Texas border, you can see panic. And so I'm not sure what we can do. And Mr. Chairman, during session, it was kind of toward the end of the session, we kind of started hearing about this, and there were emails and to the three-legged stool and the awareness of the public. And I want to thank all those from the Texas and Southwestern cattle raisers and all of the different cattle groups that started emailing us and bringing it to the forefront. Because, I mean, we're busy during that. And the next thing you know, man, this thing is moving. So all of those introductions, and I looked at Mr. Hoskins, your timelines of 2027 and like, where is that fly going to be by the time we're producing these sterile flies, which everyone on the panel agrees is probably our first line of defense? And where is it going to be? Be honest here.
Well, so I would say what Animal Health Commission has developed is this response plan, which entails creating, I'll call them bubbles, around infestations and getting the cooperation of the public to report and to cooperate with these animal movements. This fly didn't make it to Kansas every year because it flew there. It moved on trucks and people moving animals not illicitly because they didn't really understand it at the time, but we do now. We know why this fly moved into the Great Plains every year and caused havoc. It's because people put animals on trailers and drove them. That's what's happening in Mexico. The fly is progressively moving northward on its own, but it's not making these big jumps that you've seen recently because the fly itself is flying. It's people moving animals without having proper treatment or proper inspections. And that's what APHIS is actively working with in Mexico, is to try and get the groups down there to understand that their role in this is just as critical as anybody else's, and that stopping this movement of animals northward, which is what can be created by creating vacuums of animals in northern Mexico, that just human nature is to move following an economic issue. And we have to understand that there are consequences for doing that, and get people to understand that, right, they are essentially the finger in the dam holding back the water until we get these flies in place. They've done a remarkable job.
So in Secretary Rollins, I understand money, marbles, and chalk on stopping this movement and trying to eradicate. First of all, push back, keep it down there, right? And then eradicate it eventually.
Yes, Senator, and Dr. Kaufman did a great job of laying out some of the pressure points in the system in Mexico that remain risk, part of our risk assessment as to why we cannot reopen the ports today. And it has to do with the movement inside of Mexico. And that's where we're asking our partners, not just on the livestock animal side, which is real and needs to happen, the checkpoints, the protocols, the treatments, but also the movement of other animals that may not be inside the farm gate. We need TCEQ, we need the competent state authorities in Mexico to not just acknowledge that there's protocols, but to implement them and comply with them. And to your point, yes, Secretary Rollins, she has us turning over every rock we can. She has us cutting every corner where there is any trim of fat or slack. And that's why we did a groundbreaking on Moore Air Base about a month ago, 2 months ago.
I was supposed to be there, but I had a conflict in the schedule, and I know it went really well, and thank you, Senator, for being there.
That groundbreaking took place in March instead of 18 months from now.
Right.
And I know it's hard to believe that why you're telling me we shaved off 18 months on a groundbreaking. How? Where is it? The amount of work that went in from Admiral Schmoyer and team, U.S. Army Corps, to expedite permitting, contracting, bidding, all the things that we are required to comply with, and honestly, some of the things we got waivers to expedite. That's why we did the groundbreaking now and not 18 months from now. Those are the corners that we're fast tracking.
Well, and I will just say, I know we don't ship a lot to Florida, and we ship more north and northwest, and I, you know, the feedlots up in your district and in and around both of yours, you know, I hope we can fill them up with Texas cattle, and I know that the price of beef and replacing stocker cattle right now, it's a lot. And then the consumer with beef prices, it's a lot, and all of this adds to it. But I just want to say, all of the new innovations, we got to be moving. And I want to just take your message back to DC. We never move fast in government. We are begging y'all. I know, from the chairman to the members that sit on this dais to our state agencies. You look at $1.2 billion in cattle and $10 billion in wildlife. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if y'all are getting your LARs ready, but what are y'all looking at in submitting LARs? That's legislative appropriation requests as a translation there. What are y'all going to need from us on a state level? Because states do move quicker.
They listed their laundry list.
Good.
His presentation was 30 minutes of.
Yeah, I mean, like what's a final number? What's a final number?
We have
big
that
number?
We can get it to you.
Yeah, you can get it to. It's different committee.
Start up. We've looked at that, and we've got it. We can.
Well, I know this guy knows a little bit about y'all's budget side, and from Chair of Health and Human Services, you know, you look at the impact monetarily, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's probably one of our top priorities.
It is a threat. I have a new insect to ask when my book of life is opened up. One was mosquito. Why? And now it's screwworm. So you made a comment there at the end, and I wasn't going to go too deep in that, but you know, we tinker with Mother Nature every once in a while, but there is no known conceivable beneficial use of a screwworm. I assume fly, a screw. So you don't have to answer it. I can tell you based on today, I'd say no, but we'll figure it out if there is, and you can pull it back. So any other questions for this panel? Thank you guys very much for the prep. Tell Secretary Rollins we appreciate her and support her, and we knew what kind of gem she was coming from Texas. I hope the country is beginning to feel and see some of that in the agricultural community specifically, but thank you guys for what you do. Whose are those? Whose are the props? Thank you guys.
Sterilized.
Yeah, we wouldn't know. See, so and if they can get the job done from inside that plastic, they're tougher than I am. So.
We're halfway.
All right, for our third panel on regulations affecting marine desal. Charge was inventory existing facilities and review the permitting framework across relevant state agencies to improve efficiencies, assess the practicality of desalination in high feasibility regions, and identify opportunities for local level implementation, making recommendations to streamline the regulatory process. This is a panel I've been looking forward to, just because you're here, Kelly. It's always.
Thank you. Looking forward as well.
Near as many interesting terms as that group did, though.
Well,
You can't hold a candle to zombie deer.
That's right.
Tick riders and flies as currency. That's a first one I've heard of.
All right, I'm gonna let the room clear a minute.
You enough room? Yep. Good.
If you're interested in screwworm conversations, it's just as good outside in the hallway as it is inside the committee room. Just saying. Thank you guys for being here. I will start with, let's go ahead and do regulation. Kelly, on your end, let's kind of come across and lay out the regulatory framework as we move through.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Vice Chairman Sparks, and members of the committee. My name is Kelly Keel. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. With me today is Carrie Michelle LaKyle, Director of the Office of Water at the TCEQ. We're here to discuss the desalination permitting processes at the agency, and we will cover permits and authorizations required for desalination projects, estimated timelines and agency resources, and identify potential efficiency measures related to the permitting processes. Desalination is a treatment process used to remove dissolved solids from brackish groundwater, brackish surface water, and seawater to produce treated water. Treatment processes vary depending on the characteristics of the source water and the intended end use. Before discussing the agency's regulatory framework, I would like to run through the current picture of desalination in Texas as it relates to TCEQ's permitting programs. TCEQ has authorized 102 public water systems that use desalination processes. These facilities have the capacity to produce approximately 193 million gallons of water per day for Texans. Of these systems, 76 treat brackish groundwater and 26 treat brackish surface water. The largest facility, the K. Bailey Hutchinson plant in El Paso, has a production capacity of 15 million gallons per day. In addition, 65 wastewater permits have been issued for brackish desalination facilities, and 5 water rights permits have been issued for seawater desalination facilities. The largest of these issued permits is for the Corpus Christi La Quinta facility, which authorizes the diversion of over 186,000 acre-feet for municipal and industrial use. 3 wastewater permits have been issued for seawater desalination facilities. Based on these experiences, TCEQ has developed processes that support desalination projects, and we continue to evaluate opportunities for additional efficiencies. Desalination projects typically require authorizations from 4 regulatory programs at TCEQ. One is the water rights permitting, which authorizes the diversion and use of the state's surface waters. Another is wastewater discharge permitting, which authorizes the disposal of the concentrate. Third is underground injection control permitting, which authorizes the disposal of desalination concentrate. And last is the public water system authorization to ensure compliance with drinking water standards. Applicants may pursue some of these permits concurrently, and TCEQ works with applicants to coordinate the reviews where possible to reduce overall project timelines. And in response to emergency situations, TCEQ further accelerates the permitting processes to meet the applicant's emergency needs. I'm going to pass the testimony now to Carrie Michelle, who will discuss the agency's permitting processes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Carrie Michelle Kyle. I'm the Director of the Office of Water at TCEQ, and I'll be covering the agency's standard permitting process for each of the different types of authorizations Kelly mentioned, as well as the expedited permitting process for seawater desalination. We've provided committee members with handouts today that includes a map of a seawater desalination projects and their permitting status, and flow charts showing the
Hey,
permitting.
Carrie, can you pull that?
I'm sorry.
That's good.
Just backing up just a little bit, we've provided committee members with handouts today that includes a map of seawater desal projects and their permitting status, and flow charts showing the permitting and authorization processes for seawater desalination projects and associated timeframes. I'll begin with water rights permitting, which is governed by the Texas Water Code, Chapter 11. The process includes administrative review, technical review, permit drafting, and a public participation process that includes one public notice and the opportunity for a public meeting and/or a contested case hearing. During the technical review, TCEQ evaluates whether the application is consistent with state water plan and applicable regional water plans, and whether the diverted water will be put to a beneficial use without waste. In addition, TCEQ reviews the project design to ensure it avoids or minimizes impingement and entrainment of aquatic organisms, and TCEQ also evaluates whether the proposed diversion would impair adopted freshwater inflow standards necessary to support the ecological health of bays and estuaries. The standard process takes approximately 300 days, and that is exclusive of public participation. Currently, there is one seawater desalination water rights application that is under review in the Corpus Christi area. The disposal of concentrate generated during desalination is authorized under Chapter 26 of the Water Code through the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, and we refer that as TPPs, or the Texas Land Application Program for small brackish water projects. TPPs is a federally delegated program, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency retains oversight of that program. Permits must meet all applicable state and federal requirements. The standard process includes administrative review, first public notice, technical review, permit drafting, EPA review, and opportunities for public participation through second public notice and the opportunity for a public hearing and/or contested case hearing. This process takes approximately 170 days, and that is, of course, exclusive of public participation. There are currently 5 applications under review, including 3 in the Corpus Christi area. Concentrate may also be disposed of through underground injection. TCEQ's program has issued a general permit authorizing the use of an injection well to dispose of non-hazardous desalination concentrate. This single statewide general permit covers all qualifying injection wells that meet the permit performance standards. For projects that provide water for human consumption, TCEQ must ensure that the desalination facility is designed to provide safe drinking water and meets all applicable state and federal standards. This is also a federally delegated program where the EPA retains oversight of TCEQ's primacy program. TCEQ has implemented rule changes to streamline brackish desalination reviews. Current timelines are 220 days for brackish surface water treatment using reverse osmosis and 120 days for brackish groundwater treatment using reverse osmosis. These reductions are possible due to the available performance data and validated manufacturer computer modeling rather than pilot studies. The standard process to approve alternative and innovative treatment technologies typically used for desalinating seawater is approximately 14 months. The process includes a pilot study, an engineering report along with plans and specifications, treatment integrity and validation, an on-site visit after the facility is constructed, and review of final water quality analysis to ensure drinking water standards are met. TCEQ strives to expedite permits for desalination projects under standard processes. However, the legislature has also established both permitting exemptions and expedited permitting pathways under Chapter 18 of the Water Code and related statutes. For projects located more than 3 miles seaward of the Texas coast, statutory exemptions are available for water rights. Applicants must submit initial water quality monitoring data to TCEQ prior to initiating a diversion. Expedited permitting pathways are available for discharges within designated zones. For projects located within 3 miles of the Texas coast, expedited permitting pathways are available for seawater desalination facilities that divert within designated zones. Diversion and discharge zones were established through a study conducted by the General Land Office and the Parks and Wildlife Department pursuant to legislative direction, and generally excludes bays, estuaries, and adjacent nearshore areas. Expedited permitting requires applicants to provide additional information, including water quality sampling and documentation from or consultation with the General Land Office and Parks and Wildlife Department. In return, permitting timelines are reduced to 70 days for water rights permitting and 35 days for wastewater permitting. Public participation is streamlined through an emailed and web-based public notice. The legislature has also established a similar expedited process for certain industrial water right authorizations from bays. To date, desalination applicants have not utilized either the statutory exemptions or the expedited permitting pathways. We continue to evaluate our processes to ensure applications are reviewed as efficiently as possible while maintaining compliance with all the applicable state and federal requirements. There are some key factors that influence our permitting timelines and potential for efficiency measures. I'm going to go ahead and hand the testimony back to Kelly, who would like to discuss those with you.
TCEQ's regulatory programs rely on specialized staff. This includes engineers, hydrologists, aquatic scientists, and attorneys. Legislative support for targeted salary adjustments has improved recruitment and retention at the agency. Wastewater modeling remains a resource-intensive activity, and increase in workloads there have continued to impact our timelines. Additional staffing would support continued efficiencies with this regard. TCEQ's air permitting program includes a fee-based expedited model that supports faster processing, and a similar approach could be applied to wastewater permitting for priority projects, including desalination. For water right programs, there are 2 areas where additional clarity to statute could improve efficiency. First is desalination seawater represents a drought-proof supply. However, applicants for municipal use are required to submit a drought contingency plan with their water right application. Existing statutes and rules for DCPs were not developed with seawater desalination projects in mind, and the content of these plans has been a reoccurring issue in contested case hearings. Secondly, the scope of TCEQ's evaluation for the impacts on fish and wild habitat is often disputed, with protestants advocating for broader evaluations. So additional clarity regarding the scope of the habitat review for desalination projects could improve consistency and reduce disputes as well. The agency remains committed to implementing legislative direction and working with our stakeholders to support the responsible development of desalination projects in Texas. Thank you for your time, and we're available to answer any questions.
Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Pretty jacked today. This is we've got 2 desal panels on the same day, and that's saying something. So thank you for doing that. It's also I just found out my first grandchild was just born, so I'm having a really good day.
Your world just changed. The most expensive title I have is Pops. Best title I've ever got.
The marine desal has a long and lengthy history here in Texas, and will be an integral part moving forward on the state's water supply. Andrew and I and Robert Howden were on a water panel a couple of weeks ago, and Robert made the comment, first time I'd heard this, that Texas by the end of this year may very well be the 7th largest economy in the world. And if we, y'all probably already knew that. I had not heard that yet. And if we are to meet that challenge, or we're going to have a more diverse water supply system, and marine desal it needs to be part of that. I think the reflection in the statewide, the draft of the statewide water plan sees an increase there, which I was glad to see. The history of marine desal in Texas is pretty lengthy. If you go back, if you do a Google search right now on John F. Kennedy and desalination, you'll see a YouTube video from 1963 that has Kennedy sitting at his desk in the Oval Office. He talks about desalination. He pushes a button, and then it flips over to LBJ in Freeport, and water starts coming from a facility there in Freeport, and that was the first marine desal facility in the United States. Currently, there are 2 marine desal facilities in the United States. One's in Tampa that was built in the mid-'80s, and then one in Carlsbad in Southern California that feeds the part of Southern California. Mr. Chairman, I think you've actually had a chance to go and tour that plant. If you ever get a chance to go, I suggest you do that. It's a engineering marvel. The amount of water they produce in that small footprint is pretty amazing. Currently in Texas, as the staff here indicated, there are a number of marine proposed facilities that are in permitting. They mentioned a couple there in Corpus. I know the Galveston plant, which Mike is going to talk about a little bit, is moving along, and of course Laguna Madre there on the south end of Padre Island is well into its permitting process as well. So we are, we've always thought as soon as there's one, there's going to be 7. And that's kind of where we seem to be going. And it is going to become a fairly significant part of the water supply there along the coast. There are a couple of items that our testimony that y'all have before us that we touch on that we think can speed things up just a little bit. And again, staff mentioned these various permits. The intake and the outflow permits are lengthy. They can be done, my understanding, at the same time. But and I don't think you can start doing water rights until you've completed those 2, if I'm correct on that. All of that adds a fairly significant amount of time. We actually go in our testimony as to approximately how long each of those takes. If there are ways, and our suggestion is you change especially the intake and the outflow to general permits. We do have general permits that TCEQ works with the federal government on for a variety of different types of permits, and we think this is something that the committee should consider instructing TCEQ to begin looking at. We think that'll speed the process up and still give local communities and the public an opportunity to weigh in at the appropriate time. But endless contested case hearings lasting months or years is not going to help solve our water issues along the coast or anywhere else for that matter. So this idea of a general permit in those 2 cases we think would be very beneficial. The other thing that we think TCEQ should look at is going from a piloting process, and she mentioned it, to a modeling as similar to what they do with brackish. A number of years ago, Chairman Caligari, who was a big proponent of desal, convinced the agency on brackish to get off of requiring a piloting program and instead doing a modeling on the membranes, which is really the technology that changes on a regular basis. And we think a system that mirrored that for marine desal would be very beneficial as well. Obviously, we're here to answer any additional questions and look forward to working with the committee as we move forward. There are some statutory changes that we've discussed and would like for y'all to consider. With everything that's going on, and you've got a brackish panel that's going to talk about the extensive brackish desalination that's going on. As I said, we have numerous marine facilities, both proposed and in permitting that we know about, and there's some others that we probably don't know about. A office or person dedicated to desalination, either at the Water Development Board or at GLO or in the Governor's Economic Development Office or somebody who has some level of accountability and authority to help organize this, we think would be very beneficial. In addition to that, in 2013, Chairman Larson filed legislation allowing co-locating, putting power generation right next to a desal plant. Obviously, power generation is one of the more cost drivers for desalination. We feel that the ability to co-locate those two units together would reduce some cost, and then the power generation can become a peaking plant and sell power back to the grid as needed. But those are a couple of things that we think are worth consideration from a statutory standpoint, and we think would be very helpful to the industry as a whole. And be happy to answer any of your questions.
Lee, good to see you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, members of the committee, I thank you for letting me have this opportunity to discuss desalination and the role it can play in Texas water. I'm Leahy Torstein, CEO of IDE Water Assets, for those who have not met me yet. Desalination has been used globally for decades to provide reliable drinking water where conventional freshwater supplies are being constrained by drought and over-allocation. It is not new or experimental concept, and IDE Technologies is an example of a global desalination provider with decades of operating history and experience delivering large-scale seawater desalination plants around the world. And this is important because Texas does not need to invent the wheel or desalination from scratch. It can draw on proven delivery, operation, and risk management experience that currently exists around the world in various places. I've noted in my testimony 4 different barriers that I think the state could be helpful in moving forward and helping expedite desalination in the state of Texas. One would be the permits, and I completely agree with my friend and colleague Kyle here has just said. There are ways to expedite these permits and provide more certainty, I would say, and I think one of those is if we are looking at implementation procedures for the discharge permit especially, if there are clear guidelines as to what would that need to be. For example, if we're looking at a mixing zone of the discharge of the brine, and we're saying, like it's customary around the world, to say that within a certain size of a mixing zone, the brine needs to be at the end of that mixing zone at near or ambient conditions of seawater, then those could be implemented as procedures, and that would provide certainty under the design, saying if we meet these regulations, which are part of what you mentioned, Carlsbad and other places around the world, are also part of what TCEQ here rightfully had when they were approving those permits that have already been approved. If those are guidelines, then that would be a lot easier and clearer and transparent for everybody involved to move forward. Now, we want to differentiate offshore discharge, and if we're looking into discharge into bays, those may require other types of permitting just because of the various bays, estuaries, and the way that they are built and the currents. But if we're looking at open sea and offshore, then we're definitely in that place where my friend here has just mentioned. We need to have clear guidelines. Those could be set as implementation procedures. On the piloting, I would agree to that as well. Part of the requirement today for piloting is to, I would say, imitate the current conditions or the expected conditions of a plant. That becomes very challenging when we're looking at offshore, is finding the right place to place the pilot when we haven't started building yet, taking the exact water quality, which is offshore, it's going to be more than a mile offshore, and then discharging the pilot water, which is a very insignificant amount, but still that would require a permit. That also complicates the piloting procedure. Whereas there is definitely today with technology, there's enough data on modeling that could be provided to be able to predict what would be the exact quality of water. Now that would go hand in hand with actual, not only monitoring at the performance test when the plant is built or at the end of its construction, and then of course ongoing monitoring of water quality. I would like to add that around the world, and there's hundreds or definitely hundreds of even large-scale desal plants that we're looking at. There is no requirement to perform a pilot testing for the design of the desalination plant. only in events where there's new technology that is being implemented that has not been used or tested for a certain amount of hours, let's say 20,000 hours for a technology, then that would need to be piloted. But other than that, any proven technology does not to go into piloting, and they can move on forward with the design based on the water characteristics. Two things I'd like to touch on that have not been discussed yet is the distribution. That is an important component and part of the desalination. We're talking about the permits of the desalination, and we're talking about piloting, but the desalination plant is not separated from its off-takers of the water, and those do not all reside along the coastline or on those barrier islands. Water has to get from the plant back to the users. And to get it back to the end users, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a distribution line that would either take it back from the barrier island to the mainland, or if we're working on the mainland, have the intake and outfall go even further to the barrier islands and then go to open sea. And then there's going to be a need for a grid to get that water to the different communities. And I have not mentioned, but the seawater desalination is best efficient when we're going large scale and we're looking at regionality. So we're able to serve communities along the coastline, connect them with this grid, have them use this additional source of supply of water, but we need to get that grid. Otherwise, we'll have a great desal plant, but nobody's going to be able to take the water. That's where the state can come in and help, both on permitting for going under different water bodies, both for easements, for right-of-ways, for that pipeline, and definitely through funding and grants for the communities and the public users who are going to be the ones enjoying the water at the end of the day. Another option for assistance, I'd call it, from the state to, if we're looking at regionality and scale, in order to be able to produce, to develop and build a large-scale regional plant, there needs to be credible off-takers. And at certain times, we may need to have a backstop in order to support a larger plant. Now, if I am looking at amounts of money that are there, let's say through the Texas Water Development Board, and there is a desalination plant under development that could produce a certain capacity, and there's a gap, let's say we're looking at 100 MGDs, there's currently offtakes for 70 MGD. There's a gap of a 30 MGD, and I think everybody would, like Kyle said, once you build one, there's going to be 7 others that are going to be built along the coastline. Let's say, but that 30% has not yet been committed, then a backstop for that 30% for the availability, let's say the capex of it, could be provided. By the time or by the end of construction, that capacity has not been committed to, then that backstop would be paid. But if there has been commitment for that additional 30 MGD through the end of construction or period of 5 or 10 years and so on, that money would then be released for additional use. So it's more of a safety net, I would call it, than actual payment. And that is another way that could be helpful to expedite larger projects that would be able to serve a larger community. So just kind of to summarize, I think that if we're looking at the 4 important aspects is clearer permitting sequencing, great uncertainty for the design, support on the planning and the permitting and the piloting, and the distribution network, and then the credit support as a backstop. Thank you, and of course, available for questions.
Go ahead, Michael.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, and Senators of the committee. My name is Michael Earlbeck. I'm a Director of Business Development for EPCOR. EPCOR is a 135-year-old utility company with deep experience owning and operating water and wastewater infrastructure here in North America. Last year, EPCOR successfully completed and commissioned the industrial water supply and wastewater reclamation projects for the semiconductor fabrication facility up in Taylor. Most recently, EPCOR has announced the development of a new seawater desalination facility in Galveston County. The project is located at a site where a former power plant used seawater for cooling, and the site's uniquely suited for seawater desalination because it provides an existing intake and outfall facilities. It's located close to power supply as well as a customer base. The capacity of the project will be about 26 million gallons a day, and EPCOR is developing this state-of-the-art facility using exclusively private capital. As you know, state approvals for marine desalination projects are essential because they provide protections for the environment, for water rights owners, and public water supplies. And as EPCOR works through our permitting process, we have found TCEQ and their subject matter experts to be knowledgeable and professional. We understand the agency operates within the statutes of federal and state law, and to the extent Texas can provide an objective and responsive regulatory structure, it will continue to attract private capital, specifically in the water space. Based on our experience in relation to the charge today, we respectfully offer the following perspectives. One, projects can only move as fast as permitting, and time always costs money. So as Texas moves into marine desalination, it is critical to ensure that its regulators have an adequate funding to attract and retain the technical staff they need to keep pace with the increased permitting workload. And second, reverse osmosis technology has become standard for desalination projects worldwide. This is because it's energy efficient, is proven reliable for meeting drinking water quality standards. In recognition of this, TCEQ no longer requires pilot testing for brackish desalination projects, but the requirement remains for marine desalination. Designing, procuring, and conducting a pilot test increases the development time and cost of a project, especially since pilot tests cannot be performed without a discharge permit. It's critical to streamline regulatory requirements without compromising public protections of water supplies. So the legislature could consider aligning marine desalination standards with those for brackish. In closing, we believe Texas is poised to become a North American leader in seawater desalination. A robust permitting structure with clear requirements and timely procedures will attract private capital and industry expertise to develop these projects and reduce the amount of time to new water supplies. Thank you, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you guys for the information. To you, Michael, specifically, consensus is pilots, other than I haven't talked to the regulatory group, pilot versus modeling. Do you believe there's enough data that, I can appreciate where TCEQ is coming from because you kind of prove up your concept before you spend all this money, only to find out at the end of it the modeling didn't support it. But is the data, technologies, ability to forecast exactly where you're going to land available today, in your opinion?
Yes, sir, we do. Yeah, we believe it's there.
Good. I didn't lead in, but our water supply plan, out of the 4 sources that Texas has undeveloped, 3 of them are desal related. One's marine, one's brackish, and one's produced water. We can have a whole hearing on produced water sooner coming up, I hope. But we are moving towards the desal model for sure. So it's timely, and we'll have the desal brackish here in a little bit. But so on the cost per thousand, because that's what it always gets to. I can tell you every conversation with desal that I've had for the last 15 years has been, well, it costs too much. Well, let me first of all caveat. When you run out of it, how much was too much? And number 2, the latest cost in desal technologies, brackish and marine, have gotten pretty close, almost to the point where there's not a huge difference either way, which is encouraging. I saw a cost on one of the latest desal conversations at like $7.50 a thousand, and everybody in the audience is going to go, that's too high, that's double what we're paying. But that's the cost of new water in Texas. Is that a fair statement? Are you in that ballpark, or can you tell me kind of where you think you're going to land to the consumer? And I know.
Sure. Yeah, our project, we're too early for costing, but that's certainly an important question all of our customers are looking at. I believe Kyle's got some data on what we're looking at as far as a range for unit pricing in diesel.
If you notice, the theme today is it's what's the taxpayer, what's the consumer, what's the checkbook of the end user going to look like? Now, acknowledging, it's been said 100 times too, we've never had to pay for water, right. but we have run out of the cheap water. So
what we're suggesting after talking to a variety of industry folks, it's the $6.50 to $12 per thousand is probably a reasonable range. Obviously depending on where and the various factors that's for marine, and for brackish is three and a quarter to 6.
Yep.
So that seems to be where things are falling right now. Now that when we first started this, that's more expensive than it was 15 years ago.
Sure.
Obviously, and if you ask me, the end of next week, it may be more expensive the end of next week. But that's just that's just what we're dealing
Well,
with.
I think you're, so I've seen $6.50 to $11.
Yeah.
That's kind of where it's landing, so that's good. And then lastly, Senate Bill 7 and HB 7, the heart of it, and I still don't believe it got out there, is regionalization and conveyance. And funding is available for conveyance. And so Water Development Board, to their credit, and I've had multiple conversations, if you have 25 apps sitting on your desk and all of them are 20 cities within a region, don't look at each city anymore. And it, to your point, Lee, that ability to build out bigger and serve more regional needs, because the cost of the project demands a bigger base, and the economies of scale kicks in. So Senate Bill 7 and HB 7 specifically are geared to unsilo the patchwork of individual water supply development that we've created by multiple different policy conversations and levels over the time, to where it is a regional need that's being met, and conveyance is funded, which a lot of people have a heartburn about that, because where are you going to move water to? Well, we're going to develop it and move it to where it needs to be. And if you don't have that, then regionalization doesn't work. So we're finally evolving to a point where, with funding and thought on the front end and project approval at the Water Development Board, is going to force that hub and spoke mentality. And that's the only way we're going to get a water supply development, because it's too expensive and too long. That's just the way it's going to be. So with that, anybody? Yep. Senator Hinojosa, I'm shocked that you would have any questions. Being you are the tip of the spear on lots of levels.
Yeah, I know it. Goodness, and inherited a lot of tough accounts. Good. Thank y'all for being here. So I can't agree more with how to try to streamline the process for marine desal. As you know, I represent Corpus Christi. I live in Corpus Christi, so we're literally at the tip of the spear on all these issues. Good to see you, ma'am. I know we were there for the announcement of the RGV desal, and that's exciting. But to just put an additional point on what's been stressed here, to talk about your backstop. You're talking about that to help right size your outflow, correct?
So that could be helpful in places where there's a need for a large facility, but not enough committed water or during that time, in order to expedite the commencement of the construction. And as Kyle mentioned, time is money, and every year that goes by, the prices escalate. We've heard Perry speak at the first panel. Prices just go up, and we're trying to mitigate that. And the faster we can get projects on the go, the better.
And in terms of your really, if you add your intake and outflow portions to get it offshore, that probably accounts for about a third the cost of the entire marine desal project. Is that correct?
That would add cost. Yeah, definitely does.
So, I've introduced some ideas we'll talk more about later about state participation with that particular asset of the desal. In terms of everything else, to also elaborate on Chairman Perry's idea about a water grid, and then what we passed last session through Senate Bill 1169, which I authored, to create public utility agencies. You're talking about infrastructure to get it to entities that need it, and that's where you can capitalize on economies of scale by creating public utility agencies and building out that infrastructure where it is needed. And comes into question, Chairman, we're having a panel after with Water Development Board. Are they here today?
Yeah, the Water Development Board will be on brackish.
Okay, because this adds to that, where some of this legislation that all passed together, there was an interesting interpretation of House Bill 500 and grant funding, which did not, we need clarity on how they interpreted that use for public utility agencies specifically.
It's Enron Light accounting.
Okay.
And it's a finance conversation that you can have offline.
Okay.
It got screwed up.
Okay. Yeah, because it involved also...
That's a technical accounting term. It got screwed up.
Yep.
It also involved water supply corporations but particularly with public utility agencies that sounds like we have a fix or at least a conversation about it. But there are currently mechanisms for that very specific thing. So I think drilling down on honing in some of these ways to expedite the permitting process, I think is important, but also ways the state can participate, because it does boil down to funding at the end of the day, and where you find those deltas in very expensive, water supply. But as is stated, that is where we're at today, and there's ways that we can utilize, especially with 1169, utilizing public utility agencies and other mechanisms to make that happen. But I'd be interested to just follow up with you guys on particulars on how else we can work on that.
Yeah, I think if we take the PUAs together with the concept of regionality, if looking into I'd say deciding between the different projects and funding, incentivizing projects that go regional, or maybe, implement the PUAs, that could be another mechanism to drive these different communities to work together and understand they need to be cooperating in order to benefit the region.
Chairman Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everyone for being here. As I looked over the map of the desalination plants, and I heard, and I'm so sorry with your last name, I couldn't.
Earlbeck.
Mr. Earlbeck, talk about the one in Galveston Bay in Galveston County. It seems to be a little bit inland, and I guess you've got those access points that are coming in from the bay into the desal plant. My concern is the discharge of the salt that you're taking out. What are you going to do in terms of that waste salt, and how do we get it to where it doesn't disrupt the bay waters and the ecology and the environment that's there? Because, for our state, one of the biggest, I think, draws to our state is the fishing and hunting quality of the bays, and I think that it is a treasure of our state and something we don't want to disrupt. Obviously, we need the water, but we don't want to do it at the expense of our environment. So what are your thoughts on that? What is that? And then the cost of these pilots, you mentioned that's something that's raising an issue of time and money.
Sure. Yeah. So I think we agree with you on the importance of Texas protecting its estuaries. We definitely want to include that in our projects. When you look at marine desalination, there's basically two strategies to manage the brine or the concentrate. You can use underwater sprinklers, they call them diffusers, where you spread that out until that salt is absorbed into the ambient salinity. Or you can use what they call flow augmentation, which is you basically divert more water than you're going to actually treat, and then use that to blend back down the concentrate before you discharge. If you look at both projects in the U.S., both in Tampa Bay and the one in Carlsbad, they're co-located at a power plant site. In the case of Tampa, the power plant's still running, and so they're blending through flow augmentation the concentrate. That's the strategy we're proposing to use in Galveston Bay. We're at a site, former power plant site. We propose to blend at least 1-to-1 our concentrate before we discharge back. We've done far field modeling studies to look at the impact of that. We've also asked Texas A&M Galveston to do the same. Their results, as far as ours, as well as ours, are included in our discharge permit application that's currently under review at TCEQ. With regard to seawater pilots, our experience is it's going to cost $5 to $10 million and take 9 to 12 months by the time you look at all the pre-engineering, the testing, and then the final reporting. So that can be a significant increase in the time and cost it takes to develop a project from concept to wet water.
What was the amount again?
$5 to $10 million. Some can cost more, but.
So my understanding that our bays have suffered increased salinity and a decrease in production of fish due to the droughts that have occurred. So I was wondering, could your desal plants help us in years of drought, help us maintain the proper salinity of our bays? Is that a possibility? If we decide as a state to agree to do something to offset these $5 to $10 million costs, could you help us as a state keep the balanced environment that we need for the estuaries in our state?
I'm really glad you asked that question, Senator. One of the things that we would like for y'all to look at, certainly the brackish plants that are closer to the border, their ability to offload their concentrate into canals leading into the basin estuaries. We're actually putting fresher water in there, especially in drought years, than what is currently there. As we all know, those change, the salinity there changes depending on the weather.
Right.
Sometimes it's really saline, and sometimes it's really fresh, just depending on what's happened upstream. Right. In this case, these plants that are close to the border, but are close to the coast, but using brackish water, allowing them to offshoot their concentrate into these channels would actually do exactly what you just said, would help improve the bay, especially in drought years.
I would hope that y'all could come together, both those of you using the brackish and those of you using the marine, to figure out a way how to improve the health of our estuaries, of our bays. I think that would send a positive message, and maybe that would be a way for us to make investments in making these plants come online. Obviously, we know we need the water, but working together, y'all might be able to help us improve the health. I mean, our coastline is a huge economic generator where people from all over the state and other states come in to vacation, to fish, to hunt, to do other things. And so I think that would be a helpful.
Well, and it's a lot of the same people, but clearly brine disposal is a issue that has to be considered for every single plant, and every single plant seems to be addressing it in a different way. And if we were allowed a more uniform, especially depending on the geography, a more uniform way, it would go a long way to solving that particular riddle and lowering some cost.
Well, the good news is that we're here May the 11th and not January the 11th.
Right.
So it'd be good for y'all to take some time to work with the state agencies, the regulatory agencies, see what we could do to come up with a plan that might make the cost of this desalinated water not seem as painful if we see better benefits out of it
Currently, Southmost in outside of Brownsville, the plant down there releases its concentrate into a drainage ditch, which goes off into the Gulf. Now I know that's different than the basin estuaries, but we do have some that are doing just that.
Well, we're going to need to have a lot of science, and it needs to get proved up, because a lot of people are opposing your plants because they fear the damage it's going to do to the eastern estuary.
There was a municipal race along the coast recently that used it was an anti-desal that got involved in the race, and one of the candidates used a video of a rusty pipe issuing forth some kind of black liquid into a pool of water, and suggested that was desal concentrate. And if I had a glass of desalinated water out of a plant, a glass of brine concentrate here in front of you, they both looked exactly the same. I mean, this one would be saltier, taste different, but they would look the same. So I mean, it's not what most people think.
Yeah, and even just to add to that, 2 cups of water comparison, it would be, we're going from about 3.5% salinity in the water. The brine is at 7%. It's double, and then with disbursement, diffusers, that goes away. But if I'm looking at the estuaries, and you mentioned in the basin, the watershed that throughout drought is being more distressed, if we're able to provide new supplies of water that does not come from the fresh water, from EPCOR's plan, from the RGV plan, from Nueces River's plan that is planned, and the other desalination plants along the coastline, we're able to free up that water and take down some of that stress, not only from the rivers, but also from the aquifers. Now, if we take down some of that stress and there's an alternative supply of water, those could then be replenished from the existing water in the environment. So I completely agree with you, Senator. There's more benefits to it than just providing new water to the pipelines.
So, Senator Menendez, having been able to go to Israel and see the water plants, and they've been doing these for, correct me, 5 decades, since the 80s?
Yeah, we've been
long time.
Yeah.
80s, and so they have pipes that discharge, and they show the, one of them was telling, because it actually grew new coral, and it's kind of become a whole new deal, because it just need a slight uptick in ambient. But we have just the opposite. When we have too much fresh water, it ruins the bays and estuaries for a while. But this piece, and I think the Laguna is one of those examples. They said it needed a slight uptick. So I say all that to say the scientists and the biologists and everybody involved in it are very, very proficient and very sensitive And part of the reason Corpus was delayed was a federal challenge to the Bay conversation, and they kind of reduced their MGD to get it down a little bit. But all of that stuff is pretty well vetted, and not to say that something can happen, but when done right, you won't see an impact to it.
I agree, but we just, in order to eliminate the whole, conversation, we need to figure out how to work together and show people the fact that
I think Leahy made the point I was going to make earlier. Water's really one of those things people don't understand. If you're currently taking from a resource here that's depleting, but you supplant or you replace, then you're leaving more water for upstream. You're leaving more. So if I can get a different input, then everybody downstream gets to keep what they've got more. So it all works together. I'm just saying the science and the technologies and the places that have been doing this for decades now with no environmental, and it's just gotten better technology-wise.
Very good.
It exists today. So, Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Curious, is there a market for any of the byproduct from desalination?
That's another really good question, Senator. Well, yes and no. Here's the El Paso, the plant out in El Paso's had a facility up and running for, gosh, I guess the last 10 years that split off the material that they produced from the concentrate. And they have been fairly successful at that as far as identifying and trying to commercialize those products, typically for agriculture use for the most part. Some of it actually goes back to the desal plant because you got to put some of this product back in the raw water. The problem has been transportation. That kind of blows the model, the financial model, because getting those products to the people who need them is expensive, and so they just haven't gotten it to the point where it is financially viable. But certainly the technology is there for the most part that this can be done. And you can split these. We're doing some of that obviously out of the produced water stuff. So it's so we're getting there. But it's like everything else, getting at the last mile that's costing so much.
Yeah, and I would add to that in some of our latest plants that have been operating and are now under construction at IDE, we do that. We produce out of the brine what you mentioned, those exactly those components that we will then need at the post-treatment that not only saves on it as the brine, but also saves on us having transporting chemicals to the plant and have those out on the road. It's a question of economics at the end of the day. I think for the most part, it hasn't been as explored just because most of the time these would be, desalination companies and not chemical producers and distributors. So we just don't have that capacity in what we do. But if there's a way to work together, then there could definitely, a lot of that brine could be used for other parts.
Thank you for that. So you said there's potential agricultural use. What other uses are there?
There may be others. It depends on the components. What I've heard mostly is agriculture and fertilizer and things of that nature. But it depends on the water source and the different components that are actually in that water. And so in different parts of the
magnesium
state,
and
yeah. It'll be different things. But at least in El Paso, it was mostly agriculture.
Got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what's the salinity of this discharge fluid typically?
The salinity of the discharge would usually be around twice what it is of the water coming in. So that would be
70.
in seawater about 70 parts per trillion or 7%?
70,000.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
And of course, brackish it's variable. I mean, it depending on the original salinity of the brackish that they're pumping.
I would note it's about twice ambient salinity. So down in South Texas, that's going to be 70 to 80,000 TDS. When you get up into the northern embayments, you're getting much fresher systems. Ambient salinity is around 15 parts per thousand, 18 parts per thousand in Galveston Bay. So the concentration of the discharge there is going to be significantly lower than what you would expect in like Corpus Christi or Laguna Madre.
Start to finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Start to finish. Everything runs like it's supposed to, permitting, number of days, et cetera. Build, all in, delivering water. How long? For, say, a 30 MGD?
Construction from NTP, from when we have all the agreements closed, we have all the off-takers land, we got the permits ready to go. Construction would, I would say, would be between, on a large scale plan, 50 and above, would be between, it could be between 3 to 4 years, depending on availability of labor and raw material and resources. So that would be depending on the general contractors, and we've heard, we've
Right.
heard Perry.
Best case then 4 years, probably on average 7
For everything. you
for
mean.
everything, 7 to
It'd
10.
probably be shorter than that. I mean, if I look, Carlsbad was built in 3 years, so.
With permitting.
No, it's without permitting. So if permitting, if we can get permitting done in 12 months, then,
Well,
yeah,
I
starting
mean,
to finish.
I
We'll find
think
a
I think
balance.
it'd be fair to say that it would not be unusual for permitting to take longer than construction.
Okay, that's a good place to leave it. I want that to, I cannot continue to just go down. If you need water 20 years from now, you better be working on water today, period.
Yesterday.
Period. And so, that's not as bad as I thought, but in reality, it never works that smooth. Is that a fair statement?
Right.
Okay.
You have all those different components. so-
Senator Cocourse.
A quick question. One of you mentioned the co-location of power, and just what do you foresee that power being? What source? Natural gas?
I would say.
SMRs?
I would assume natural gas, but now we have molten nuclear, so
Yep.
who knows?
Yeah.
2030.
Yeah.
Gonna have one.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, it could be, but probably gas. That would be my that would be my thought.
Yeah. So did you mention something, Kyle, about like permit issues that we don't have the availability of to co-locate right now?
We can't co-locate. We had Chairman Larson had legislation in 2013 to allow co-location. You may have had a bill last session that kind of looked at that, if I remember correctly. But the bill didn't. I don't think it didn't get out of the House.
And what do you think we have in statute right now that you cannot co-locate? Is there history there?
I hate to say it's about money, but well, I mean,
We have
there's
SB 6 now and some other things.
Well, I mean, there's segments of the
Behind the gate.
regulated industry, the regulated electric industry that don't necessarily think that's a good idea.
Unregulated, remember? That's what we are, but
Yeah.
really, when it's
Yeah.
convenient,
Well,
it's
yeah, well, we still
unregulated.
have- we still
when
have
it's
a-
when it's something they don't like, it's regulated.
Well, yeah, exactly. Right.
And-
Yeah. Anyway, it was met with some resistance from the electric industry.
That's kind of interesting. Behind the meter kind of issues we're working through. My last question would be on the power generation side. We obviously are being squeezed and just in general, but then the unbalanced portfolio that we have, and then the pressure of data centers, growth in general. What kind of power does desal? I've always read it's tremendous amounts of power, and that's a not scientific term. So give me a scientific term on
Yeah,
how many
for-
kilowatts and what you're talking about.
For the project we're proposing in Galveston Bay at full capacity, we're estimating about 11 megawatts, and that's 26.5 MGD.
Thank you.
Yep, it's not that bad. Not bad at all.
Not compared to a data center.
Well, but data centers, don't get me started. There's, somebody said something a while ago that the worst kind of information is misinformation. It's worse than no information. So there's a lot of misinformation out there on those guys. Anybody else? Thank you guys for prepping and appreciate you being here. We will get with you, Kelly, and talk about possible changes there to hopefully move this in a responsible way. Chair calls up fourth panel regulations affecting brackish water desal, Natalie Ballou, Casey Stinson, Richard Wedding, Donovan Burton, and Lori Blond. And if there's not enough chairs, we can call you up later. I remind everybody that brackish, we have 3.2 we think recoverable, 5.2 available, 1 billion acre feet. It will be our backstop for water supply. Okay. All right. There we go. So Water Development Board, Natalie Blue. Again, this is our largest opportunity for water supply development in Texas, almost with minimum exception. Cesar, your area is big, but just to the south in your district, there's not so much. But most places can find brackish water to develop. Go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Pull that closer.
Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, members of the committee. I'm Natalie Ballou. Closer, okay. I'm Natalie Ballou, the Groundwater Division Director at the Texas Water Development Board, and I'm going to tell you exactly how much we estimate that we have in brackish groundwater resources today. I'll give you a high-level program overview of where we're at with our brackish groundwater investigations. And I do have some visual aids here, so I'm going to click through them, and I hope that you have a copy as well. So the Brackish Resources Aquifer Characterization System Program, we just call it the BRACS program because it saves you a breath. This began in 2009, and it started with the purpose to map and characterize the brackish aquifers in Texas, and has evolved to estimate the total volume of brackish groundwater that we have in storage and its potential availability into the future. The data and information we provide through this program is intended to be used by regional water planning groups and any other entity who is interested in developing and desalinating brackish groundwater as a new supply. In 2015, the legislature directed the Texas Water Development Board to identify and designate brackish groundwater production zones. And in 2019, the legislature established a permitting framework for developing water supplies in TWDB designated zones. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go forward. Okay. This map here on the right, it shows you water wells in our Water Development Board groundwater database that have brackish groundwater samples. And they are all over the map. The darker gray swaths of color are the aquifers that do contain brackish groundwater. And so most all of our major and minor aquifers in the state have both fresh and brackish groundwater within them. And Texas does have a considerable amount of brackish groundwater. Now, I'm a geologist, so I have to give you a little bit of a geology lesson. So before I get into the process of our status and our work, I wanted to walk through an image of one of our typical Texas aquifers. And this image shows you what our aquifers typically look like. The brown or black squiggly line at the top is the land surface. That multicolored formation is the aquifer formation dipping into the subsurface. Where the aquifer is exposed at the land surface, we call that the outcrop. Typically, you have more fresh water in that area. That is also where aquifers recharge. And then as you get deeper, you have a gradient of salinity until you get to the very deepest portion of the aquifer. And that's just because the water has been hanging out with the rock so long, it's taken out some of the minerals. And for our work in our BRACS program, we focus on the slightly to moderately saline interval. So that's anything from 1,000 to just under 10,000 milligrams per liter of total dissolved solids. And this is just a short process slide of kind of what we go through in our work. I'm actually going to walk you through very quickly what is all involved in our work. So starting with mapping our salinity zones and estimating total volume, we rely on available data from water well reports, geophysical well logs, water quality samples, and any available aquifer data that we can get our hands on so that we can identify salinity zones, both in aerial extent and depth into the subsurface, and estimate how much brackish groundwater an aquifer can hold. And so this image on the left here is just an example of the kind of information that we provide in our studies. This is for the eastern portion of the Sparta aquifer, and we estimate a total of 50 billion acre feet per year of slightly to moderately saline in the Sparta, just the eastern portion. And in all of our studies, we report by volumes by salinity classification, groundwater conservation district, groundwater management area, regional water planning group. We cut it in all sorts of ways, so it's useful to whoever needs to access that information. And it's really important to emphasize that the initial volumes that we estimate are in-place storage volumes and are not recoverable volumes. And a kind of simple analogy to understand the difference between those two kinds of volumes is you can think of a sponge. So you have a sponge, the amount of water that it can hold is the in-place storage volume. And then you squeeze that sponge as hard as you can dry, but it's still gonna be a little bit damp. And so the actual volume of water that you get out of that sponge, you can call that your recoverable water. Very simplified version of that explanation, but it works for my brain. So from our completed brackish aquifer studies done so far, we have estimated 3.3 billion acre feet of slightly to moderately saline groundwater. And I'm not going to spend too much on this slide, but that is the number so far to date. We still have some more studies to do, and so that number will likely go up. But just for what we have left to do, this, I'm not going to read you or expect you to see everything on this slide, but this is our volumes broken out by each of the studies that we have done and also by salinity classification. One thing that I just can't reiterate enough is that not all brackish groundwater can be recovered economically or while preventing undesirable impacts on existing users and fresh water. So just something to keep in mind. But site-specific studies can confirm local production volumes once you have a project in mind that you want to go investigate more. All right, so where are we at with our work? We're currently working on studies for 5 aquifers. Those are on the left side of the slide. And then our upcoming studies, we just have 3 more aquifers left that are eligible for brackish groundwater production zone designation. So we are slowly having fewer aquifers on our upcoming studies map there. And there are some aquifers that are not eligible for a designation of brackish groundwater production zones because either they're not anticipated to have a significant quantity of brackish groundwater, or there's just not enough space between the existing users or fresh water and the super saline portion of the aquifer to allow a meaningful area for a slightly to moderately saline zone. As an example of that, the Cross Timbers aquifer, it's that kind of purple, largest blob in the Cross Timbers area, Cross Timbers region. That has a lot of salinity in that aquifer, but the pockets of that saline water, they're pretty short distance from each other, so that will not have any zones designated in it. But we do still plan to map these aquifers in detail once we wrap up our deadline in 2032. Okay, so once we know the detailed aquifer structure, we have our salinity mapped out, and we have an estimate of total volume, we get into our brackish groundwater production zone analysis. So Texas Water Code 16.060 outlines the criteria for zone designation. We identify areas of moderate to high groundwater availability with long-term production potential. These areas must have significant barriers in place to prevent impacts from fresh groundwater availability and quality. We cannot designate zones in areas with existing brackish use, where injection waste disposal may migrate, in certain excluded groundwater conservation districts, or in areas with fresh groundwater. So our analysis includes buffering over those kind of areas that we can't actually designate a zone in. So if we look at our diagram here for the hydrogeology lesson, we have a handful of wells that are up in the freshwater portion, that's that blue area, and we want to buffer our brackish groundwater production zone far enough away so that those existing fresh wells will not be impacted. Because pumping from a well creates a drawdown, of course, a cone of depression where it's influencing the water levels around it. And so we buffer with sufficient distance, usually horizontal distance, to avoid that impact from happening to those wells in the freshwater area. So say you also have a waste disposal well in this area, and that injectate that's being injected is going to migrate through the aquifer, and so we want to also buffer around accordingly so that you're not being impacted by any of that injectate. And so we do have a tool that has improved the way that we buffer around injection wells. We used to do a very conservative 15-mile buffer, but we developed a tool with a lot of stakeholder input, and that actually narrowed our buffer down, in some cases for our most recent study, down to 0.05 miles. So it's a very effective tool to really get an idea of how this injectate is flowing, and so we can, we don't have to be as conservative in our buffer there. And so once we have those buffers determined and we exclude the areas that can't have zones, we can use what we know about aquifer properties and we can build an analytical numerical groundwater flow model. So we can actually kind of determine how much groundwater can be produced without impeding on our buffered out areas. So far, we have designated 31 zones and a handful of aquifers. And with an estimated total of 120,000 acre feet per year, I will note that the in-place storage volumes, that's just a acre feet volume. It's not a per year volume. So from the zones we have designated so far, it's 120,000 acre feet per year. There were some aquifers that didn't get any zone designations because it's already pretty brackish. There's already a lot of existing use in the area. And in some cases, it could have been from injection migration. And it's really important to note that these total, if you add these up for a 30 or 50 year production volume, that's really just 1 or 2% of the total in-place storage volume. But our main priority when mapping these zones is to prevent impacts to existing users and freshwater. And so we take that all into account whenever we are designating these zones. And I'd like to mention too that data availability is a challenge in a lot of this work because, we're working in the super deep portions of the aquifers. Oftentimes there's just not much data on the aquifer in those areas. And so as more brackish groundwater projects get developed or we get more data in those areas, we'll likely be able to refine our estimates of production and just kind of how the groundwater flows through those portions of the aquifers. And we actually already have an amendment process to these zones in place if someone has already collected some additional data where we can go in and update our zones. And this is just for reference. It's a table that breaks down our different zones, how many zones are in each aquifer, and what the estimated annual production is, 30-year production potential, and 50-year production potential. I won't spend much time on this, but it's there for reference or questions later. And so we do have a deadline of 2032 to designate all of our zones. That got extended in 2019. And so these maps here show the remaining zones that we have to analyze. On the left are the studies that we've completed, and we are already working on our zone analysis. In the center, we already have our brackish aquifer studies complete, and so those will be next on the list for zone designation. And then on the right, those are the ones that we still haven't done a study for, and so we have to do the study before we can get to the zone designation. And then lastly, since we are talking about permitting a lot today, the statute outlines rules for permits within brackish groundwater production zones. This slide shows who is involved and what is required of them. And I won't spend too much time on the permittee GCD side, but the Water Development Board does have a role in reviewing permits received by groundwater conservation districts if they have rules in place for production from brackish groundwater production zones. And so our role is really just a technical review of the permit application before any permits can be granted. And then an annual report is required with the permit if it gets granted. And so we also have a role in providing a technical review of that annual report. And whenever it's outlined in statute that we just compare the permit and the plan and the proposed well field design with what we recommended in our zone designation report. And I'm really not sure how this works in practice yet because, well, one, it's an unfamiliar place for the Water Development Board to be involved in a permitting action like this, but also we haven't received any permit applications yet. But we are prepared. We have our process how we think it'll work whenever the first one hits our inbox.
They're coming. They're coming.
All right, we're ready. And that is all I have around for any questions whenever you have them.
Right. You, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. My name is Casey Stinson. I am Head of Project Development with 7 Seas here along with Rosanna Ramirez, Director of Sales. We are a company with a long history that's actively developing brackish groundwater desalination facilities for municipal supply here in Texas. I want to begin with a simple observation. Texas water policy strongly supports brackish desalination. Texas permitting structure was not built to allow it to scale. That mismatch is where projects can stall. The Texas State Water Plan depends on brackish groundwater desal to meet future demand. Regional plans rely on it, communities in water-stressed areas are interested in it, and private capital is willing to fund it. And yet, projects consistent with the state water plan routinely take 3 to 6 years before they have enough permitting certainty to begin construction, if they survive at all. Importantly, these projects do not fail because of environmental problems or technical infeasibility. They fail because the regulatory pathway is unclear, fragmented, and politically uncertain for the local governments involved. Let me explain where this happens. First is at the groundwater level. Groundwater Conservation District rules were developed to protect fresh aquifers from overpumping based on long-term aquifer use and recharge patterns, and they've done a great job at that. However, brackish aquifer regulation should be based on technical standards specific to brackish systems, their own recharge rates, salinity dynamics, and use patterns, rather than just borrowed from freshwater frameworks. Without these brackish frameworks, projects enter long hearings, contested cases, or political processes with no clear technical standard to resolve them. Second, at the concentrate disposal permitting level. At the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, there's no defined permitting track specifically for brackish desal concentrate outside of Class 1 non-hazardous disposal wells, which have been sporadically utilized historically. Otherwise, projects must pursue individual Texas pollutant discharge elimination system permits or utilize evaporation pond frameworks that were often not designed with desalination in mind. As a result, every project becomes a multi-year negotiation about how their concentrate can be managed, even though this is a predictable, well-understood byproduct of a treatment process that the state water plan depends on. Which leads to the third issue, municipal political uncertainty. Even when city staff understand the technical merits, elected officials are asked to commit to a project that may sit in permitting for longer than their term in office, while opponents frame it as giving away groundwater or creating an environmental hazard. So cities delay. They ask for more studies, leaderships change, and projects quietly die. Not because they were bad ideas, but because the process is too uncertain to survive politically. We respectfully suggest that the legislature can make a profound difference to improving regulatory efficiency here without weakening a single environmental protection. 5 targeted actions that could change the trajectory of these projects statewide. 1. Direct TCEQ and provide them with the resources to create a defined brackish desalination permit track with technical criteria and timelines so projects are no longer having to be invented from scratch. 2, require regulatory differentiation for portions of aquifers designated as brackish by TWDB so that groundwater districts can apply rules appropriate to brackish well fields, not just freshwater. 3, create an expedited, fee-based, coordinated review process for projects aligned with regional water plans, linking planning priority to permitting priority. 4, standardize acceptable concentrate disposal pathways in rule or statute to simplify the decision-making process for entities developing brackish groundwater projects. And 5, provide limited statutory safe harbor for municipalities contracting for brackish desal supply, clarifying that this is a recognized public benefit water strategy, not a transfer of public resources. I want to be very clear about what we are not asking for. We are not asking to bypass environmental review. We're not asking for less oversight. And we're not asking for TCEQ to take on this additional work without funding. We support expedited permit review fees to help offset the increased workload. We're asking for a permitting framework that matches the water strategy Texas has already adopted. Because every gallon of brackish water we treat is a gallon of fresh water that remains in rivers, aquifers, and agricultural supply, which is an act of protecting our great state's natural resources for generations to come. Right now, the barrier to bringing more water to Texans is not the science, it's the process, and I think that's something this committee has the ability to fix. Thank you very much for your time and leadership.
Appreciate you. Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Donovan Burton with the San Antonio Water System. SAWS is one of the largest municipalities in the nation, and we are very committed to brackish desalination. That is a big piece of our future, as well as other alternative supplies. But we are serving over 2 million people in Bexar and surrounding counties. First, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for your work on HJR 7, SJR 7, or SB 7, I'm sorry, for the historic investment in the state's water resources. That was a very good thing, and we appreciate that. It will help us out in a lot of projects as well as certainly across the state. Everyone has seen the explosive growth we've had in Texas. San Antonio is probably the fastest growing city in the nation, and depending on the year. This will mean that every major municipality will need to continue developing new water supplies to meet the needs of our ratepayers and the state's thriving economy. As part of that effort, we must balance new supply development and the needs of suburban and rural communities and property rights and environmental concerns. We believe the brackish groundwater will play a key role in meeting that challenge, and particularly the brackish zones that we've talked about. It is a long-term effort on SAW's behalf to diversify our water supply and reduce reliance on the Edwards Aquifer, which I know is a very important thing to our entire region. The strategy remains essential to our future water supply. Further incentivizing use of brackish would make it more attractive for SAWs and other large cities and water providers to pursue this option instead of fresh water. Doing so would help provide fresh water supplies for for smaller communities, ag users, and environmental needs. Finding and producing brackish groundwater is a complicated process requiring deeper wells, different pumps, more intensive filtration and treatment process, different redundancy. It also requires an energy source that's redundant and stable. These processes all require a level of commitment that is not easy or cheap, and a favorable regulatory environment would be helpful to that process. SAWS brought on our phase 1 of our brackish desalination plant in 2016 after planning and working for over a decade to bring it online. These things take a long time to bring on any new water project. The wells, collection system, and plant without the integration pipelines cost a little over $200 million. The project's first phase was built to bring about 10 million gallons a day into the community, about 11,000 acre feet, to our customers, as one of now 13 different supplies that we have in San Antonio. The plant was plumbed and footprinted to bring on an additional phases 2 and 3, up to 33,000 acre feet from the lower Wilcox Aquifer, and we've planned for another up to 50,000 acre feet brackish desalination project to meet all of our future needs into 2070. Our brackish groundwater wells are about 1,200 to 600 feet deep, 1,600 feet deep. Produce about 1,350 TDS. The plant is a reverse osmosis where the brackish is forced through a series of membranes. You've talked about some of that. We get about 90% efficiency with about 1 million gallons a day of concentrate that is disposed of through deep water injection, deep well injection. It's about a mile deep that goes. The water is then mixed with other waters and produced at the plant, namely our Aquifer Storage and Recovery Program and our local Carrizo project, and those are distributed back into the city through the east and west side of the city. We have very good flexibility. The project could have been done much sooner, except for some of the regulatory environment that was in place. It was only a third of the size that was it originally supposed to be. I mentioned phases 2 and 3. We ultimately ended up doing just phase 1 while we proved up the science. There was some concern that there would be impacts to the overlying freshwater aquifers. There hasn't been. We've had a decade now of looking at that and testing our theories. Passed out a handout. I think you got it. I think you passed it out, or we passed it out last year as well, that shows some of our monitoring process to ensure that the brackish production is not impacting the overlying freshwater sources. There's a graphic that shows essentially when we turn off of the desal plant that the freshwater monitoring wells are not moving. A couple of different series is in that handout. I think there's a 13-day and a 6-day. There's also a 29-day and another one, but we don't see any impacts to the freshwater source, and they're really separated by an aquitard, and I think that's shown in the map. There's anywhere from a 300 to 400 foot clay barrier between the freshwater and the brackish groundwater, and so those provide that layer of buffer. Overall, we believe this area is a sweet spot to developing brackish groundwater in our area. I think the Water Development Board has shown some of that in their model. We think that's a very good thing. Regarding the expansion, the project is currently operational. We've learned specific types of pumps and well construction that are better suited for this. So we're learning lessons every day, but we know that the electrical load and some of these operational concerns will cost more money. All that to say, these lessons to learn are very helpful. Applying these lessons will mean higher project costs in the future, potentially in the face of greater political and legal uncertainty. As far as specific legislative matters, Mr. Perry, we appreciate your efforts last session to lessen the regulatory burden on brackish production zones. We think that will be a good model as we go forward. I see my time is running out. We will continue to work. We appreciate the Water Development Board's effort to refine the buffer. We'll continue working with the Water Development Board on this buffer. This wastewater well injection buffer has kind of excluded some of our area, and so we're working with them. We appreciate their work. We will also want to emphasize that financial incentives are important for offsetting the higher cost of brackish development. These projects, allowing funding for brackish groundwater projects in these protective zones, strikes a good balance between incentivizing the production of brackish groundwater without impacting other potential uses. Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there and answer any questions you may have.
Mayor, good to see you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lori Blong. I'm the mayor of the city of Midland. And I am really thankful for the opportunity to be here today to speak on the important work that Midland has underway to secure water for our future. I'm also in oil and gas, and so I'm going to be speaking primarily in my role as mayor, but also have some remarks on the greater Permian impact today. I do want to also acknowledge that I've listened today to a lot of the other presentations, and you are facing significant challenges around the state. We do see ours as a primarily regional challenge in West Texas, and so I'm going to be talking about that specifically. And I want to draw your attention to slide number 3, if I can. I'm going to camp out there, and hopefully you each have that printed in front of you. You can see it more closely. But you can see the regional nature of the existing infrastructure that we already have built out, both through the city of Midland and the Colorado River Municipal Water District. So everything that I'm talking about today truly is a rising tide that lifts all of the boats in West Texas, because our communities are already connected and using this regional concept that Senator Perry references so often. Our community, Midland, sits at the center of the activity, and the Permian Basin in the greater area is producing over 6 million barrels of oil per day, generating more than $22 billion annually in severance taxes to the state of Texas. So we've helped to fund much of the revenue that's going to be used through this. Midland sits at the center of the activity, and our community provides the workforce and the infrastructure for a population that has roughly doubled in the past 2 decades. So we're catching up with a lot of that growth. The energy security is national security, and I think we've seen that in recent days. Midland plays a direct role in powering the United States economy and protecting America's strategic position globally. But West Texas water security for the future is necessary for us to continue to ensure energy security. I'm here today because Midland has 3 water source projects that are ready to move forward into final design and construction, pending available funding and a clear, workable regulatory path. These are projects designed to secure water for our future by advancing the use of brackish groundwater and alternative supplies, and we're encouraged by efforts to simplify the regulatory framework to make these solutions more achievable. Our first project is the Paul Davis Well Field. It's just to the north of Midland. This is a $90 million shovel-ready project that will return existing groundwater supply to service through advanced treatment. Our second project is an effluent reuse partnership, a project that is ready for final design that would capture treated wastewater currently not being used by industry, and it would put it back into productive use for our region. And then the third, and probably most relevant to the topic of this hearing, is the Fort Stockton Holdings Water Supply Project. This is a design-ready project that would help secure long-term water supply for Midland and the broader Permian Basin. I want to take a moment to discuss the West Texas Water Partnership, as the Fort Stockton project is a direct result of that collaboration. It's a partnership between Midland, San Angelo, and Abilene that reflects a regional approach to solving, as we've discussed already. However, this project has already faced significant challenges. Its TCEQ permit was tied up in litigation for more than a decade, and ongoing renewal challenges have now brought it before the Texas Supreme Court. This level of uncertainty makes it difficult to advance critical infrastructure that multiple communities depend upon. Also, our export permit can't move from a 3-year permit to a 30-year permit because of a missing definition in Texas Water Code 36.122. This is a definition that is related to commencing construction of a conveyance, and it's not fully defined. So at the same time, we have these 3 projects that are ongoing. Our region is managing approximately $32 million of produced water every single day. So I referenced 6 million barrels of oil produced, but that comes with 32 million barrels of produced water every single day. That totals more than 1.3 billion gallons a day. So we truly have water everywhere, but not a drop to drink in Midland, Texas. Midland is sitting on top of an ocean of brackish water ripe for development and produced water reuse projects. Yet the current regulatory and permitting structure is not designed to move at the speed that Texas growth requires. Projects that could help secure long-term water resilience for Texas are slowed by processes that are overly complex, inconsistent, and in some cases apply higher standards than municipal potable water requirements before innovation can even scale. The state of Texas has benefited tremendously from the success of Midland and the Permian Basin. Those severance tax dollars fund priorities for communities all across Texas. We are asking for a reinvestment into the very region generating that economic engine, returning even 20% of the severance taxes generated from this region back into Midland, or 20% of the allocated dollars from this bill, would allow us to develop the water infrastructure, desalination, produce water reuse, and brackish water development. And this would be truly transformational for an entire region of our state. Local governments are willing partners. What we need is a regulatory and funding framework that matches the urgency of the challenge and recognizes the strategic importance of our region. We can all agree that water is key to our future, but we must ensure that the regulatory process does not become a barrier to that future. If we want more water supply, we must be willing to invest in it. And the most logical place to start is by reinvesting in regions that are already funding the state's future. Midland is asking the state of Texas to recognize the reality of what our community delivers every single day to our state and to our country. Midland and the Permian Basin will continue to do what we've always done, deliver energy that powers Texas and the nation, because water for Midland is energy for the nation. And I'll restate the quote from the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner: water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Richard.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. I'm Richard Whiting, the Vice President of Business Development for TSG Water Resources, and I'm here to speak to you on the difficulties we have encountered regarding the development of brackish desalination projects, and to present some ideas on how the state of Texas can encourage the development of such projects in the future. I'm a civil engineer with 36 years' experience in the water and wastewater industry and past chair of the American Waterworks Association's Water Desalting Committee, and for the last 16 years I've been involved in developing desalination projects in the Caribbean, Mexico, and United States. TSG Water Resources designs and builds advanced process water and wastewater treatment plants. We currently operate 25 reverse osmosis treatment plants, both brackish and seawater, aggregating 320 years' experience, and 11 membrane bioreactor wastewater treatment plants, aggregating a further 155 years' experience. These plants are operated across 8 countries, and we were delighted to add the United States as a 9th when we signed a 30-year brackish water treatment contract with Legacy Water Supply Corporation last year. We're currently in discussions regarding the desalination of brackish water at 4 industrial projects in West Texas. In 2009, the 81st Texas legislature appropriated funding to the Texas Water Development Board to implement the BRAC system to study, obviously, the brackish water aquifers. Further to that initiative, in 2015, the 84th legislature passed HB 30 that instructed the Development Board to designate the brackish groundwater production zones. So over 10 years ago, I won't repeat my summary of what Natalie already went through in detail. Now, in our experience, there are 2 primary impediments to brackish water development moving forward in a meaningful way, particularly where the public sector is involved. The first is ascertaining the quality of the source water, and the second is the uncertainty surrounding disposal of the residuals. When discussing a project with a potential off-taker, the first question we're asked is, what will the price of water be? Now, we can present a budget price based on the study results, assuming raw water quality and yield from wells at a particular depth, and proposed option to dispose of the residuals. However, we have to qualify that price with the potential cost impacts related to increased salinity, the presence of heavy metals, the yield and depth of the wells, and the residuals disposal method. Public sector entities are understandably reluctant to enter into a contract with so many unknowns. When we explain that the methodology to eliminate said unknowns is to drill pilot wells, one to test the quality and yield of the production aquifer, the other to prove the presence of a suitable disposal layer, that is a layer in excess of 10,000 TDS. Again, the question is one of cost. The subsequent suggestion of a $3 to $5 million budget to drill the test wells to prove both the brackish groundwater and disposal characterization invariably causes the potential project to be abandoned. As an example of this risk, Aqua Water Supply Corporation recently spent over $4 million drilling a test well to a depth of 4,000 feet to prove out the raw water quality and well yield of the Middle and Lower Trinity Formation in Caldwell County. This was so they could compare it to the saline Edwards results presented in the Barton Springs 2018 study, which had shown brackish water of around 15,000 TDS in the presence of boron, and so enable them to determine which source would give the optimal project lifecycle cost. In anticipation of this drilling, Aqua WSC hired an industry-recognized hydrogeologist who appropriately applied industry-standard calcs to determine the formation water quality. Further, those calcs were in line with a report published around the same time by the Bracks Group. However, instead of finding brackish water of between 3 to 10,000 TDS as projected, they instead encountered groundwater with 45,000 TDS and high levels of manganese, calcium, iron, silica, and hydrogen sulfide. Hoping at least to have proved there existed a suitable RO residuals disposal stratum, they were then advised that the well could not subsequently be permitted as a Class 1 disposal well because they had not submitted the notice of intent to operate under the TCEQ's Class 1 permit beforehand. Yes, right? So, we therefore suggest in the first instance that the state use some of the SB7 funds to develop test wells in areas that are identified as brackish groundwater supply zones, as well as assessing potential disposal strata. A $50 million budget, for example, would finance 10 to 12 sites, enabling the state to provide proof of brackish water quality and the presence of a suitable disposal strata. This would not only eliminate a major risk in brackish project development, but would also enable the state to point to alternative sources when the transfer of fresh water over large distances is being considered instead. Secondly, we suggest that when such test wells prove a suitable disposal stratum, that subsequent Class 1 notice of intent applicants within a reasonable radius and down dip from the test well site be subject to a streamlined TCEQ process. This again would eliminate a significant perceived project risk. Thirdly, power usage and its cost is another item that is always raised during project development. We suggest that the legislators specifically identify the electricity usage related to the extraction and desalination of water and related disposal of residuals as being exempt from state sales tax on power as are other manufacturing facilities. Enabling such desalination plants to be exempt from this tax would improve project economic viability. On a typical brackish project, the sales tax exemption would reduce the cost per 1,000 gallons by 10 cents or more, depending on the depth of source wells and the salinity of the source water. Finally, as you know, the Water Development Board is currently in the process of compiling the regional water plans into the state water plan. As part of the regional planning process, groundwater management areas are determining the desired future conditions, DFCs, for aquifers within their planning boundaries. One of the drawbacks in the planning process is that areas of the state that have not established a groundwater conservation district are not represented on the GMAs. This is important because the DFC imposes a restriction on the eligibility of development board funds for water infrastructure. Further, some of these areas are estimated to have an abundance of brackish groundwater that can be utilized to offset freshwater extraction. Because the DFC can impact how much brackish groundwater can be developed using development board funds, we recommend that the legislator examine how best to include areas of the state without GCDs in the GMA process, or remove funding eligibility restrictions related to DFCs as they pertain to brackish water development. So thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. Thanks for staying awake this late.
Thank you.
And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor, I just, I want to, for the members' benefit, when we say regional, so being from Sweetwater, Texas, playing Fort Stockton Panthers, it's a 310-mile trip to play a football game on Friday nights. So you get back at 3 a.m. So we're talking about a Fort Stockton pipeline that would literally cover Midland, San Angelo, and Abilene. Abilene's 40 miles further than Sweetwater, so it's 350 mile roughly. So, and the reason that works is because they're hitting an existing distribution already in process, a hub. And that is the pinnacle of an example for what we're trying to accomplish is large projects. I think it was, last number I heard was around 800 million for that pipeline, that conveyance.
It's total development of the well field and
And the development of the well field, but you're literally connecting San Angelo, Midland, Abilene, probably could pull in some others along the way of covering a real regional need. That's what we're talking about. That's pretty good money spent.
And I think we can all look at and see that map, all the communities in between, that as we get this thing fully built out, it becomes a true rising tide to lift all of those other communities as well.
That's the example that we've got to move to. Members, I'm not seeing anybody up. Y'all did such a great job. I think that it's important for you guys all day. I know some of you already left. The pilot conversations that we've had, both marine and desal for brackish, and any other regulatory permitting stuff that would enhance the process or help the process, get them to me and the members, and we'll work on. We didn't get it over the finish line last session, but we're on the right track. Central Co-Course.
If you were going to do something out in Midland, how would you, we've talked a little bit about power, but how's the grid situation out there?
It's good.
Well, Senator Sparks is probably cheering that you've asked this question as well, but we are working on a lot of the things that we need, but we're very frustrated with the lack of gas-fired power generation in West Texas. Given our economy and the driver of our economy, we are far too dependent on unreliable energy sources, and so I would like to see increased power generation in the Permian.
So just to follow up there, and I mean, you'll like some of my bills then, so come back and testify.
Sure.
So when we're looking at desal and that stuff, and you know, I know it's long been talked about the Economic Stabilization Fund and the severance tax and where it comes from, and, you know, the lion's share of where it comes from. You know, obviously there's some new fields being developed in the eastern Haynesville, and there's going to be a lot of different things. And it gets to be a slippery slope from all over Texas. Well, they got their percentage, I need my percentage, and the next thing you know, we got nothing in the Economic Stabilization Fund, which separates us from the rest of the nation.
Correct.
So I just say that as an advertisement there.
3.2 gigawatts coming on between two different private sector gas-powered.
So now we're back to that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So are y'all seeing the development? And I'm
Right.
Mr. Chairman, let me preface this. I'm looking at this as you can see how many times I've asked about power. I'm looking at this in the macro, not the micro, the macro of everything and all the needs of Texas: water, power. So are y'all seeing that kind of generation development out there?
We are seeing these projects and others like them being attempted. These two, I think, are moving forward, as I understand it. There are others that are in the works that are having trouble getting started. And so I think, yes, we're seeing people who want to develop them. We're seeing a greater attention to that as we look at energy reliability in the Permian. There should never be a lack of reliable energy in the Permian Basin.
I agree. And the portfolio I mentioned has gotten out of balance. And lastly, I'm just going to say that we have these big 765s coming out there, and I'm not sure that that's supposed to be taking electricity out there to y'all, or if it's going to bring more unreliable energy this way.
We have the same question.
Yeah. So I'm just going to say this. If y'all need electricity, let's generate it out there and not take all these wide swaths of land out of production and these huge power lines, which I can't figure out why we're doing. That's all I have to say
I'd like
today.
to partner with you in any efforts to that end.
Senator Menendez, I'm going to let you go last because she's your man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Entertaining. Very. The 765, we lose about 30% of our power through congestion, but that's another conversation. earlier today, we were talking about transfers. And so I have a mayor here. Y'all have your own water department, correct?
We do, yes.
And so I'm assuming that your water company or department's probably an enterprise zone for your city?
It is.
So it does a transfer to the general fund as well?
It does.
Yes. And SAWS, you heard everything that happened earlier today, Donovan?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so y'all just hope you get ready for what's going to come up. Thank you for what you're doing with the brackish. I think the energy conversation is a much more complicated conversation than what we've just had, but I think it's one that we'll have later. But I just want to make sure y'all are ready for the transfer conversation, and thank you for what you're doing on the brackish water. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, I want to just thank you for making the trip all the way out here. I don't know if you drove through the same storm I did last night. My goodness. Yeah, it was turned a 4-hour trip into a 6-hour drive. Anyway, and thank you for your testimony. Thanks for all the work that you guys have done on this idea of regional planning, very large reach, and as Chairman Perry pointed out. Couple of quick things. So when we talk about the discharge of this high salinity concentrate, state of Texas has a ton of disposal wells. We have a ton of, on the oil and gas side, right, where we dispose of much higher salinity than what has been discussed here today at, depths anywhere from 4,000 feet to 15,000 feet. So certainly there's a way to take care of that as we talk about this broader discussion of desalination of water so that the state of Texas has all the water that it needs. To touch on Senator Colcourse's question about power generation. So one of the things that's happening out in West Texas is we're seeing quite a bit of power generation developed, but most of it is behind the meter, i.e. it's not going onto the grid. And so private companies are willing to put the investment dollars in dispatchable baseload power, but yet we can't get much of that. We've got a little bit coming, right? As Chair Perry talked about, we've got a little bit coming. But when you look at the state of Texas and the amount of power that we're going to need here in the state of Texas, hardly anything. I mean, and it's a lack of a market that recognizes the need, that recognizes the capital investment for baseload power. Since you are from Midland, have you seen the gas pipeline infrastructure map for the state of Texas, roughly?
I have. It looks like a spaghetti bowl where I live.
Would you say it's fair that we could actually generate natural gas-fired power anywhere in the state of Texas without building high voltage lines crisscrossing the state?
Yes, and the energy loss is substantially less in a gas pipeline than it is in a high-powered line.
I think that's exactly right. And so, there are other possibilities, other things that we need to be doing here within the state to take care of our electric needs, which will also benefit the desalination, because what we're talking about here, I think, today is desalination regionally across the state in all different places, and we have the ability to generate that power in all of those areas as well. So thank you very much.
You have tied that bow up really nice. No, just so Chairman Swerner doesn't think we're taking B&C over today. But you make the point that water and power are inseparable. 52% of the reliable generation that Texas is talking about needing is tied to water, either for steam or for cooling. So you can't talk about water and not talk about power. So any other questions or comments, members? Thank you all for hanging in here. I knew it'd be a little longer than expected, but it's been good information. I say it this way, the only thing that's keeping Texas from meeting its water needs is money. The question becomes, what level of partnership, be it local, state, and federal, are we going to get to do that? But I do know this, the state can't fund it all if it continues to fund things it shouldn't. Thank you. This time we'll open public testimony. Chair calls up Angela Hale, Mark Friesenhahn, Jason Hale, Will McCauley, and D.L. Stepp. Hale, Friesenhahn, Hale, McCauley, and Stepp. Any of you come on up, man. I got Hale, Friesenhahn, Hale, McCauley, and Stepp. I don't know if the Hales are related, but I'm trying to keep them together just in case. I'm going to call the next panel for the two that I've got. Am I missing? Sir, what's your name?
I knocked it off.
All right. So I got 3, 4 of the 5. Who am I missing? Angela Hale? Is she here? Angela Hale? All right. Who's next? Nick Winkleman. Nick Winkleman. All right, come on up. State your name, who you're with. You have 2 minutes. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. Let's start. That's. I'm already in session mode. Let's go this way. Let's go. Well, there's been lots of Bill conversations today. Here you go, T. Coming this way.
Cool. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, honorable committee members. My name is Jason Hale. I live in Corpus Christi, and I'm here today representing myself. I agree a lot with the statements that were made earlier on funding, dedicated staff, and clear guidelines on desalination. I think ideally, the state would have a standardized permitting framework that guides decision-making that would hopefully encourage development for offshore disposal or in highly feasible locations, and would place stricter limits on inshore locations as needed. I think the main thing people want to know back home about seawater desalination is what is the state's desired future conditions for the long-term health of our bays and estuaries. In Corpus, we're seeing a lot of desal proposal activity where the waste would be discharged into our bay system, but our bays are already salinity stressed due to increasing evaporation rates. It's important to note that desal in Texas is different because of our barrier islands. Our bays are especially vulnerable to impacts from seawater desal, and those impacts would be felt by economic and recreational activities. But the TCEQ's environmental reviews are insufficient, or at least the ones they got from Corpus. They've been looked at by multiple experts who found tons of flaws in them. Was that time? 30 seconds. Okay, however, because of the Senate Bill 3 and the good work that came out of it on salinity studies and indicator species, we have the tools to do this right and to develop salinity criteria, but the TCEQ isn't using them. Texas needs seawater desal. The current assessments need to be more thorough, and they can be faster if the right questions are answered in the beginning. That's it. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Will McCauley, and I'm a veterinarian from College Station, Texas. I'm here today on behalf of the Texas Veterinary Medical Association to highlight the role that companion animals and the veterinarians who care for them will play in our state's response to New World Screwworm. The conversation around New World Screwworm has rightly focused on livestock, but 3 weeks ago, the northernmost confirmed case at that time was announced, and it was not in a cow, it was in a dog, in Nuevo Leon, about 90 miles from our border. This case highlights the key role that all veterinarians will play in the identification and response to this pest. Like livestock, dogs and cats are susceptible to screwworm infestation. Thousands of Texans and border communities walk their pets outdoors every day, and pet owners crossing into Texas from Mexico present another credible introduction pathway of this pest. When this pest arrives, small animal veterinary clinics will be on the front lines, and TVMA is working to ensure that they are just as prepared for this as our large animal colleagues. TVMA is not waiting around for New World Screwworm to arrive. Veterinarians will play a major role in the screwworm response by detecting cases during in-person physical exams, prescribing approved medications, and submitting samples for official identification. To help them prepare, TVMA created an online resource with the latest medical and regulatory guidance and has offered a New World Screwworm-focused CE workshop at our annual conference, attended by nearly 100 veterinarians statewide. That CE covered info we are now working on to get into the hands of producers and pet owners, that animal transport is the primary driver of New World Screwworm spread, that roughly 80% of cases occur in newborn navels, and that approved preventatives and treatments are available with new ones in development. It was Texas veterinarians physically present at Panhandle Dairies who first connected dead birds and cats to the high path AI outbreak. That kind of detection does not happen remotely, and New World Screwworm will be no different. Texas veterinarians are engaged and standing by to do our part.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Mark. Or Nick. Is it Nick?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Chairman Perry, Senator Hinojosa, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Corpus Christi Water. My name is Nick Winkleman, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Corpus Christi Water. CCW serves approximately 500,000 people in the coastal bend through our residential, commercial, wholesale, and industrial customers. Our strategic plan is to diversify our water supply. The ongoing drought has severely affected our surface water supplies with record low reservoir percentages. These efforts to diversify our water supply continue in earnest with the development of a brackish groundwater RO facility. The city entered into a contract with Aqualia, the 9th largest water provider in the world, to design, build, and allow for the public to own a 21.4 million gallon a day facility, which will be one of the largest in the country. The project is critical to avoid the next stage of our drought contingency plan, which is a level 1 water emergency. The permitting process for the plant's discharge will involve 3 separate options, which are evaporative ponds, surface, discharge, and injection well. As these permitting timelines can be lengthy, we would like to renew our request for the legislature to ensure TCEQ has the necessary staff and resources to expedite these permits. On June 2nd, our council also approved another avenue to our Inner Harbor desalination plant. This project took 5 years for discharge and Army Corps permits. The project is key to the diversification of our supply. The project is, from a project standpoint, the most time-efficient project that we can deliver. We applaud this committee and Chairman Perry's commitment to secure water supply funding. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Committee Chairman Perry and committee, my name's Mark Friesenhahn, and I represent myself as a pecan farmer to offer comments on water issues. We've talked before. We know the drill. We're short of supplies, or we're going to need to do some things. I agree with everything said. We need to move water, and we need to develop desalination. That's the best thing we've got. I'm going to offer some comments from the perspective of the irrigation and the farming sector. Good news, we're making progress to address the shortages. Prop 50 and the recent Supreme Court ruling in favor of building farms in Fort Stockton are examples I'll use, contrary to what was said earlier. The bad news is we're going to need a bunch more hard decisions. We need new water supplies, but most of them, including desalination, are costly. The $6 per thousand, that's about $2,000 per acre foot, I think an acre feet. The water shortage in irrigation is a concern, a big concern to us as we divert the water. We need desalination to supply the new supplies and take the pressure off of the groundwater sources needed for irrigation. I think we need to press ahead with innovative solutions for desalination of seawater and brackish water. The one I've talked about is to combine large combined cycle gas turbines driven by natural gas to a desalination plant and use the low-grade heat that comes off of that to process the water, to desalinate the water. All of that would let us take pressure off of groundwater, formulate a process to set aside specific volume for groundwater, restrict conversion of groundwater rights from irrigation to municipal use. That's happening massively in the Edwards Aquifer as we speak. And empower the GCDs to take more initiatives limiting groundwater withdrawals. I'll end by saying I realize the things I just enumerated are controversial and deal with private property rights. We're going to have to do it. I'm in the Edwards Aquifer Authority. My private property rights were taken away quite a ways ago, but I'm glad they did it because we have a managed system. We need to expand that thinking. Thank you very much.
You may get to talk again next January.
Be glad to. And I left out my discussions on power. I have a whole lot to say about that. I'm an intervener on these 71,000 of acres that are going to be taken up by these big power lines. And
You'll get to talk about that too.
all right, I will.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Chairman Perry and committee members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today on New World Screwworm. My name is D.L. Stepp, and I'm a senior professional service veterinarian with Beringer Ingelheim, a family-owned company and a global leader in animal health. I work closely with farmers, ranchers, and veterinarians across Texas. Early last year, I started to receive daily calls from producers and veterinarians asking how can we get ahead of the New World Screwworm. From conversations just even last week in South Texas, this issue remains top of mind. Preparation by federal and state agencies along with industry groups has been critical. Continuing that momentum and avoiding a siloed approach will be key to limiting the negative impacts on the Texas economy. Preparedness ultimately comes down to early detection and rapid response, ensuring producers and veterinarians can act quickly. Monitoring treatment and treatment are very labor intensive and depend upon a strong awareness and vigilance on the ground. Producers and caregivers are essential to this early detection and identification, while veterinarians will play a critical role in guiding treatment. And while we focus on livestock, we must also recognize the potential entry points that are other, including wildlife, stray cats and dogs in some of the border communities. At Beringer, we're leveraging our global experience from regions where screwworm is active. Soon I'll join colleagues in Mexico to gain firsthand experience detecting and treating infestations, strengthening our ability to support the Texas industry. We have also worked with FDA to secure an emergency use authorization for products that may be useful in incursion, including an over-the-counter ivermectin injectable to help prevent infestations in cattle and treatment for companion animals. The more tools available, the better prepared we'll be, and we continue exploring solutions to emerging animal health challenges. We stand ready to support partners across the state in our shared goal of safeguarding the Texas livestock industry and protecting animal health. Thank you very much for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony. Senator Kolkhorst.
Quick question to the veterinarians. Do we have the labs available to do the testing for, I mean, I guess in later stages it's like eating into the skull or whatever, but where do you send the test off to?
The samples that are being collected. So I believe those are going to A&M, to either to Dr. Kaufman's lab, who was here earlier, or potentially, I think there's staff as well at the veterinary school at A&M who assess those. I don't know about USDA's capabilities for identifying parasites and larvae. I'd have to ask Mr. Hoskins.
And what is a treatment when it's caught early?
So multiple things can be.
Ivermectin?
Ivermectin can be effective. Yes, we have.
Ivermectin cures everything these days.
It does not. I will say that. There are. An important thing to remember is we need multiple tools to.
I mean that really. I mean, I think that it should. I mean, we've passed a bill that you can buy it over the counter. We just can't get any pharmacists to sell it. Anyway, go ahead. What, like other tools?
There'll be multiple tools that we'll need to address screwworm. Obviously, the end tool is the sterile insect technique. Once we get those facilities up and we have the fly production capacity, that really is the answer. But in the short term to midterm, until those facilities come up, we will need products like ivermectin, fluoroliner, the porons, vaccines, stuff like that, to get us to that point until those.
Is there a vaccine against?
We are working on that. Yes, ma'am.
We're not going to give that to humans, are we?
We're not. No.
Good. Are you with a group, or who are you with?
I work with Beringer Ingelheim Animal Health. They're a global company. It's the Beringer family from Ingelheim, Germany. And I work with their cattle, and basically from Texas up through Colorado, southern Wyoming, all the way to the Pacific Ocean and back.
So they just hire a bunch of veterinarians?
Not a bunch of us. For what I do, there's 5 of us in the United States.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Winkleman, thank you for being here. I appreciate all your efforts at CCW and past couple of years and all the various new water supply projects. We've probably done more in water supply projects in the past couple of years than you have in the past 20. But thank you for your endless work with all that. Did you get to finish your statements? Is there anything else you needed to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I was trying to be respectful of the time. But yes, I'd like to add a little more if I could. So it largely involves the Inner Harbor project. So our city council on June 2nd is going to consider the approval of the renew design and early work packages for the project. The project has an estimated cost of $978 million and will produce 30 million gallons a day. The project took 5 years to permit through TCEQ and the U.S. Army Corps. During that time, there was record construction inflation, and then, of course, we dealt with COVID supply chain impacts. As a fully permitted project, this water supply project represents one of the most developed and affordable projects that we can complete in as short a time as possible. If this new approach is approved, we will utilize $757 million in SWIFT loans, and staff will continue to search for grants, loan forgiveness, and direct appropriations to lessen the impact to our ratepayers. We applaud this committee and its work to secure water funding and to meet the challenges throughout the state. And I can stand by for additional questions, but thank you for that opportunity.
You're welcome. I just think it's important that, especially because Corpus has been in the news so much, that a lot of the detail of the story, the rest of the story, if you will, hasn't gotten to be told. And I know that you guys are working extremely hard to try to, avoid at all cost any industrial curtailment and just keeping us not only economically viable, but also for our residents and considering all the different things. The gentleman here from Corpus, thank you for being here also, and for your perspective on that and what the citizens are concerned about and looking toward. It's not any easy solution, but like I said, the media doesn't often give the entire story, and that there's tireless number of hours being worked on every possible solution. So just thank y'all for the work that you're doing, the endless hours, and just keep up the good work.
Chairman, I was going to follow up. I think it's the Texas Veterinarian Medical Diagnostic Lab where the samples would be sent.
TVMDL.
That's what we just got a text message about up here. I just wanted to clarify if the public's listening. So we do have a designated site to do the testing of any samples taken out there.
Very good. Any other questions? Thank you, panel. Chair calls Adam Eaton, Cyrus Reed, Dr. Craig Nazor, Elida Castillo, and Eamon Blair. If you'd please make your way up to the front. As you guys find your seats, if you would, when you begin testimony, please state your name for the record. And we'll start over on this side.
Excuse me. All right. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Sparks, members. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Adam Eaton. I'm here representing the American Society of Civil Engineers Texas section, known as ASCE Texas. ASCE Texas represents about 11,000 professional civil engineers, some of whom plan and design drinking water and wastewater utility projects and provide other professional services to water utilities. Last year, ASCE Texas released the 2025 update to the Texas Infrastructure Report Card. The report card evaluates Texas's infrastructure systems using 8 criteria, including condition, funding, operation and maintenance, and other factors, and assigns letter grades to each category. The report card also provides recommendations for how we can raise the grades. In the 2025 report card update, we gave drinking water systems a grade of D+, and wastewater systems a grade of D-. Both of these grades declined since the 2021 update to the report card, and indicate that these systems are in poor condition, exhibit significant deterioration, and are at strong risk of failure. Generating adequate revenue is one of our recommendations for raising the grades. Adequate revenue is required to attract and retain skilled workers, assess facility conditions, manage infrastructure assets, make repairs, replace aging infrastructure, and build required new facilities in growth areas. Transferring revenue from water and wastewater utilities to municipal general funds will decrease revenue available for these critical activities and will result in deferred investments in operations and maintenance, increases in utility rates, or both. ASCE Texas recognizes the true costs of providing reliable, safe drinking water and wastewater treatment and encourages utilities to regularly review and revise rates to ensure an adequate local source of revenue and to identify economically disadvantaged communities within their service areas and develop strategies to address the financial burden of water bills, such as a tiered rate structure. In addition, we encourage federal and state partners to continue to authorize and support the State Revolving Loan Fund, programs under the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elida Castillo. I am the program director for TSPA Texas, which is a community-based organization in the Corpus Christi area, and also happen to be the mayor of Taft, Texas, which is a small town in San Patricio County, which is in the Corpus Christi area as well. So we are a community-based organization where, in Corpus, where you may hear that the water crisis is happening due to the ongoing drought, but mostly to the mismanagement of this precious resource. Water is a natural resource that is essential for life and not a commodity. Yet, we are seeing how many entities are coming forward to solve our water crisis without addressing the issue of overconsumption. Earlier, it was recommended that water rates be increased to offset the cost for infrastructure, but we saw those rates get challenged at the PUC by the largest industrial customers in the Corpus Christi area. Community members were not adequately represented despite using less than 20% of the daily consumption of water. Now you have multiple desalination projects being proposed as a long-term solution to our water crisis. Many of our communities are aging. We are losing revenue because we don't have enough people living there. They're moving away. And, with all the tax cuts, everything that's happening in our communities, we're not generating the income that we need to be generating to address this concern with water infrastructure. So while desalination has worked in some places, in the currently proposed areas, we are concerned. Those are problematic because TCEQ should consider water quality at the proposed intake sites and the potential impacts such as dead zones at discharge sites. The Corpus Christi ship channel, where the current inner harbor desalination is proposed, that's where industry has been discharging for decades. There's forever chemicals, there's heavy contaminants, there's heavy metals, and so we need to consider water quality when you are considering desalination sites as well, because if we're going to make potable water out of that, we need to make sure that our communities are kept safe as well. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Craig Nazer. I'm the Conservation Chair of the State Chapter of the Sierra Club. And I am going to leave a lot of details to Cyrus here, but I want to talk specifically about oysters. Because as water flows down, it goes from fresh water to salt water, and there's a gradient. And that gradient is extremely important. It's called an ecocline, and the ecoclines are some of the most productive, biologically productive areas in the environment. Oysters are a keystone species. The bays there are mud. Oysters make it a solid surface. They provide places for fish to hide. They provide all kinds of good ecosystems. They are very sensitive to salt. Because the oysters, if they grow in the salt water, they get a parasite that lives in the salt water. If they can't grow in the fresh water, but they can grow right at the edge of the fresh water where that parasite can't get them and they can stay healthy.
We need salinity standards if we are going to do desalination right. We asked for that last time, we didn't get it. You have the information, you have all the numbers to do it. All you have to do is figure out what the standards are. We have years and years and years of data that have been collected, and then we'll know. Then we'll know what we're doing. I mean, right now, I grew up on the shores of Lake Erie, and up there they didn't know what they were doing. And the little town I grew up in, it was a big industrial town. Now it's just a bunch of retired people, and the biggest employers are the healthcare industry. Don't do that to Texas. The Texas coast is too beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Cyrus Reed, Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. I have some written testimony, which I won't read. And first of all, happy belated Mother's Day to Senator Kolkhorst. Hope you had a good one. I wanted to talk a little bit about marine desalination. The first point I'd make is we got to approach this really carefully. One, because it's costly. It costs a lot of money. But the second reason is what Craig just mentioned. Senator Kolkhorst knows this. About $150 to $150 million per year in seafood, $5 billion a year in wildlife tourism, $2 billion in saltwater fishing. If we do it wrong, Senator Hinojosa, we could mess that up. And so we have two big recommendations. The first is, you heard about this earlier, y'all already passed recommendations. You already passed legislation back in the 84th that designated zones where to divert water from and where to discharge water into. And so at the very least, we should be using any public funds for those zones, and that's something we should follow. So for public. And the second one Craig already mentioned is we believe TCEQ needs to develop salinity gradient standards for the basin estuaries. They're all different. What's true in Galveston is not true in Corpus or true in the Laguna Madre, but we should develop those through the water quality standards and then apply them if people do want to discharge into the basin estuaries, and also have additional protections around diversion so we don't entrap and entrain species. We think with proper regulation we can get this right, but the main point is, to the extent we can, let's encourage folks to go further offshore and that we don't mess up our basin estuaries and we get the water we need. So with that, I give you back 12 seconds.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Perry and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ammon Blair. I'm a senior fellow with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Texas right now is not dealing with a normal neighboring country right next to us. Texas is dealing with an increasingly autocratic narco state, where cartels and elements of the Mexican government operate in conscious and willing symbiosis across major economic sectors, including agriculture, cattle, transportation, and trade. The New World Screwworm resurgence exposes the consequences of that reality. For years, the United States focused almost exclusively on narcotics like fentanyl and illegal immigration at the southern border, while largely ignoring the vast criminal marketplace cartels control across Mexico and parts of Latin America. These cartels exercise territorial control, corrupt institutions, capture political systems, and have now integrated directly into legitimate economies. Mexico now ranks first in the world for criminal markets and third overall for criminality among 193 countries. That is the operational environment the cattle supply chain now operates in. The risk of New World Screwworm reintroduction into the U.S. is directly tied to cartel-controlled trafficking operations. More than 800,000 head of cattle from South and Central America are moved into Mexico every year through the borders of Guatemala. Cartels launder those cattle into legitimate supply chains using counterfeit ear tags, falsified veterinary documentation, and corrupt logistic networks. The screwworm outbreak has been mapped, and the patterns mirror smuggling cartel trafficking routes, with it spreading rapidly north along the same smuggling corridors as the illegal aliens, especially through the Darien Gap. So, therefore, no matter what policies or protocols are put in place, if these cartel trafficking pipelines are not addressed, the risks of disease or infested cattle in Texas and the U.S. will continue.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address the folks that talked about the bays and the estuaries. Couldn't agree with you more in terms of we have to be so careful. I also bet you a lot if you get down to the coast. I think you live on the coast, right, ma'am? all of the guides, the fishing guides, the hotels, everyone that makes a living off the tourism base is in complete agreement with you. So we have to make sure that we do this right, but we also can't leave your region without water. So we got to make, the other thing that we can get a benefit out of this, I think, is there are times when drought conditions or flood conditions affect the salinity of the bays, and we've seen that. We've seen it. There's been problems with just natural weather, and hopefully these plants can help us maintain a salinity that is just right for all of the oyster beds. Because as someone who some of our best memories, either with as a child or with your own children, Texans have a history of having our coast be a place where we can make great memories for our family, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I'm going to, before I let you go, it's kind of, just in case people are listening out there in the public, I don't think it's intentional, but there's this impression, if I don't correct a little bit, that we're not doing any of those testing and that we're not biological or environmental conscious and we're not sensitive to potential impacts. The Corpus project specifically was put on hold for a federal challenge to look at discharge into that bay. And I think it deferred it about 2 years. And so that was good. I supported that. If there was questions unanswered, then at the state and federal level, those got answered. So I say all that to say we can never be cavalier. We have to be diligent. At the end of the day, though, there are history of countries that have not created dead zones and have not. And my preference is, yeah, if you could have gotten it out to the Gulf, and I actually had told the leadership in Corpus, spend the extra $250 million at the time and get it out in the Gulf. Not really as much on the environmental side, that was one factor, but just you need to be able to produce more gallons than you're going to produce on the front end. You need to go ahead and, because it don't get any cheaper. That pipeline is just going to get more expensive by the day. So I said, just go ahead and bite the bullet. The state's got leverage. Just go ahead and push that on out, and that way you'll be at 100 MGD or 75 MGD and not have to go back for discharge, and you'll already be there. So different reasons, different things, but I don't want the public to think we're just down here environmentally doing foolish things, because we all don't. There's not a thing that senators said that we wouldn't agree with. And we don't want to pollute air. We don't want to pollute water. We don't. And if you think about it, the refinery and the oil and gas industry, and we're not perfect, and we've had some hard lessons learned over the last 100 years. But if you think about what we contribute to the overall world economy when it comes to energy and refinery and sectors, and the fact that we haven't done something that's unrecoverable or catastrophic tells me that we do have sharp people and people that are raising that bell to, hey, remember. So don't quit talking, but I don't want the public to think that we aren't engaged in those.
Senator,
levels.
to rudely interrupt you, and I realize it's been a long day, we are still waiting for TCEQ to have the public meeting to talk about salinity standards, which was promised to us, and they haven't had it yet. So we're waiting for that and hopeful they will. And then second, the other factor for us is it's not just one project. I feel like I'm speaking for the people who actually live there, and I don't live there. It's the fact that there are multiple projects, and cumulatively project may be fine, but if you do them all
so
together.
Rudely interrupt you.
Yeah.
I hear you,
Okay.
but what I'm telling you is clearly there are processes and gatekeepers and oversight at multiple levels that if a project gets permitted for desal, marine desal into a bay specifically, which again, that raises everybody's antenna, right? And it ultimately gets through, it won't be for lack of people checking every known biological interference today that we can do. So I just don't want people to think we're not paying attention to that. Thank you for being here.
May I add to that, Senator?
Very quickly.
On
It
that
has been a
Inner
while.
Harbor desal project, it was originally going to be permitted for 10 million gallons. They said the max that they would ever recommend was 20 million gallons of water per day for that project, just an emergency, situations. And now they're wanting 30 to 50 million gallons of
See,
water
my,
per day.
my information was it started out at a 50 and it got lowered to 30 because the bay couldn't handle 50.
Yeah, so if
it
we're-
was a 50.
Yeah.
Two reasons that it's down to a 30. One, the environmental piece that came out of the federal biologists and those guys, so we did have some oversight. They did correct it, but mainly because it deferred the project so stinking long, they couldn't afford it.
Yeah, in
So
2018.
that's the two reasons. There
yeah,
you go. Thank you.
2018, that's when they were saying 10 million.
Senator Hinojosa.
Just quickly, Mayor, thank you for being here. It's good to see you, and just folks in San Patricio County, Taft in particular. How's the process been for your emergency declaration? Is there anything that we need to look at with regard to all that?
Well, we need to refile it for 10, for the 30 more days. But because we are in this ongoing drought, we are going to be holding our meeting tomorrow. We had to cancel the last one because we did have a major water leak in the city. And we had to shut down our water supply. So, water infrastructure is also one of those things that we need to address. Yes, we will be refiling that.
Yeah, appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. And thank you to your office for all your help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you guys for being here and hanging in there. Chair calls up Guadalupe Fernandez, Claudia Rush, Monica Lytle, Jay Kleberg, and Aaron Grigsby. Guadalupe Fernandez, Claudia Rush, Monica Lytle, Jay Kleberg, Aaron Grigsby. Aaron, are you a resource? It's already gone. Okay. Who's next? That's fine. We'll catch you later. All right, let's go right here and come across.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry and all. My name is Mona Lytle, and I am a member of Chispa, Texas. I'm a resident of the historical Black and Brown neighborhood in Corpus Christi, Texas, where the local official of Corpus Christi has a desire to build a desalination plant inside the neighborhood of Hillcrest. Hillcrest is a closed bay system. Also, the plant is being built on the property of a buffer zone that was granted to the neighborhood in the late 80s, 90s due to an explosion at the refinery because there is industry behind the neighborhood. So that's where the desalination will be built. Okay. And we need the buffer zone in case there is any mishap or explosion or any leaks in that area, so the neighborhood, those of us that's left, we will be able to leave the area with safety. Desalination plant has not been built in any other neighborhood in the United States. There is not a desalination plant in a neighborhood. This is the fact. The impact of a desalination plant inside Hillcrest neighborhood is, oh, I need to put my glasses on. Sorry. It's the salt, the grime, higher utilities, more dust, the energy, the trucks, chemicals, safety, and the unknown. And my question is, would you welcome a desalination plant inside your neighborhood? If the answer is no, we agree together.
Thank you to the committee. Present, my name is Pastor Claudia Rush, and I'm here on behalf of my church and along with Chispa, Texas, on behalf of the consideration of the feasibility and viability of desalination. My question is, are we being good stewards of what God has said belong to Him? The earth is the Lord and everything in it, and entrusted to us. Humanity. God calls for us to love our neighbors as ourselves. When innovation impacts neighborhoods and humanity, it shows that we don't care for these individuals, or they become invisible because they are an afterthought to the survival, their daily survival. Environmental damage, energy burdens, increased cost, utilities. Seniors are impacted right now today because of high costs, whether to buy food, whether to buy medicine, or pay for a utility bill. Then they find themselves out of a home to stay in. Parents are struggling to take care of their children, provide the nourishment, education they need, high cost of utilities, surviving, working 2 and 3 jobs. So my question again is, are we being good stewards of what we've been responsible for taking care of, the earth, and taking care of humanity? Progress that forgets about people isn't progress. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Vice Chair Sparks, and members of the committee. Jay Clayberg, Executive Director of the Gulf Trust. We're a coastal marine and conservation organization focused on Texas-based science-backed solutions to some of the Gulf's most pressing challenges. Texas bays are among the most biologically productive ecosystems in the marine environment, generating over $1 billion in annual economic impact from recreational fishing, up to $500 million in direct economic impact from commercial fishing, and $5.4 billion in coastal tourism annually. The Texas coast is also North America's most critical wintering area for migratory waterfowl, hosting up to 7 million ducks and supporting a healthy hunter-driven economy. The Gulf Trust believes that brackish and seawater desal are viable options to meet Texas, especially coastal Texas, needs for water. We must, however, balance the needs of people, the economy, and the health of our bays and estuaries, the nurseries for the Gulf. The Gulf Trust asks that decisions on state permits for new brackish and seawater desal projects be informed by state-of-the-art modeling approaches adequate to ensure a rigorous evaluation of potential impacts of desalination diversion and discharge on natural resources along the Texas coast. From the oyster farm to the petrochemical plant, so many are reliant on clean, reliable water. And we have the opportunity to do desal right for all Texans today and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Guadalupe Fernandez. I'm representing Bayou City Waterkeeper, based in Houston, speaking on desalination, but also have submitted written comments relating to utility fund transfers. Houston is one of the only cities not doing these transfers, but they're currently considering it despite looking down the barrel of a $9 billion wastewater consent decree and a legacy of deferred maintenance. On desalination, as our state grows, we recognize the need for diverse water sources. However, to ensure both water security and environmental stability, we must prioritize desalination infrastructure that stays out of the sensitive bays and estuaries. The most effective path towards regulatory efficiency already exists in the science commissioned by this body. Under HB 2031 in the 84th session, Parks and Wildlife Department and Water Development Board conducted an extensive study to designate marine desalination zones. The specific intent of HB 2031 was to streamline and expedite the permitting process for projects that utilize these identified zones. The areas were chosen because brine can be discharged there with minimal impact to our state's aquatic resources. Our bays and estuaries serve as nurseries for Texas' multi-billion-dollar fishing industry. They are ecologically sensitive and generally unsuitable for high salinity discharge. Respecting these pre-identified zones is the primary way to achieve the expedited results that the legislature intended. Despite the framework for an expedited process, we see a narrative that the infrastructure required to reach these zones is too costly. This is a short-sighted financial trade-off. While a shorter pipeline is cheaper today, The choice to bypass designated zones and build in sensitive nearshore waters is exactly what triggers the permitting delays and regulatory inefficiency this committee is seeking to resolve. Discharging brine into the nearshore or harbor waters requires complex, expensive hydrodynamic modeling that significantly increases the likelihood of contested case hearings. Furthermore, building in these sensitive areas requires compensatory mitigation that can consume 10% or more of a project's budget. The capital saved on the shorter pipeline is quickly shadowed by the financial burden of legal battles and mitigation offsets. Thank you.
Senator Colcourse.
Hi, thank y'all for your testimony. Y'all did a great job. Jay, good to see you. On the seawater desalination projects, I mean, we have some handouts up here from TCEQ or someone. Are those the projects that y'all are speaking of? And I want to make sure y'all aren't against desal, it's just doing it right.
Yeah, specifically for the Gulf Trust, we're not against desal. We think, as was alluded to earlier, you're taking pressure off of other groundwater and surface water resources further up. We just think we should be doing it right. And that's not just one specific project. We have the opportunity to get permitting and modeling right now, moving forward. And someone alluded to earlier the cumulative effect of desal plants in a closed bay environment like we've got in Corpus. This is not too dissimilar to Tampa, but Tampa, they've got access to millions of gallons of fresh water that they can combine so that discharge ultimately is ambient salinity. And so we just think we should do it right.
So the discharge is your major concern?
Intake as well, but discharge certainly.
Okay. You'd like to see it piped farther out?
Yeah, you talked about a regional approach. I think that would be ideal. Common carrier and the state get involved in something like that where you can get it out further, where you have just less environmental concerns and concerns with communities as well.
So there's more, it's not trapped in a bay, it's moving on out.
Yeah, Corpus, if you look at the science, don't quote me on this, but it may take up to a year to recycle water in a bay like Corpus just because of the barrier islands and the way that works. And so you've got a shallow bay environment in most of Texas, but certainly the mid-coast down. You got the Laguna Madre, which is one of the 6 hypersaline lagoons in the world. You have these just super sensitive environments where you don't necessarily see that kind of desal intake and discharge production in other parts of the world. It's just a different environment.
One follow-up. Would you like to see the intake farther out?
Yes.
Ladies, I heard what y'all said. It was a lot, but like y'all are worried about the discharge as well, and you're also worried about the quality of the intake because of the other potential environmental pressures, I would say in the nicest way, other contaminants in the water that make it harder to get. Yeah. Okay, I think I got it all. You covered a lot. Similar.
Yeah.
I got it.
Out of the basin estuaries.
Got it. All right. Thank y'all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls up Andy Weir, Charles Maley, and Josh Weingartner. Done so.
I'm up.
You're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry and committee. My name is Charles Maley. I'm Advocacy Director for South Texans Property Rights Association. Texas faces hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in losses if New World Screwworm makes it into our state. Even before that happens, the current lack of availability of additional sterile flies is preventing any discussion of reopening the Texas-Mexico border to live cattle imports, which is already having a severe financial impact on the South Texas livestock industry because of the mere threat of infestation. Since last summer, our organization has taken a proactive approach to this issue, investing with livestock producers and wildlife managers across South Texas we have encountered hundreds of Texans that would like to be part of a solution. If given the chance, these folks would be glad to contribute financially to a public-private partnership with the state of Texas to produce sterile flies, just like we did the last time we had this problem. We realize that substantial USDA production capability at Moore Air Base is coming online in 18 months to 2 years. But that means we're going to have to risk 2 full peak summer seasons before the new capacity is available in Mission. Mr. Chairman, as you alluded to earlier in the day, Texas has the resources to solve a myriad of challenges. We just have to decide that now is the time to unleash the resources on a specific issue. A financial commitment by the state of Texas, combined with funds from significant investment partners in the private sector, could jumpstart an early action plan by leveraging existing infrastructure in B County. These assets can be easily retrofitted for sterile fly production and distribution in 6 to 12 months at considerable time and cost savings. This facility, to be operated by USDA or under their direct supervision, would provide an early availability of an additional 60 to 75 million sterile flies per week to get ahead of the curve while USDA works to build out the full-size facility at Moorefield in Mission. As projected, the B County facility could serve as a U.S.-based training ground for personnel needed to quickly and efficiently open the Moorefield facility, could be an additional supply of breeder fly colonies for the USDA Moorefield, and could provide additional state-based research capabilities in sterile insect technique, as well as serve as real-world production line testing for emerging technology like E-beam. In the event that the facility is no longer needed for New World Screwworm fight, it could be readily switched into the production of sterile insects to fight fruit flies, mosquitoes, and saving the state investment dollars so that they're never wasted. Texas can once again be a leading partner with Washington in bold moves against a known threat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Andrew, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman.
Patience.
Y'all are real troopers for all these long hearings. Chairman Perry, members of the committee, my name's Andy Weir. I'm Executive Director for the Simsboro Aquifer Water Defense Fund, SAWDEF, a Central Texas nonprofit working with landowners, business, and government to protect groundwater rights in the Carrizo-Wilcox Aquifer. And I'm bringing us full circle to the topic you started your hearing today, prioritizing utility revenue for infrastructure maintenance. Attached to my written comments there are graphs like Mr. French had using the Water Development Board's water loss audits. But I'm showing 10-year trends. And the cautionary tale that I want to bring to you today is that specific example with San Antonio water system. So during the time when they were developing a new water supply, the Vista Ridge project, and bringing 50,000 acre feet of new water to their city, they let their eye get away from the infrastructure. And you can see from the 10-year trends that real water loss, not the bad meters apparent water loss, real water loss doubled during that time period. And despite the award-winning efforts of customers to conserve water, is what you see on this graph here at the bottom, despite all their efforts, water loss went up. That's what can happen when you don't prioritize infrastructure maintenance. And so I hope that the committee will be able to emphasize that in the upcoming session, because the new water supply for Texas, the Proposition 4 and the $1 billion per year dedicated to new water supply needs to be protected and not squandered. The good news on this is SAW's Water Board saw the problem with this. They have a plan to reduce, they're going to do it by half the water loss within the next 5 years and then reduce it half again in the next 5 years. In response to House Bill 29, which you authored with Representative Curtis, that requires the cities to have 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans to reduce their water loss. So we'll get them back to prioritizing infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Josh?
Afternoon, Josh Weingartner with Texas Cattle Feeders Association. I want to start off by the first samples, the flies need to be sent to the National Veterinary Services Laboratory in Ames, Iowa, to confirm the first time, and then other samples after that fact can come to TVMDL. But there was a little confusion about that early on, and I'm trying to make sure we have that information out there. So I want to talk just briefly about the importance of that Mexican cattle supply to our industry today and the impact that we've already seen from the closure of the border. We're very much in support of all the activities that APHIS has done, the USDA, that the state. Everybody's playing well together. We're really focusing on solving this problem. But the fact that the border is closed, even though USDA admits that protocols are in place and can be put in place to ensure that we don't cross a screwworm through cattle, the cattle aren't the concern with spreading this fly, because they're going to go through 3 to 4 different inspection points before they ever cross the border. The concern is really from the standpoint of those things that aren't inspected, the wildlife, illegal movements of cattle. So anything that's going across the border, one of our biggest port facilities is just across the border into New Mexico at Santa Teresa. Then we go on to Sonora, into that area to where we go through Douglas, Nogales. We import, before screwworms, about 1.5 million head of cattle from Mexico a year. Those go into feed yards in all 3 of your districts, 4. So it's important that we have that supply, and here's why. That's 1 billion pounds of beef that we lost. 1 billion pounds of beef for our consumers that we lost just over this past 1.5 years from this closure of the port. We have to do it right. We have to have all the inspections, but without that, the infrastructure in the U.S. is going to start closing. We've already seen that from one feed yard making that announcement. Other feed yards have started to consolidate. And what flip side of that is we're seeing construction taking place now in Mexico to feed cattle, to process their own. And we're talking about 2 different classes of cattle. The cattle that we've been importing is really U.S. cattle, because we've sent our genetics over there to help them build out those herds in those 5 top states. Those the cattle that are coming in from South America are not coming to the U.S. They're staying in Mexico to be consumed in Mexico. So there's 2 different classes of cattle that we're talking about when USDA mentioned that they want to stop the flow of cattle from south to north. Closing the border is not doing that.
Interesting. Senator Hinojosa.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your patience and time that you've taken to stay here and give us some very vital information. Mr. Maley, I know it's been a long day, but if we can, let's try to go through this fairly quickly. As you know, we've had some discussion on this, and it's interesting having a site in Texas that could help with generations of these sterile flies. As was noted earlier with the testimony of Secretary Hoskins, one of the things that is reason why it's taking a little bit longer on the federal side with the facility down in Edinburg is 2 reasons. Apparently, it's not only the outfitting of the building to the biosecurity level 2, and then also the technology used, I guess, to sterilize the flies. They talked about the cobalt-60 radiation. What is your experience with the other forms, X-ray, E-beam? Are those just as effective?
So that's a long question. I'll try to make a fairly short answer. Key to Josh's point and my earlier point, we need more flies faster. And that earlier testimony earlier today said the same thing. We need more flies and we need it faster. To the speed at which more airbase can come online, partly they have no infrastructure at more airbase, so they're starting completely from the ground up. They have to put in everything in order to build that facility. The proposed facility that we've talked about there in North B County is using existing infrastructure. There's 90,000 square feet of a former oil and gas facility that could easily be converted, so the time frame is much easier to get it up and going. The biosecurity level inside that facility will not be super difficult. On the X-ray versus E-beam versus cobalt, my understanding, I think that a little bit of cursory research will show that sterile insect technique started with X-ray. So the first screwworm flies were sterilized using X-ray technology. We were entering into the nuclear age, so a nuclear solution came online. It was definitely less expensive because of the volume of flies that need to be done, and so they converted those facilities into cobalt-60. X-ray technology has come forward a lot in the last 40 to 50 years, so there is equipment out there that would sterilize New World screwworm flies for this purpose that we could put into a Texas facility and launch without all the nuclear background stuff. To Undersecretary Hoskins' point, they're trying to make sure that it works. There is a university in Florida that I think is testing X-ray, while A&M is working on E-beam technology. The facility there at B County could be converted easily to E-beam at some point in the future. Not anticipating using cobalt there in B County because of the time it takes to get the regulatory permitting.
Yeah, and I know you've been working on this for a while, so can you just quickly kind of give some numbers, idea of cost? What are you trying to do to alleviate that? What is your hope for state participation versus private sector versus? I think you put out a grant and you got it in on time for the grant challenge or the Grand Challenge grant. Do you have any information on that or where you're at or?
So in working through TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, they assisted in applying for that grant on behalf of the B County and the Pawnee New World Screwworm facility. Have no idea where that is in the system. That was a sizable grant request, $24.3 million. So it's a sizable chunk of change compared to the average request, and so definitely know that that's going to have a pretty difficult path in that particular program.
Total cost, though, estimated
Total cost would be about $80 million that we anticipate for this facility.
How much reasonably do you think that we could get from private sector involvement, and who might be interested in that?
So we have livestock producers across South Texas that have expressed interest in putting money up, either just as an insurance policy or as an investment. I know that folks in the exotic wildlife space are really concerned about New World screwworm because they cannot easily corral and pen their animals and doctor them like you would other normal livestock, and they have extremely high value livestock out on the landscape, and so they are interested in an investment of some form or fashion. In my brain, the early days, I think producers came up with half the money, the state came up with half the money, and the USDA came alongside as a partner later. I don't know whether the state could come up with $40 million and private producers would come up with another $40 million, but I think that if we start that conversation, we might learn that we'd have a lot more partners out there. I think you got organizations like HEB, Capital Farm Credit, whose business model revolve a lot with farmers and ranchers. HEB's directly related to the meat and trying to buy local products, and I think that they would come along.
And that total amount also includes the facility itself that's for sale, that there might be some talks of that organization wanting to participate perhaps. So you've got a well thought out plan proposal that we're looking at here, and we really appreciate all the work on that. Just speak to quickly, if you can, just the impact, because you have some information regarding the daily impact right now for every day that we don't get ahead of taking care of this and resolving this issue, what it's costing the state, versus what potential investment to alleviate this.
Well, and so that $2 to $3 million a day figure is kind of based upon the number of cattle that aren't coming into the state and the economic impact. Josh, you may have a little bit better idea of what it would be on an annual basis, or do you have an idea?
Well, only to the point that as I mentioned, it's a million to 1.5 million calves coming across the border that then go on our ranches, go into our feed yards, and then are processed at our harvest facilities.
Mm-hmm.
So we have control over those cattle for the majority of their lives, and without having them here, all that value added that was going into those cattle and then subsequently in the beef that we would be consuming, some of which we then exported back to Mexico also, we've lost all the value add from that, and we're about to give it all back to Mexico to do themselves.
And you said a billion
almost
pounds.
1 billion pounds of beef.
$2 a pound, that's $2 billion a year at this point.
Yeah.
And so that's even higher than and that's just with threatened invasion of New World screwworm. Want to make one point clear. At no point do we anticipate this facility being in lieu of what USDA is doing in Mission. By all means, this is only a partnership, an early launch trying to get some additional flies out on the landscape using private contractors and the private contracting process to kind of fast track this.
And again, how quickly
USDA.
do you think you can get them on?
6 to 12 months is for all the contractors that we have involved in this program feel like that we can get something up and going between 6 and 9 months, and then another 3 to 4 months to get the.
And then again, what could you use the facility for, after this threat is alleviated?
I believe that we can go just as they had said about the other facility in South Texas. It could be transitioned into fruit flies. It could be transitioned into mosquitoes and other sterile insects. And then the research that goes along with as we have laid that particular facility out, the way it's envisioned is that there would be about a third of this facility readily available starting day one for education and outreach and participation by our state and university partners for research as well as education right there on site.
How many jobs would that create? Would that create any jobs in the area?
We anticipate somewhere between 300 and 500 jobs.
For a small community like B County?
Yes, sir.
In addition, okay. Just wanted to get all that information out there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you guys for hanging in there. Appreciate the information. Been a good day, members. Is there anyone else wishing to testify anyone else wishing to testify publicly on today's subject matter? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. Committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.